see how this next iteration goes of just, everything else going on as we continue to get more information and we keep on finding out all the stuff that's being said, all the things we're being introduced to. Um, it's okay. What do we have to do today? What up, Soggy? I ain't got much today. I got my ear still fucking bothering me, man. No, I'm not. I still got an ear infection, bro. So we'll see how I can listen in. Hold on. Let me see. I might have to put like one ear on so that shit doesn't kill my shit. But we'll see. We'll see how we can make this work. Um, I don't even have any topics today, bro.
Man, thank God that you pulled me up because I was about to type something crazy.
Nah, I
I was
don't.
gonna say,
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, because like, oh my God, my keyboard. There you go. I was gonna say, because like, I've been following the whole Candace Owens situation, and like,
I haven't even paid attention to it. Please break down. Give me a
it,
breakdown
it,
because I haven't I
if I'm
haven't really
being
heard anything.
honest, she might be the only person, like, not even because it's not about humanizing him, because like we all know what bro stood for, like, but she's actually doing a good job at like explaining a lot of things that come with a lot of nuance, like their text messages. But now the text messages are coming along with a lot of energy. If you know what I mean, you know what I mean.
Well, the thing is the one thing I did see about those messages. One of the things I saw about the messages was that there's no timestamps, and
Mm.
if that's one thing most people didn't notice. These messages came out and there's no timestamps on it.
Um,
So literally, we don't know when these messages were sent. But then when they say that they found the note, then supposedly they don't. The note doesn't exist. So
oh,
how did you
the
get the
thing,
messages without the note, but
the
with the
thing is
note
that at
exists?
least for Apple, for
What a
like
Vegas.
iMessage, at least for iMessage, like you don't see the timestamps unless you like slide to the left, like to see them like from the side because they hide them for some reason.
No, I know that. That is the
Yeah.
same thing with Samsung, but at the same time, it's just like you mean to tell me that you're doing this an investigation and you didn't think that was pertinent information?
Yeah, true. That is very true.
You see what like you don't think that's important to see when these messages were sent? Because the thing is the biggest thing is that right now it seems like the Republican Party and MAGA are trying to reach as much as possible to try to make it seem like this person isn't Republican
Oh yeah,
and this
no,
person they're drawing at straws to make it seem like oh it's not
they're
a
doing that.
Republican.
Have you
It's
ever seen
just
that photo of Michael Jordan like holding the ball with one side and holding his arms to the side? That's the type
no.
of reach they're pulling, bro. Like,
Because that's the thing is just like they're trying so hard to make it seem like oh this is the reason why this is happening, but what most people fail to understand is just like when does the relationship with who they're with matter?
right?
Since when does it matter? Since when is
And
that the talking point or the exclusive part that says you know what this person is left leaning because his girlfriend made him that way? No, that's bullshit because that doesn't happen for anybody else in any other fucking narrative. You never hear like oh my god his girlfriend was transgender, that's what made him radical. No bro.
mm-mm.
Like
And it's
no.
crazy because like, do you remember how I was talking to you about that whole gun reform idea that I had?
Hmm.
Everything in my gun reform idea would have prevented this. Like, literally, remember how I told you biometric gun locks?
Well
That
yeah
gun would
that's
have never left.
Well, that's something that's I know they probably do have, but the thing is they wouldn't try to push that out because then the thing is they'll find a way to say that it hinders their Second Amendment right if it's like a biometric response to your weapon, because
I'll,
yeah,
I'll
like
be
the
like, I'll be like,
Watchmen, it was
bro,
just like
I'll,
you
I'll
grab
be
the
like,
weapon
bro,
and it
it's a
reads your identity, or you have like a thumbprint on it. But then, how much is that gun gonna cost though?
that's the truth. That's true. Because they're gonna have to like commission that part from like Apple or some shit like that.
Yep. And then they're gonna have to pay tariffs on it, so
No,
that's
but
gonna
I don't
be
mean
like
it on
a
the I don't mean it on the gun. I mean it on the like on the safe. Like for
well,
you to
no,
be
there's
able
there's
to
safes like that. They already have
uh
safes like that. There's already safes that there's safes that you can. That I think they even sell them on TikTok. That it's like a fingerprint thing that it holds the weapon and you can unlock it by fingerprint. They already have that.
uh
But the thing is they don't have that. But they have that for like large safes and stuff like that. They're doing that, but they're
no,
looking
that
for
should be
things that restrict.
mandatory.
It's
Like
they are
if you're
trying
gonna
to
have
find
something that
anything to stick to the wall. They're drawing at straws right now because they can't find anything legitimate that can actually make sense to what they are doing or what they're
because like
coming up with.
I'm imagining like you remember well, nobody remembers when cars were made, but like cars were made. I'm pretty sure people were going crazy running people over with cars and shit, so they had to make
The,
traffic
what
laws.
what a lot of people don't even realize is that when we were growing up, a lot of cars didn't even have seatbelts.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of
Like
cars
only
didn't
the
have
ones in the
seatbelts
front.
till people no. Sometimes those didn't even have seatbelts.
Yeah.
It was just like basically once they saw people were getting accidents and they were flying through the front windshield, they were like, "Oh shit, maybe we should find something that restrains them." And it came from it was a Swedish inventor. Good morning, Emma. It was a Swedish inventor that created the seatbelt. And what he did was instead of how when a person makes a patent, they keep it so that somebody would have to pay them to use it.
Yeah.
No, what that person did was he made the patent for the seatbelt and he distributed it to everyone so that every car maker would be able to use it and not have to pay him for it.
Oh, yes.
So basically, he saw it as a safety measure, like,
It was
okay, if everybody has
I know what that's
seatbelts,
called. It's the same thing that happens with like same thing with the internet. When the internet was made, like they couldn't patent it because it was such a big breakthrough. Everybody needed it.
well, no, they did patent it. The thing is that he chose not to make it an exclusive patent. He basically made it a
Mm.
patent that everybody has access to. So you can make a patent of whatever it is,
Damn.
and you can make it that is specific to you. Like, so let's say you invent that biometric weapon, right? You can
Mm.
make that patent, and basically anybody that wants to use that idea would have to pay you for it. Or
Okay.
you could just be like, hey, you know what? I made this patent and I'm allow everybody to use it because I don't want to restrict it. So anybody that uses it, hey, now you know what the blueprint is and you can use it freely to insert it into whatever weapon you want, kind of stuff. That's what he did with the seatbelt.
Okay.
Yeah, I did see that, Vegas. I did see that they removed it off the website or something. Like the Department of Justice removed that information. Basically
What?
that you can't find that most of the attacks and everything has been Republican based. So it was like a document. I forget. I think
So they removed the
Don Lemon.
extremism.
Don Lemon, I think, made a video on it or something, basically showing how they removed the website
The
that
extremism
showed,
index.
yeah, that shows that it's basically right conservatives that usually cause all of these
Oh.
things. I can't remember what the site was, but it was on the Department of Justice website, and they apparently took it off, or it went down because they got to reconfigure the numbers, most likely, how they always do. Um, because it's funny that they have numbers, but then the numbers are always slightly different after they fire somebody. Interesting though, right? Um,
It's funny how they know numbers. They're the best at numbers until the numbers hit them, and then they're like, "Ooh,
mhm.
these numbers, bruh." It's I don't know. I just hope they don't come up with some crazy shit because we already know the stats. We've seen the
That
page,
the thing
y'all.
is right now, what I think the concern right now is like we can't even bother. Like I'm starting to realize that right now, what we don't really need MAGA to pay attention to us. We need the boomers to pay attention to us.
Yes.
That's who we need. We don't need MAGA. MAGA's not of importance. We need the boomers. The boomers are the ones that basically have gone through society and gotten the benefit of a lot of the resources that we have. They're the ones that were able to buy houses on the cheap. They were able to buy cars on the cheap. They were able to get their
Mm-hmm.
education on the cheap. They were able to get their certifications on the cheap. And now those are the people that we need to make realize that, yo, you guys had it a lot cheaper and a lot easier to develop and be successful.
That's one
Millennials,
thing.
anybody after the boomers does not have the same resources as those people growing up. Because you got to think about it. These people were getting paid whatever they were getting paid. And all this money and all this stuff, it was just cheaper. Because the thing is a house, like I seen there was a TikTok, I forget what the guy's damn handle is. But he was literally going up to people that, look a bit older and stuff like that. And he would be like, hey, when you bought your house, how much did you pay for your house? These motherfuckers will be like, I paid
Fucking
25,000.
nothing.
25,000? Bro, that's a
Straight up
car
fucking
right
nothing.
now. That's
That's what I'm
that's
fucking.
that's the worst of
That
the worst
dude.
cars right now
And
with no extra anything.
and that's a thing that I've been trying to tell my dad, because my dad, dude, my parents have been like, "Oh, you need to like this, that, blah, blah." You need. I'm like, bro, when you bought a house, right? That shit was like 2 quarters in a bottle of Coke. Like,
Exactly.
now I gotta like enslave myself for the rest of my life and then have a kid and enslave
And that
him in order to own a
and
house.
and that's the thing. That's why I realize is that it's the boomers we have to make realize that. Because the thing is the boomers are gonna start realizing it more now when prices continue to go up, and now their social security and their retirement checks ain't covering what they thought it would. That's when they're going to start
Mm-hmm.
realizing it. That's when it's going to become a bigger issue, because it's going to be a realization like, oh shit, damn, I used to be able to survive on this pension. Now I'm struggling with this same pension. So imagine a person now that was trying to do it, like anybody now. Like, look at the value of homes. Most of these people don't want property taxes to go up because they're on a fixed income. A lot of these people are on fixed incomes because they have their pension or whatever they had already made at that time period. That shit doesn't go up astronomically every year with the pension. Everything goes up. The price of everything goes up, but somehow the consumer price index only stays at like 2%. But then inflation and everything else raises everything like 5, 10, 15%. Never understood how the fuck they figured that math out. But no, Jackie, I'm not attacking all boomer. She's like, I read. But that's the thing. That's the one of the things also, because the thing is with boomers is also the technological advances that we've had. A lot of boomers aren't that great with technology. A lot of boomers now, they got iPhones, they got Samsungs and all this stuff, but they don't really know how to use all the stuff. A lot of these people are still on Facebook, and that's how they communicate, and that's how they see their family and stuff like that. But then Facebook used to be that you just saw family and friends on it. Now you get hit with random shit. You get
Dude,
advertisements. You get
fuck
people you never
Facebook,
fucking
bro.
seen, and that's the problem. Because the thing is Facebook made a big
Bro,
thing about we're gonna fact check shit, right? We're gonna fact check, but they never
fact
fact
check.
checked anything.
Bro,
They
I
never
hadn't been
fact
on
checked
Facebook
anything.
for like I hadn't been on Facebook for like for like 2, 3 months. The first time I go back, I get a fucking corn ad. An ad, but it's like corn.
That it's that's what it is, and most people don't realize that. The technology change has changed. Like look at TikTok right now. Yeah, I think TikTok. Remember, TikTok was supposed to go off. Remember that bullshit? How many times have we
Oh
heard that?
yeah.
But if you've noticed,
Apparent.
have you noticed? Have you gotten any notifications in your TikTok studio that said, "Hey, you can advertise"? Well, hold on. I'm gonna tell you the advertisements I've sent. I got sent. Which are these? That is just like, oh, like TikTok opportunities that you can use
It's
to make money.
the Amazon partnership
Yes.
program.
Oh, I didn't even get that one. I got the Amazon Audible. And what was the other one? Amazon Audible, and I even got one from Walmart. It said join Walmart's branded mission ad and join Audible's branded mission ad. So now what I realized that the thing is that these people are basically doing is not the fact that they wanted TikTok banned because it was a national security issue. It was that they wanted TikTok to be able to do promotions.
Mm-hmm.
Because the thing is now they don't have to waste money on commercials.
They
Why?
just get
Because
somebody
now I
to.
could get you to just make a video that if it does well, because I think the original payoff, like the payoff it says is like $368 for your first ad on TikTok if they pick it.
What the fuck?
Yeah, that's the payout. That's at least that's the ones I've seen from the ones that they sent me. The first payout is $368 if they choose to pick your video. And then from there, they pay you like everything else every 1,000 views. But look at it like this. You can make a video promoting Audible and they could choose not to pick you. And they're still getting free advertising.
That's wild.
You see, I always think of something like is the skepticism that I always have. It's just like I always think about it. It's just like, yo, why are they doing this? There's a reason for it. Because the thing is now they don't even have to worry about paying for ads. Because you know those ads on TV commercials is like millions of dollars. But if I gotta pay Cruz, Soggy, Emma, and Jackie, everybody in here, if I only gotta pay y'all $368 the first time, and then depending on how many thousand views you get, you know they're not gonna spend $1 million. And that's on the low side to get a commercial is $1 million. Now I'm only gonna be paying people what $368, and then the money is just like it's just a money grab. That's all they were trying to do. It was just basically everybody is trying to make sure, all these corporations is trying to make sure that they can make more money and more profit with spending less. Because the thing is you're gonna see a bunch of people that is just like, oh my God, they are grifters. A lot of people make good money on TikTok. So what? They know, oh, this person's gonna go and make a video, and they got like what 100,000 followers. That means this person is gonna basically free advertise for us for 100,000 people if we pick the video. You see what I'm saying? And people don't realize that it's just a money grab. That's all the whole thing with TikTok was. Because the thing is certain ads they couldn't run. Why? Because it was ran by China. But now if it's ran by the US, now the US can put nothing but ads in it. The same way Facebook does it, the way every single social media platform just pushes out commercials and fucking ads. That's what TikTok is going to become. TikTok is going to become ads. So basically it's going to be like, hey, if you want to say something that we disagree with, strike. If you make a video for us, we might give you some money. That's all it's going to become. That's all TikTok is going to become. It's not going to be the same thing because I've seen a lot of creators that they're saying, I've seen a lot of, there was one creator I saw that he like literally, I don't know if he got deleted or he like, they deleted all his videos or he deleted all his videos. All he has is one video now. And he has like about like 500,000 followers or some shit. So
don't do that shit for breadcrumbs, y'all.
That's the thing the thing is people gonna because that's the same thing with all these like put it like this, a lot of these content creators that when they were doing this stuff, they were doing it just for the money. They didn't give a fuck about people. They were doing it for the money. Dean Parker, Charlie Kirk, Good Trouble, the Old Millennial, anybody that you can think of on the Republican side, all of these people were doing it for money. They didn't give a fuck about people. They never came up with solutions. The biggest thing that they always had was, let me complain about this person. Let me complain about that. And then all of a sudden, it's just like everything that you stood for, you're not even willing to continue to stand for because something happened to somebody on the other side. That's not how it works. It's like if you truly believed in what you were saying and trying to fix it and trying to defend it, you would do that. But most of these people are just grifters that just want to ask for money. It's just like, hey, make sure to check out my Cash App. My Cash App is in my bio. My PayPal's in my bio. My Venmo's in my bio. It's like always trying to make sure they put that plug in and people just send money like crazy. But then it's just like they never have any solutions to actually fix anything.
I find it funny as fuck that grifters act like rich homeless people.
It happens. See, crypto, that's the thing. You came in here being ignorant, and that happens on both sides. You wanted to be ignorant. You came in ignorant, and I just said that it happens on the left and on the right. But now the first
Bruh.
statement you make is, "Oh, you don't see that on the left." See, that's what I'm saying. It's just like you one of those too. I could already tell you one of those
And,
grifters that just wants to push it on the
and
left.
that
The
is
shit happens on both
selective
sides.
hearing, bruh.
Yeah, selective
That's a
hearing because
that's
I ended the statement saying that both sides do it, but you didn't hear that part. But you made your statement before that. Come on, bro. Like yeah, it's just like it's always some dumb shit like that. It's always trying to play naive when you get caught up in your same fucking bullshit. So what I say then? Because you just got in, right? So you didn't hear anything. So why the fuck you made a statement without even saying anything if you heard what I said? See how you just contradict yourself? Like, I literally named people on the left and the right, and you come in here fucking acting all fucking like you see what I'm saying? What culture war? Like, that's the thing with most of these Republicans. Y'all always want to fucking worry about what everybody's doing on the other side, but don't worry about your own side. Why don't you worry about all your
hmm
Republican grifters? Why don't you call them out for hypocrites? You always want to go and be a hypocrite and call a left side a hypocrite person. But then when the right side does it, all of a sudden y'all shut up. All of a sudden you got nothing to say. Look at old millennial. Y'all were all jock riding this dude to the next fucking level. He's still in jail. Why you
Wasn't
think
he
you
the one
have
that like pissed himself and shit?
yes. Why you think he hasn't been on making videos or going live? Because he's still in jail. That's the same grifter, the guy who peed. Yeah, that same guy. He peed himself and then tried to offer a BJ to one of the guards so he can be let out.
What? I did not know that.
But you didn't hear that from me.
Yeah.
It was just like, it don't matter who you were a fan of. If you were a fan of Charlie Kirk, tell me something. Tell me the one time he said that he wanted to
Damn.
bring the country together.
MAGA will do anything for their freedom. Shit.
Tell me one time, since you're a Charlie Kirk fan, give me a quote that he said about bringing everybody together and united everyone in the United States as Americans that were citizens. Well, tell me, please. No, he doesn't say a lot of that. Look, Catholic priests fucking preach about God and they were fucking being pedophiles. So just because you preach it don't mean you a good fucking person. You forgot about the whole Catholicism and the whole fucking crazy shit that happened? That's crazy. There you don't fucking realize it. But this guy, because he said, I want us all to be one nation under God. But then you want to say that you dislike Muslims, you dislike people of color because they're taking the jobs of white people. That doesn't sound very Christian-like to me. What part of Christianity is that in? What Bible? Please tell me what Bible verse that's in that you pick and choose who you want to be under
It's
God.
probably one of the forbidden ones.
No, I just want to know which part of the Bible says that it's everybody should believe in God, but you're gonna pick and choose who you think should believe in God and not. I don't think that's the issue. I was just like, he disagrees with their lifestyle. That's called judging. And last I checked in the Bible, it says you shouldn't judge others. So yet again, what part of the Bible explains that? Which part of the Bible says that? Because you just talking yourself into a fucking circle right now. Because you just keep on trying to elaborate. Then, yeah, see that part. Lest you want to be judged. Love your neighbor. But this man is talking all this shit about, oh, I don't like their lifestyles. It's not his lifestyle. Charlie Kirk was just a big grifter and just a person that was jealous of everything else. He was mad that he didn't have what everybody so-called have. Because you're not going to tell me you a person that's religious and faith and you're going to go against what the Bible teaches. And then everybody's like, oh my God, he's a God-fearing Christian. A God-fearing Christian would fear God and wouldn't go against his sayings. Last I fucking checked. Last I fucking checked. I was just like, oh, so go against everything that the good book actually says. Oh, yeah. Because the thing is for people that are ignorant, it never makes sense. People that don't actually listen or read the Bible, it doesn't make sense. Because those are the people that always pick and choose their scriptures. Or just like, oh, this. You always know the remember ones. It was just like, ain't nobody said you weren't allowed to voice your opinions, but when your opinions contradict your supposed beliefs, you need to shut the fuck up. If your opinion goes against everything you want to talk about and be so brash about, then you can't fucking say that.
I think the only time Charlie Kirk was acting Christian like was when he actually confronted this one host when they were talking
Clearly, I,
about
I
when they
love
were
how
talking
people are gonna
about
be like,
Israel. Oh,
Christianity is not passive.
um, what part of Christ did you read, sir?
Which part of Jesus Christ did he go out judging people? Please find me since you read it so well. Please give me the scripture number.
He
Just give
read
it
the
so I can
Bible
look
on
it up.
4chan, bro.
No, Christianity is a religion that you believe that you can't even fully fucking comprehend or justify. That's what Christianity is. That's what religion is. Religion is something that nobody can actually identify, can actually clarify, and it's believed on faith. It's believed on reading the scriptures and actually believing what it says. To every man who doesn't have a sword, sell your cloak to buy one. And then he also said, if you live by the sword, you'll die by the sword, right? So that's why I said you want to pick and choose where your Bible sounds good to you, but then you forgot you live by the sword, you die by it. You forgot that part of the Bible? Because that's what Charlie Kirk was doing, right? That was the one part he was actually listening to the faith. He lived by the sword and he died by it. But that's why I say y'all want to pick and choose what's perfect for you as a blasphemous fucking Christian to tell people. It was just like, oh. I was just
I
like,
just want iron part.
the
Oh,
funny
yeah, go
thing
ahead,
is,
man.
the funny thing is just like, the funny thing is just like, what part of the Bible was written by God?
Amen to that shit. Amen to that shit. Matter of fact,
Which part of it? Which one of it? Which part of it? Which is the God
because
verse?
I've always wanted to know
Wow,
in what part in
you notice how the Bible was written by men to account for the stories of somebody else. It was not written
exactly.
by God. That's
Because
how
I've
I
always
know
wanted to know
you
what
are
part,
one of the
bro.
blasphemous people. You're probably one of those that say you go to church all the fucking time, and your pastor probably looks at you like, "Get the fuck out."
Because
Like
I've
this
always
dude is
wanted to know
really
what
here.
part, bro. Because the thing is that you mean to tell me at some point in time, God pulled up to this one dude and was like, "Yo, yeah, hey, pick up a pen, gang." Like,
So look at what he said. Look at what he said though. Divine spirit helped them. You didn't say God. You said the divine spirit. So which part again did God write? Because you're saying the divine spirit. It was just like, oh, now God told them what to write, but God didn't write it himself. That's crazy. So why is it as a good Christian, can you tell me what happened to Jesus Christ from 13 to 33? Please, because the God decided that he was gonna write and tell the divine people what to write, and then all of a sudden he's gonna skip out on the most important part, right? What?
because it's like
Oh,
those are like his puberty years that were
Hold on,
missing,
my
right?
camera's like blurry as hell. Okay, there we go.
before Iron and Clay inevitably run, I just need them to go ahead and just tell me what can they find that Charlie Kirk said about black women, and specifically, also, I want them to answer this. What did he say about Martin Luther King and the Civil Rights Act? I want them to go ahead and look that up real fast. I know they're on their
Mm.
fucking phone right now, and they're
And
able to do picture in picture, and they can easily Google that shit. I
See,
just
but
that's the
want them
here's
to
the
thing.
answer
thing,
that real
though.
So
fast.
that's the thing. Just say you're racist. Look, U.S. Army
Yes.
infantry, communist
But
hater. Bro, you shouldn't be saying that as putting U.S. Army infantry. Have you not seen all the shit that's been going on with people being reprimanded for what they're saying online? Maybe you should think twice
Hmm.
about calling blasphemy, because the thing is they would say you're being blasphemous right now.
I mean, there it goes right there. I agree with what he said about black people.
Yeah, just like you racist.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. like,
Mm-hmm.
like
See,
just say
that's all
that.
we need to do. Just call the fucking spade a spade.
Just,
Shit.
just say you racist. Just say you don't like black
Mm-hmm.
people.
Yeah, I mean, I would. Ironically, I'd have more respect if he would just come out and led with that. Because, like, I'm sitting here as a Christian getting offended by his takes. Like, no, Jesus didn't come to the earth
Yo,
and go out to his flock and say, hey, here's what I
yo,
want you to
man.
do. I want you to take over. I want you to overthrow the Romans, and I want you to establish a Christian kingdom here on earth, and forget about the one in heaven. Make one here on earth, and then we're going to rule over and have power. And then 1,500 years from now, you're going to discover this land that no one even knows about. Go
That sounds
over
like
there,
Satan to me, bro.
See,
I don't
then
know.
there
put
goes. Look, the typical
put them in
answer.
power. Like, what are you talking
Always
about,
the
man?
my best friend
My
is
best
black.
friend is
I have a
black.
black girlfriend. I have a black boyfriend. I have a
Oh,
black baby.
oh man. Oh, where have we heard that one before?
Like shoot.
Oh boy. You know what,
Yes,
man? I
Charlie
have a
Kirk's
white
side
friend.
piece was
You know,
Candace
you know,
Owens, and
no,
that
no, no.
still
Why?
doesn't
Check
change
it
the
out.
fact
Check it
Why
that
out.
is
he's
it?
Check it
Why is
out.
it when I
Check it
read
out.
that guy's messages,
Check it
black
out. Check
has
it out.
2 syllables in it?
Hey man, I get you. I get you, bro. Look, I get you. I have white friends. One of my best friends is white. I can never be mean to white people because I hang out with white people all the time. Matter of fact, most of my best coworkers are white, so I can't really,
No. Hold on. I live in a white community, and all of them
shit.
love me.
Mm.
like at this point. Give us the next bingo. Give us the next bingo point. Go ahead, Iron. Just go ahead. Say the next thing. We already know. We're checking the bingo card right now. We're just checking it. Just say
It's
it.
just like
Just say it.
it's just like it still doesn't address the question that you haven't been able to answer me. Because the thing is you can't tell me where in anything that supposedly God as a divine spirit sent into the Bible to people to write, or the stories of Jesus, does it say to dislike anybody else? Please tell me which passage or verse says dislike another group.
Oh, and Iron, you don't get to ask the questions here. You don't get to ask the questions here, Iron. You don't.
Oh,
Your
just
Hey,
like
questions
can
are
I
irrelevant.
chime in real quick?
go
Can I
Go
ahead.
chime
ahead.
in on something real quick? Can everybody hear me? Hey, so y'all know when Charlie Kirk tried to say that black people were responsible for like most of the crimes in America, da 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 da. It's
Mhm.
like
Mm-hmm.
people take that speaking
Mm-hmm.
point because it is Googleable, right? And sadly but
Yes.
true, right? But
Please
it's bullshit.
speak that
When you
shit.
go deeper than that,
Speak
you
that
see
shit.
that black people are most wrongfully convicted too.
Yes.
So it's like
And
go deeper, but you want to just stop at that point because that's your narrative. And so that shit pisses me off. But all right, that's all I wanted to
yes.
say. That's what I wanted to come on here because that Iron dude, whatever,
No,
he's
man.
just full of shit.
Thank
You
you.
know, he
Thank
just
you
Thank
wants
you.
to
so
cherry pick
much.
his facts, and he doesn't want to go deeper
And that's
into it.
Thank
And
you
so
and
all
that's
the
so
what it
more
much
is.
research.
because that fact I've been looking into this, and this is what it's called stochastic terrorism. And stochastic terrorism is when somebody uses like statistics or anything that is vaguely true in order to
Mm-hmm.
fan it into a flame that's something that's like ridiculously
And that's what
outrageous.
Charlie
Well,
Kirk.
that's not what
Facts.
scholastic
That's
terrorism
Yep.
is.
to an extent, but the thing is that's what Charlie Kirk did. Charlie Kirk
Yeah.
he nitpicked which argument he can use where he found a certain statistic and he found certain information that would help prove his point. But then the
And he
thing
made
is,
sure to
is
do it
Mm-hmm.
against people that could not debate him, people who
exactly.
Yep.
actually did not have that
Th-
knowledge on hand to be able to actively,
Exactly.
logically debate him. He would
Exactly.
turn down
That's
those
why
debates.
he stayed in college campuses, because what the fuck a
No,
college student can do?
the
Like,
thing
they're
is
too busy
this
worrying
is
about math right now.
it's not even that.
Mm-hmm.
When did you hear Charlie Kirk go to the HBCU to have these arguments?
Oh, I'll tell you, he
Never.
went to Cambridge and he got schooled, bro.
No, that's
That's the one
Cambridge.
and
I'm
only
talking about
college he went to.
because he's always talking about how black people did this, black people did that. Which HBCU did he actually ever go to and debate?
Not a damn
Exactly.
one.
Not
Not
a
a damn
single
one.
one. So you decided to go to a predominantly white school to go and talk against people of color when you know there weren't people of color there. But then the colleges that
Mm-hmm.
were full of people of color, you chose to just skip over?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's the definition of scholastic terrorism. You're getting a lot closer to it now.
Yeah.
What that
Mm-hmm.
is knowing that if I have an audience that is already primed to believe some of what I'm saying, and I just continually speak radical shit. And especially with him, a platform of millions of people, he knows that there is a percentage, albeit a small one, of people that he will be able to activate to go out and commit violence. It's similar
Mm-hmm.
to we all have a friend, right, that goes to the bar and acts a fool, and he'll go hit on 100 women that night, and 99 of them will turn him
Mm-hmm.
down, but one of them is going to go home with him. And guess what? He don't care about those 99 that said no. The only thing that matters to him is the one that said yes. And
Hmm.
that's what
Yep.
Charlie Kirk and Nick Fuentes and all these cats are playing the percentage game. If I can get my message out there to hundreds of thousands or millions, there's going to be one guy at least, maybe
That's
probably
gonna
more, but at
listen
least
to
there's
it.
one that's
Hmm.
going to go out and do some wild ass shit. And
And then the
that's
thing
when
is that wild
I
ass
have my
shit is gonna
narrative
be
now.
acceptable because now
Mm-hmm.
everybody else is gonna look at it and be like, you know what? I could do this wild ass shit too.
And then it gets
Mm-hmm.
disguised as it's their religion, it's their faith. That's another thing that it's like disheartening to see that some people that I genuinely believe might be good people. That's all like, oh, he was a man of faith, he was a man of this and that, da, 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 da. And I'm like, when you step outside of your own perspective, you can see that, oh, because he's saying, oh, because this of from the Bible and this and that. Again, cherry picking, right?
Mhm.
But how that just in itself, I mean, when you look at our religion, right? I don't know if you guys are Christian, Catholic, whatever. I'm non-denominational Christian. That's how I grew up or whatever. But at the end of the day,
Baptist.
it does do a lot of fear mongering that if you don't believe this way, you're wrong, you're corrupted, you're this, you're that, or whatever. And so he
Mm-hmm.
takes
Yeah.
those narratives and he's able to turn everybody as the enemy, even though in the Bible, like they forget that what the disciples weren't good people. No, they got better over time and they were still working on themselves. But it's this expectation that we're supposed to be perfect and yeah, no, that's just that shit irks me so bad. Like
And man,
it's
my
almost
hat,
Look,
comical how
put
much
my
we
it
do
put
hat
it
it.
goes off
put
to
it like
y'all.
this, Dottie. I'm an atheist,
Mhm.
and it irks me
And you
because I
know
Yeah,
did
more
my
about it than
because
a
I
lot of these
dude.
so-called Christians, and that's
I did a
crazy.
Exactly.
I did a I
Mm-hmm.
did my
And my
first
hat goes
communion
off to
and I did
y'all.
my confirmation. I went through the Bible study. I did my
Hmm.
Bible study. I got confirmed in everything. I just had questions that I couldn't answer. But at no
Hmm.
point did I decide to say, you know what? I don't disagree with the fact that you have that faith. I just decided, you know what? I don't believe in it. I'm not going to
Hmm.
push my not believing in it on you the same way you shouldn't believe your belief system on me because I'm supposed to
Exactly.
be
Mm-hmm.
my own
Mm-hmm.
person. I'm supposed to have my own identity.
And then
It
to be a
comes
good
from
Christian, you're
within
supposed to
yourself.
exemplify a life. Yeah. No, being
It
a good
comes
Christian, you're supposed to
from
exemplify that lifestyle. So then that way, if it
Exactly.
is supposed
That's
to drag
exactly
somebody
how it's
to it,
supposed to
you'll
go.
be like an example, a living example. You're not supposed to criticize. You're not supposed to condemn. You're just supposed to live
Mm-hmm.
your life and then just be kind to the people around you. So if I see you being a good Christian, living a good life, being a faithful person and a respectful person, then that's more likely to draw me to it versus you sitting there condemning me for everything that I'm doing in my life like you're any better. Because I guarantee
You
oh,
you,
clocked
there's
it,
probably a
Donnie.
lot
That's
of stuff in the
exactly how it's
closet
supposed to
that they're
go.
covering up about what
Yes.
he did, and we just gotta wait long enough to finally see like a lot more truths come out about him. Not just
mhm.
about his beliefs and opinions, but a lot of shit that he did that was wrong.
That's it's and that's the part about it. Like it's and that's the part that I think irks me the most because I could only imagine how actual devout Christians or anybody that's actually belief and follows their religion to like I wouldn't say to the T, but actually is a person that believes in it, how mad y'all must be. Because if I'm
Oh,
getting
pissed,
irked and pissed
pissed,
off and I'm an
Mm-hmm.
atheist, I can only imagine how y'all feel about the situation.
pissed.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're using the name of God like the Crusaders. The Crusaders
Dude,
did the same
yeah.
shit, and the Nazis. They fucking if you didn't believe in their way, they killed you in the name of God. And it's like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
how dare you use the name of somebody who's per the belief supposed to be empathetic, supposed to love thy neighbor. You're supposed to turn the other cheek even when you're hit. So in
Mm-hmm.
technicality, I'm still supposed to love this racist motherfucker who didn't give a shit about me. I'm still supposed to
Right.
give
Mm-hmm.
a damn, right? But then his same people are the same ones talking about, oh, it's war now, and oh, we're not going to just take this from the liberals. And then it gets found out that it was your own people that killed you. What the fuck?
And then the thing
Bruh.
is wouldn't you
It's
wouldn't you
pissed.
then repent for what you thought and said?
Well, now
No,
see
Exactly.
they
now.
double
No, look at the
down. They
governor of
double down
Utah.
on that
No,
shit.
no,
The governor
I'm
of
just
Utah was
asking as a
praying that it was
as
someone else. That's
yeah
crazy.
But the
that
for the
was
allegedly
That's
that was the thing.
30 fucking
insane.
hours.
That
He
was
You're
the
said
one
for
that got me.
33
praying.
hours.
My man
He
prayed
said
for
for
This is
33 hours he
Praying.
was praying.
my
this
man
is the
didn't
Oh
reason
sleep
my
why I
the
don't
whole
want
Like
to call
God.
night.
ain't no
myself a
way,
Christian anymore.
like ain't no way in hell.
And that's why like my hat goes off to you Christians because honestly the weight that y'all are pulling right now to try and save your religion like from this shit is man,
It's
I'm gonna be
honorable.
real with you.
Like,
I'm gonna be honest with you. It challenges my faith to the point to where it's like I believe in God 100%, but it starts
mhm.
making me question Christianity as a whole. Like it starts
Oh
making me go,
yeah,
wait a
That's where
minute,
I've been at.
am I
That's
just? And
exactly where
that's
the
where I
fuck I've
think
been
I am
at.
because me and my wife we have several conversations to the point to where it's like we kind of say like we believe in God. That's what's
Hmm.
undoubtable, right? But then when
Yeah.
it comes down to the religion, it almost kind of comes off as like some stuff is just stories to kind of take as the moral value of it all. And then
Mhm.
just
Hmm.
move forward. And then some stuff is conflicting. Like when you look at the Old Testament, when it said, honor thy master, but yet this got pushed to slaves as like, oh, this is what you're supposed to believe in. It's like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Like you said, it was written by man. So how do I not
Mhm.
know that this was all, corrupted? And,
Right.
if I
you
do come
gotta
from
read the
Africa, who would
original
have I
Because
Hebrew
worshipped if I
script,
wasn't,
bro.
captured and traded? What the
the
fuck?
thing is that a lot of the parts that I see about it is just like I had this conversation. It was a couple of lives ago when I was just talking about my interpretation of the stories. And
Hmm.
it was just like I seen it differently because the thing is, it's just
Hmm.
like, hey, if you give a man a fish, he eats for a
Hmm.
day. You teach the man how to fish, he continues to eat, right?
Was
I
it
don't know
called
if
parables or
verbatim.
something like that?
Yeah, I can't
Yeah.
remember verbatim, but it was just like
Yeah.
that's just basically showing us just like, look, it's basically trying to say that you shouldn't be disliking anybody. You should be teaching people stuff. Because the more you
Hmm.
educate that person, the better you can free them and let them be a better person. That's why I've always had that. Well, my family was raised Catholic, but that's always how I've been. I was just like treat others well and don't expect nothing for it. That's what he did.
Hmm.
I go and it's crazy because I follow his ways more than most of these people do, and I don't even
Oh
know
my
it.
God, yes.
And that's the crazy thing
Yeah.
because I'm here just preaching and I wouldn't say preaching, but I'm here trying to teach people. It's just like, hey, learn this because this will benefit you. Learn this. It's just like, hey, you learn this today. Tomorrow you'll be able to teach somebody else. So if you were in that bad spot and you took that advice and learned from it, now you can teach somebody else to get them out of a bad spot.
Hmm.
And I was just like, but it's not taken that way. These people want to take everything out of context and then they want to ask for context. When these people just pick and choose, if you pick a certain scripture and that's the only part of the Bible you know, I can already tell you
That's a
full of
problem.
shit.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Because that means you pick this one because this one was the one that would give you the best excuse to use. Not
Yeah.
because
Hmm.
you actually were devout, not because you actually followed it. You decided to pick that scripture because it's like, you know what? My talking point, I'm gonna say this. The same thing with Charlie Kirk. He knew his
Hmm.
Bible, but he always picked and choose which one. But then the ones that would contradict his sayings, he always seemed to
Hmm.
skip over.
Why you preaching though? Why
Yep.
you preaching like you need to, be a pastor somewhere, man? For real, seriously. It's crazy what, again, in my belief, God can speak to you in many ways through children, through friends, through even just this. I feel like there's
Hmm.
a lot of like real conversation that's happening, whether you believe in the universe, whatever you believe in, that can come from everybody. Like I had a friend that, believe it or not, that was a Satanist, right? With that being said, I educated myself on what his beliefs were rather than just letting myself believe that, oh, it's just this dark thing. And then you find out that Satanism is different from Luciferism and it's this whole different thing. But I
Uh,
educated myself to learn about it. And then it turns out that he lived more Christian than some people that I know that claim to be super Christians. Like they don't believe in
hmm.
hurting the innocent and all this other stuff. And I was like, what the hell? What? Huh? This is conflicting for me. I'm a PK. I'm a pastor's kid. Like what? What?
And
Huh?
and that's the thing. It's just like that's why I say I don't have any problem with anybody's faith because the thing is everybody
Yeah.
uses it differently and sees it differently. The thing is like you said, I educated myself on stuff. I started researching. I started looking at at the Bible. Then I started looking at what the Quran said. Then I started looking at other religions, and I was just like, yo, y'all all got the same story, but y'all all dislike each other, even though y'all told not to dislike each other. It was just
Right.
like, and
Wild.
it was just like,
All right. I'm
and
gonna drop back down for a bit.
all right, man. No, just like, and
Same,
that's
me
the
too. I
one
gotta cut
thing.
out.
That's the one thing is just like I find it weird, but the thing is, it's just like whoever has their faith, believe in your faith, follow your faith, but don't be ignorant to it, and don't try to push that ignorance onto other people. Because right now there's too much going on where people don't have people don't have the ability to think for themselves, and it shows. Because the thing is if you have to listen to somebody else to explain to you about the scriptures and about the Bible, then you're not really a
Hmm.
devout person. You're not going to tell me that you're listening off of somebody because you agree with Charlie Kirk because he said church verses. I could say church verses too. And y'all going to be like, oh my God. He's a
They
liberal.
not that
I can't
hard.
listen to him. I'm like, I'm not even a liberal, but y'all gonna judge me
Like,
and say that I'm using the same thing. But
and it's crazy because like the church verses would be the same
my
things that
camera.
they're saying that it's bad. Like love thy neighbor. Your neighbor is literally everybody in your community, not
What's
just
my
literally your fucking neighbor. If you don't like
camera?
your neighbor, then what the hell are you doing?
Sound like how I
Well, I
can
mean,
go.
a lot of this is because evangelicals have this fucked up prescript of thinking that they can wild out and then just ask for
Dude,
forgiveness and all is forgiven.
you
They're the same people that are out here on Saturday night, acting a fool and then show up on church on Sunday with their breath still smelling of liquor. You know what I mean?
you know
Like,
how the Bible
that's who these people are.
speaks of a fake church?
Hmm.
That's what that sounds like.
But I mean, the thing that I want to speak to, like these evangelical, these fake Christians, like the guy that was hiding behind the Spider-Man mask earlier.
Yeah,
What the fuck?
he's been here before. He's in the military, and that's every time he says something stupid, I just be like, you still in the military, right? I would suggest you shut up and not say anything because I don't want to get you hemmed up.
I don't know how confirmable it is he's in the military. Or he just
No,
stolen
because
valor.
most of the time that's what they do. Because the thing is they have those thoughts and stuff, but they know if they actually show their face and their information, they'll do that. They'll put it in their
Fair
profile,
enough.
but they'll do
Court
it so
martial
the
him,
fact
Cruz.
yeah, because that's what it is. Because I could just report him for, hey, look at what he said online. There
Yo,
goes
I'm
his
gonna-
career.
The thing
Can I
I
say
want to
something real quick because I'm gonna.
Yeah, come on, Josh.
I
Good,
don't have much time.
good.
I just want to bring up some
Oh,
of your attention. Do you not think that continuously attacking a dead man's character while people are celebrating his death, do you not think that's further that's hurting your party and your cause
but
that you care
but
about?
but that's the thing. We're
Well,
not hurting his character. He
the
did that
the
himself.
the thing is first off, what's my party?
Well, I'm guessing if you claim to hate everything that Charlie Kirk spoke about, then
When did I say I
assume
hated
that you're
everything
on the
Charlie
left.
Kirk said?
And that's
See,
not
because
true because the
that's
guy
the
who did that to him,
the
you know,
the thing is that that's the problem with a lot of, I guess, your party, Republicans, MAGA, that you like to make assumptions without asking questions or confirming what the hell is happening. Because y'all were the first ones that said, oh my God, the radical left did this. And then all of a sudden it was confirmed that it was a Republican white man. But you didn't backtrack, did you? You didn't say anything about not going to civil war. You didn't stop your threats towards liberals. So please tell me how that's helping the party. Because the thing is on the Democratic side or liberal progressive, these people didn't give a fuck about Charlie Kirk. Most of these people don't listen to him. Most of these people don't know who he is. So the thing is we ask MAGA, your party, hey, tell me something that he said. And then y'all always say, oh, he's a father and he was a husband. And it was just like, but you can't tell me a good verse that he said or a good quote that he said.
All right, well, you guys have fun.
No, yeah, see, not yeah,
Nothing to say.
exactly.
Have fun
Go
spewing hate.
ahead, bro. Go ahead and run.
My favorite part is when he basically said, "Oh, he wrote trans on the bullets," but it turns out to be the actual gun manufacturing.
Well, I
bruh.
mean, like I hope Josh is still listening, man, because I
Nah,
want to bring up.
he ain't gonna stay. It was just like that's what they do, man. They come in here try to make a stupid ass point that they themselves can't even prove and provide any factual backing for. And then when you call him out towards it, he was like, "Look how quick he was like, oh, I gotta go." I was like, "Nah, bro, let's have this conversation. You didn't want to have it, now you running."
But I wanted to
Bro
resound
said-
with him.
Bro said
when
it was
lived
fun,
this-
y'all.
When he lives this evangelical life, thinking that he can just do whatever he wants, say what he wants, be as racist as he wants, as sexist as he wants, he's going to live that kind of life. And it's all going to work out for him because in the end, he's going to repent and ask for forgiveness and he'll be saved. Well, Charlie Kirk should exemplify to you what happens when you don't have that choice. Because
There
his
should be-
final words were just a bunch of gurgling noises that happen real quick. What's going to
I have an
happen to you,
idea.
Josh, when you're in a car wreck or there's some kind of accident that happens or something, and you don't have the time to ask for forgiveness? You're just out like a light.
My question
Maybe
is, if they
live
believe
your life.
Well, if
Well,
they believed in it
you're
so
supposed
much,
to right now.
why did they choose Charlie Kirk? Why not preach up your pastor?
I mean, Charlie Kirk spent all of his time out on college campuses trying to infantilize and to radicalize children. Why wasn't Charlie Kirk ever at the pews of a church preaching the gospel and speaking his message? Show me that clip.
That's what I'm asking.
trying to debate lawmakers.
Actually, no. Actually, people that have completed their degrees and actually have expertise in these topics that he wanted to talk on. You went against college students, and you could already know that certain college students don't get the same education because each school doesn't have the same curriculum. That goes back to the whole Department of Education nonsense where they're like, oh, the federal government chooses. No, the reason why each school has different curriculum is that they have different beliefs. They have different specialties. You don't go to a engineering school to learn how to be a damn bioscientist. Unless it's a different department. It's like that's a bad analogy, I guess. But it's just like you don't go to a different school to try to learn. Like you don't go to a business school when you trying to be a damn veterinarian.
But Vegas makes a good point. Like, you know, if he cared so much about the fatherlessness in black homes and black communities, why wasn't he out at the black church? Talking to them like, hey, you know, here's my plan on what we're going to do to address this problem. Why is it that every time Charlie Kirk wants to talk about a problem, he wants to have a fact where he just takes his audience up to the edge of a cliff and holds their hand. And then when you get to the edge of the cliff, kind of just lets go and lets you go and figure out on your own what, you know, like when he says things, oh, you know, black people are 13% of the population and account for 50% of the crime. But he doesn't want to talk to you about giving any nuance or context as to why black people disproportionately commit more crime. He doesn't want to talk about redlining. He doesn't want to talk about economic opportunity and the lack of it. He doesn't want to talk about defunding schools in urban communities because we make it a point to fund schools through property taxes, and we drive down the property taxes in these communities with white capital flight moving out to the suburbs. He doesn't want to talk about the fact that for centuries we stopped black people from being in certain communities, stopped black people from being in certain career fields, couldn't be doctors, couldn't be lawyers, couldn't go to certain colleges, couldn't go to certain universities. Like all of these. I mean, I could go on.
Don't forget the old "there goes the neighborhood" bullshit.
It's not even forgetting, man. There's so much shit I can't even remember it all to tell you. But he doesn't want to talk all that. He just kind of just lets his audience go. And these people don't have any concepts or any context, and they're certainly not taught this shit in school because that would be too woke. So here's some dipshit 18-year-old kid who grew up in a conservative household in Utah somewhere that's going to say, you know what? Black people do commit more crime than their statistical probability of the population, what they are. I wonder why that is. Maybe it's because black people are just inherently violent. Yeah. It's because they got smaller brains and some phrenology bullshit that I picked up from Charlie Kirk.
But the crazy thing is like, imagine saying that in a whole state that is majority white and they still got crime. That's what always killed me. Because the thing is you go to these places where I'm predominantly white, and then all of a sudden it's just like, how is it that you have more supposedly black crime, but your whole city has a whole bunch of crime and it's majority white? I was like,
no, but let's send the military to Memphis.
Yeah. It was just like, that's what it is. You have this thing saying that African Americans, black people, people of color are inherently more violent, but it shows that places that have the lacking of resources, which is shelter, adequate food, adequate education, have high crime rates. And that's anywhere in the country. It doesn't matter if it's a black community or a white community. It was like, look at places in Louisiana. Louisiana has a high crime rate. Mississippi has a high crime rate. Tennessee has a high crime rate. New York supposedly has a high crime rate. California, all these places have crime rate. But then when you justify per capita, they don't use per capita. They like to use their facts, which is based off of, like, because that's how I found out why they say that these communities are so dangerous. And it's because these communities have a population of over 1 million people. That's why they put them into that category, because they made sure to find that statistic and find a way that they can justify stating, hey, these democratic cities are dangerous. Why? Because these democratic cities have more than 1 million people in them. So we're going to say that out of the cities that have 1 million people, these are the worst. But these Republican cities don't have that 1 million people. So basically, you exclude them from that statistic just by enumeration that you decided to pick and choose that made it simple for you to do. This is one thing I did in school. And that's why it's just like it kills me when people try to come up with facts, because I can contradict anybody's facts. Why? Because all you have to do is have the base statistics that they come up with. If anybody knows what the program RStudio is or Python is, you would know that when people do surveys, they take weighted averages of things. That's how I learned stuff. That's how I became even more skeptical of surveys, because you have to pick and choose what it is that pertains to it. And let's say we have a survey out of the 63 people that are in this room right now. If let's say I have a demographic that has a low percentage or low representation, what I have to do so that it doesn't skew my numbers, I have to put a weighted average. So let's say that we had 2 black people, 58 white people, the same demographic is not represented. So I would have to make it that those 2 black people's votes or information that I receive from them weigh more and count more towards that statistic so that I can make my numbers look better. And most people don't understand that when it comes to statistics and surveys, that they are not just a plain out thing. If you want to tell me about facts, you need to tell me that you surveyed everybody in this country. Because you're picking and choosing a certain statistic that makes your information good. The same way with the Bible scriptures, you're picking and choosing which ones work for you to push onto somebody else. And then somebody's going to be like, damn, he actually looked at this. So this was the research that was done here. But then if you look further into those research databases, you'll see that it's like, damn, I could have found out even more information from this and shown the opposite just from those same numbers. But that's the thing that people don't do, because people don't do that research. They don't inquire about the information that's available to them. They just go off of what somebody else is telling them, a person that didn't even fucking finish college. Like, seriously? Yeah, the same people that always want to disregard, what's up, Jeanette? The same people that always want to disregard what the experts say, even though these experts have quantifiable evidence and work to figure it out. Like
the most legendary bar I've ever heard come out of RFK's mouth. We shouldn't trust the experts. I wanted to die right then and there, bro. I was like, what?
It was just
it's a thing. It's a thing I have a problem with, like some of these channels on here that are always trying to, invite MAGA up and tell them, oh, you're dumb, you're uneducated, point out that Trump said smart people hate him and all this. I don't know why you're trying to explain this to these people. The thing is that MAGA, they understand that they're dumb. They understand that they're stupid. And as a matter of fact, they get off on the fact of knowing that they can be fueled purely by conjecture, conspiracy, hatred, and emotion. And their vote counts just as much as yours that took the time to go out and educate yourself on issues, took the time to go out here and think about things and come up with precepts and a moral, ethical framework that you operate.
That's why
within.
Aliens don't come.
I mean, no, they are empowered by knowing that their voice is amplified and counts and is platformed and is justified to be just as equal to yours. When RFK says, I don't want to listen to experts, he's getting off on the factor. And there's some stupid motherfucking redneck that's in Utah somewhere that's like, yeah, I know that there's some expert on vaccines said this or that, but I learned because I read some guy on Facebook this other thing about vaccines, and I think that our opinion should count as equal. The news is culpable of this when they have, a panel on there. They're like, here's one expert that says climate change is a thing, and here's one expert that says it's not. And we're going to pretend like this is a 50-50 argument.
Look, I'm going to give you a good explanation on this expert shit. You had Fox News experts telling you that tariffs were paid by the corporations.
Bruh.
You can't make this shit up. That's the best explanation you have. Fox News experts that they had on the show would be like, "Oh my god,
this is competitive stupidity, bro."
The corporations, and it's just like,
well, I wouldn't have a problem if they want to have someone with a differing opinion on. But what you need to do is you need to make it to where it's an adequate representation of what is really taking place. Don't have one guy who wants to explain tariffs one way on and one guy that wants to explain tariffs the other way. It should be 99 people that all have this understanding that tariffs are harmful to the economy are on one side of the panel, and there's one dumb motherfucker on the other side saying something else. So then we can then see, oh, there's 99 on this side and one on the other, and that's a more adequate representation of how experts actually align themselves. But they don't frame it that way. They want to frame it as if it's like, we all have differing opinions, and, it's 50-50. Who can say? And that's the same reason that with this Charlie Kirk backlash, people come out and say, what? What do they say? Oh, he was just voicing his opinion. Oh, he just had differing thoughts. He just had a different way of looking at things instead of calling it out and saying, no, he's in a very extremely vocal minority of incredibly racist, bigoted, xenophobic people that represent maybe 20 to 30% of the country. That's who he was. He's not, just a regular old Joe. It's just talking some shit out the side of his neck. No.
Too soon? Too soon? I'm sorry.
Damn.
I had to. I'm sorry. I had to. My bad, Joshua.
I mean,
like,
Damn.
I'm
Listen.
bad. I don't give a fuck. I don't. I really don't. The thing is
Hey,
just
man,
like,
it's cool. Don't worry.
I'm gonna say how I feel, right? Because that's what Charlie Cook surfed for, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
then
no,
I
exactly.
should
That
be
was
able
his
to say
whole
what
thing.
I should be able to say what I want to say. I should be able to speak on the same contradictions that he spoke on. I should be able to speak against it, because the thing is everybody wants to talk about freedom of speech and, oh my God, the consequences. But the thing is
Until it hurts you.
until it hurts them. But then the thing is consequences come from people not being educated sometimes on how to defend themselves from those consequences. Because the thing is if you are in a place of employment, it was just like, yeah, you might have said something on Facebook and stuff like that. Why is your employment in your Facebook? Did you sign anything that said they gave them the authorization to check your Facebook? Is there anything that says that you, as my employer, have the ability to come into my personal life and see what I'm doing? Because you don't pay for me to be at home, do you? So if I'm on my off time...
I ultimately think that it's a bad marketing strategy from these companies. Like when you go and you fire someone because they have a viewpoint that 80% of the country agrees with, like, why are you curtailing your message to this small subset of radical far-right extremists? Because you're worried about what? Losing their business? Maybe you should look at Target, right? Target thought that, some dipshit wants to go in there and kick down their rainbow sign and have a problem with whatever, LGBT, I can't remember what it was. It was some pride, right?
Yeah.
The Pride Month. The Target's selling clothes to kids. Oh, they have a rainbow on a shirt. Oh my God, it's so crazy. And people were like, well, we're going to stop shopping at Target. And Target, looked at the election results and they said, oh, what we're going to do is we're going to get rid of all this pride stuff. Also, we're going to walk back our DEI initiatives, and we're going to start, walking away from that. Well, then what happened? Black people said, fuck you, I ain't going to Target no more. Any white person that engages in intersectionality understands that's fucked up. They walked away from going to Target anymore. All these white wine moms said, fuck you, I ain't going to shop at Target no more. Now Target's getting blasted.
But
maybe don't cater to the racist Target. Maybe you should,
the
cater
thing
to
is
the larger
that
constituency.
The thing is that that's the thing with these people. They don't understand that. They don't understand that their greed and racism is not going to survive. It is not going to last. It is not going to last. Because the thing is every single company right now that you have seen fired somebody for what they said about Charlie Kirk, you should put them on blast. Any company that has fired them, put them on blast. Let everybody know that you got fired. But then what you need to do is go and backtrack and find when Melissa Hartman got passed away, when Trayvon Martin, when anybody of color passed away, what they said about this whole ICE situation. You should be able to pull up all those receipts of all those people and see how they said something or didn't that was against company guidelines, and they kept their job. So Now that sounds like a HR equal opportunity complaint, because the thing is if everybody has freedom of speech, but then you're picking and choosing who you gonna do. It was like, this is here we go. Let me see. I gotta see this guy. Damn, he came back. Charlotte's like, oh my God, we outnumber you. Who, bro? You outnumber who? Who do you outnumber?
And even if you do, y'all probably will kill each other before you do anything to us.
It was just like,
And
who do
here's
you
the thing.
outnumber?
Here's
You
the
got
thing that
77
everybody always
MAGA voters
forgets when it
out of
comes to.
340 million people.
Yeah.
I think you need to rerun your numbers.
And the thing is that they always forget is they always include Latinos into their numbers, because whatever census, whatever graph or data or whatever, they always mark Latinos as whites. Always.
The
No,
thing
it's
is like,
actually
who you think?
because Latinos tend to mark themselves as white. And
No,
that
and
is a thing that I experience here, even in Puerto Rico. Like a lot of the times people, because like with tests and studies, like at school and everything, they'll ask you like, oh, what's your ethnicity and all that sort of stuff. People will often mark white because, skin color lightness, right?
but that's
No,
the
and
thing. Like they
sometimes the thing
always.
is that they'll be looked at differently if they do market it as white. Because there
Exactly
is
that too.
racist ownership. So a lot of people put that they're white. When it as for the demographic, some people just don't put anything. And a lot of people will just be like, you know what? I'm white.
And even then, before 1954, Hernandez versus Texas, they've always included us as whites. They didn't want us to be indigenous because that's what we really are, and they have always included our numbers. And ever since then, ever since Hernandez versus Texas, that's when they added ethnicity.
The census did not only have white and black, because there was Native Americans here the whole fucking time.
Exactly. And 2/3 was part of Mexico.
I was just like,
I want to.
Go ahead,
I
Jesse.
want to make something. I want to make something super clear to the guy that thinks that she's in a majority. I need you to understand that there's a lot of people that vote Republican that are just because they're uneducated and unknowledgeable, or just like they believe that they're part of a lineage. My daddy was a Republican. My granddaddy was a Republican. They're not hardcore MAGA constituents, right? And a lot of these people that go out here and voice these things is because they believe that they have some security in their safety in order to voice their opinions, because they don't think that there's going to be any backlash. They're not going to be susceptible to any violence, right? And that's the reason why you have this backlash about Charlie Kirk, this demand that it's like you have to be acknowledging that this was sad and that we need to tone things down and we need to cool things off and all that. Because for once, the violence that perpetually faces Black people, immigrants getting ripped away from their homes, women out here getting raped and sexually assaulted, like the violence that is met on these marginalized communities all the time, for a snippet of a second was something you imagine, oh shit, I could have been in Charlie Kirk's shoes. I don't like this. So all that bullshit gum bumping about, if you want to come take my gun, you're going to take it from my cold dead hands. At the end of the day, you don't understand what this violence looks like. You don't understand. You guys haven't served. You haven't been to war. You haven't seen the consequences of this shit. You will be shitting and pissing your pants. You're not a Rambo.
The government
you're not
wants
a hero.
your guns,
you're a fucking coward.
Also, if the government wants your guns, they'll
and,
get your shit, bro.
You're a coward that likes to come on a little Twitch or a TikTok little lives and hide behind your fake avatar and spout some shit off in the comment section and then run along.
Look at the guy that came in.
You're not a hero. You're not a Rambo. You ain't standing on shit.
Look at the guy that came in.
Fan, you would run like a coward and hide.
And that's the thing that's the most alarming part about it. Because the thing is like, I'm a military veteran. I got training. I'm not gonna say I'm prepared for all of this, but the thing is I actually have some training in like clearing a building or clearing a house. I have training on how to go into a place. I don't do the whole I'm a hunter and I'm doing shit from like 300 yards away. That shit is not gonna work for all of y'all. Cause the thing is the deer don't shoot back. It's just like, it's not even just urban training. It's just training at all that you get through the military, which teaches you how to defend yourself, teaches you how to prepare, and how to acknowledge what threats are and make a threat assessment. For these people, their threat assessment is a deer that is like 300 yards away or less, that they miss half of the time, don't get anything out of it, and then they think they're going to be badass when somebody is actually firing back at them. This isn't the same situation. You don't get that training. This isn't Call of Duty. Like, this isn't fucking Call of Duty. You ain't gonna respawn, my dude. There's no respawn points here. It's not like, oh damn, he got me. Let me
There's
try
no
again.
trophy
No,
system
bro.
on
There's
this
no.
one, bro.
I'm just like, it's
telling you.
crazy that people don't understand that. Like, it's funny because the thing is these people that live in the middle of nowhere that are always the ones that'll be like, oh my God, I can't stand these cities. They got too many people. And you're going to do
Why
what?
you in the city, though?
You couldn't even survive in the city because you saw too many people. And then you really think you're going to survive if you come up against them? Like, how stupid do you really, like?
Hating on people because you got social anxiety, bro. Come on.
Why is it the same people that when they see a black person walking by, they got to reach for locking the doors in their car real quick, but then they're going to come and tell me that there's going to be a civil war and they're going to the white race is going to flow through the country and we're going to take it. Get the fuck off the gas, bro.
It's like, the crazy thing is just like, this is the thought process that they have, but they fail to realize that the person that took out Charlie Kirk was somebody that they thought was on their side.
Well, I mean, I think it's important for them to go and watch that video again, because when you see that blood spurting out of his neck, that's what we're talking about, right? When you want to these memes about civil war and, oh, there's going to be violence, these liberals are going to come and get you. Like, that's the kind of world you're advocating for, is for that exact thing that happened there. That's what it looks like. That's what it looks
That's
like.
what it looks like, everybody.
Secretary has the best statement right here. I can't pin it, but he just said they got to cross the street when they see a black man, but they sure going to fight now.
Bruh.
The way that I see him is like basically a little chihuahua trying to bark at the big dog.
I want them to understand that in our American schools, when they get shot up and the kids are, massacred, man, that's what it looks like. The blood spurts out of them just like that.
Exactly. And most of the time,
you want, the blood is going to spurt out of your wife and your children, and your friends and your neighbors and your all your buddies. That's what it's going to look like. You're not going to just, like you said, it's not a Call of Duty match where when you lose someone, they fall down and blink and disappear.
And that's what I mean, because like I know so many people who live with the whole, all 2A up, like all Second Amendment up, and I'm like, bro, it's okay if you want a gun, but just because you want one doesn't mean that everybody got to be packing, because we don't know when you're finna blast.
Is the fact that they think that everybody isn't packing. That's the funny part, because the thing is they're like, oh my God, liberals, they don't own weapons, they don't have guns. Okay, try it. Try them. See if they don't. They swear that they're the only ones. They swear that because they are tough, because they have a weapon. They think that other people ain't tough and have weapons also.
And so now they want to go for arming teachers, and I'm like, bro, that's not gonna do anything. If anything, if you arm a teacher, I already know how it's gonna go down. Like, armed teacher, a shooting happens. The teacher's gonna freak out, tell everybody to stay in one place. He's gonna go out there, try to figure it out himself with his own gun. Somebody's gonna come out running out the hall, and he's gonna shoot an innocent person.
It's not even that. It's just like there's no safety in the teacher having the weapon either. What, they're going to have it on a holster the whole time? So you mean to tell me no kid is going to try it? Like, let me hold that, teacher. Like,
heck,
come on,
even
man.
in Phoenix, there was a high school that I used to go to. They have metal detectors. Like, they check everything. A student still got stabbed because of scissors.
Mm-hmm.
That the school already had.
I grew up in New York City. There was a bunch of schools that had metal detectors. There were certain schools that's where they sent the troublemakers. The people that
And
got
that's
kicked out of
and
their other schools got sent to those certain high schools, and those certain
and
high.
that's so
Funny how
crazy
it
to
was
me.
named Martin Luther King Jr. You notice that? That's the crazy part.
That's
I
so
always found
crazy
that
to me
interesting.
because like I in my
Shoot,
schools I never grew up with the concept of having a metal detector in my school. We never thought of that. Like that was never a thing. But like like as I grew up, I started like hearing how schools in the U.S. have metal detectors and they've like had them for a while. And I'm like, but why? I think I think if your schools need metal detectors, there may be a gun problem.
No,
And the
but
thing
that's the
is
thing.
that
In New
like,
York City, there isn't a gun problem,
and the
and we
thing is
still
that
have metal detectors.
And
Go
with
ahead,
this
Joe.
school,
Well, we
they've
do
never
because of
had metal
Bloomberg.
detectors. This
No,
was the
yeah.
very first year they placed the metal detectors, and this happened. And that's cool. I went to that school. That area has a nickname. It's called Schmurderville as their nickname,
What the
and
fuck?
because of the area in Phoenix of where it is, all of the white people on the east side of the valley, they're afraid of that school and that school district. They're afraid of Phoenix Union High School District, and that's just how it is. But I went there, nothing ever happened. We never had any
What
gun
up,
violence,
Eugene?
nothing like that. And
Is
it's kind of funny.
it's just that it's the excuse because the thing is just like nobody wants to have their weapons taken away. I don't want that. I'm a Second Amendment user too. The thing is I want better restrictions. I want better ways of being to understand that the person that was able to purchase this was actually verified to be able to do it. Because the thing is a quick background check. It's like, oh, quick background check. Oh, you haven't committed any crimes. Are you in the mental health state to own a weapon?
Exactly.
Because the thing is I don't have to commit any crime. But it's just like, damn, it's just like, all right, are you a safe enough person to actually obtain this? Like, yeah, you can obtain it, but are you safe enough to actually do it? It's not, you don't
Yeah.
even have to ban assault weapons, even though I can't agree with that. But at the same time, you don't have to ban any weapons. You just have to make restrictions and better accountability. Because there we go. It's the accountability. That's what I've always
Bullet
said.
control.
Bullet control, hell no.
Chris Rock, right?
That's crazy. Yeah. But that's the thing. It's just like it's the accountability factor. That's what it is. Because the thing is when you have these incidents that happen, who gets held accountable? If it's a kid doing it, that should be the parents that should be held accountable because they weren't responsible enough to make sure that that weapon wasn't obtainable by their kids. But we don't see that happen everywhere. They'll just be like, oh my God, this was a sad incident. And then you know what that happens? It just goes away and you never hear about it again. But you never hear about you don't hear about the kid because most of the time you see these people are still alive. Then they go through trial and all this stuff. But then the parents never get the blame because if they were underage, how did they get the weapon? Because you can't buy a weapon if you're under 18. So if a person under 18 is doing it, that means that somebody did something illegal to obtain that weapon, meaning the parent didn't lock it up or didn't have it in a safe place to have it, and that's what caused it. But there's no talk about that. In that whole sentence, did you hear me say anything about taking away people's guns?
Nope.
Well, I mean,
Exactly.
I'm trying to square the logical dissonance that Republicans have when it comes to, teachers. Like, let me make sure I got this right. Okay, we can't trust teachers to teach pronouns in school as part of the English language. We can't trust teachers to explain what your no-no zones are, and if someone touches you in one of your no-no zones, then you should notify an adult. We can't trust teachers to have some kind of moral or ethical argument to say, you know what, some families have a mommy and a daddy, some have just a mommy and no daddy, and some families have two mommies, and that's okay. We can't have them moralizing toward children that way. What we can do is we can make teachers the divine arbiters of lethal justice with a fucking gun in your school. We can give them the authority to decide that. It's almost as if that teachers aren't
That's a
teaching
good
your
point.
kids something dangerous. It's almost as if you do
Imagine if
trust the
Jimmy didn't
teachers
turn in
to
his
protect your
homework on
children.
time.
Well, I don't want to get into that kind of stuff, man. But I'm just saying, like, you're trusting the teacher to have this weapon that they're going to be able to decide, well, that kid's a threat, and I'm going to take them out with my pistol. but you can't trust them enough to like teach your
What?
kids about what sexual abuse is.
The thing
Like,
is why not just teach kids? Why not just put kids through boot camp when they start school?
we're getting there,
That's
right?
what you see what I'm saying.
Pretty much.
That's what it's leading to. It was just like y'all want to put weapons in the schools. So what? So y'all can train the kids how to use the weapons at an early age. Like y'all want everybody to have a weapon, but then y'all mad when certain people have weapons. But at the same time, it gets looked at because the thing is there's still racial profiling. If me, a person of color, walks around with a weapon holstered, they're gonna think I'm up to no good. That's the first thought process. Shit, there's a guy that walks around. There's a guy that walks around with a rifle in my neighborhood. It's free to do.
What the fuck?
He's legal to do it. It's legal for him to do it. And he walks around with it, and he's a person of color. And that's what makes me laugh so much. Because it's just like he does it on purpose.
Man,
Like, just to walk
what
around
you
with a thing on his
doing?
back just like this. And he just
You
goes
playing
about
with your
his
life,
day.
sir.
Hey.
But the thing is everybody knows he does that. But that's the thing, is to like get people used to the fact that, hey, he can also carry. You don't have to conceal carry here.
Shit, you know what I could do?
Just like,
I'm gonna move to Utah and get a
because the first
bazooka.
time I seen a
And
dude, I was just like, is this dude really carrying? And I was out with my family, so I got concerned. But then I just saw
yeah,
his demeanor, and it was just like, this dude just walking around just to walk around with this shit. He doesn't mean no harm or anything. He just wants to show people I can pack too.
Yeah, but
yeah, bro.
let's make it crystal clear though. That guy is not allowed to do that in all places. Here's some
Yeah.
places he's not allowed to do that.
Mm-hmm.
He's not allowed to go to the police station and do that.
Yeah.
He's not allowed to go to the courtroom and do that. He's
No,
not
yeah.
allowed to go to the Trump rally and do that. It's almost as if everywhere that I am more susceptible to government oppression and violence against me, those are the places I
You can't have a
explicitly am
weapon.
told I'm not allowed to have that weapon. You're only allowed to have that weapon in order to impose some kind of threat on your community or the broad social strata at large. That's when you're allowed to have your weapon.
I'm gonna
That's
get a
who you're
rocket
allowed to
launcher and
oppress.
walk around the neighborhood with it.
Secretary said a teacher slapped a kid in my kid's class and got fired, and people want them to be armed too. It was like, have y'all
You
seen
gonna
some of these
pistol whip
kids?
little bro, bruh. That's crazy.
Yo, sit your ass down. Yo, that'd be
Bob.
Well, I mean, it's kind of like the
God
the
damn.
abortion argument. Like
That's-
everyone complains about these abortions that happen before birth. I say that we're doing it wrong. We should have after birth abortions.
You
Have
know
it go
what's
up to about the age of 18, right? Because
you know what's something that I need
then
to
these
like
kids will
look
get right,
into?
right?
I need to look
Like, hey,
into
did you do
something
your
because
homework,
somebody
little
told
Timmy?
me.
No, we might have to take a trip down to the clinic. You know what I mean? Like, do your homework.
Somebody told me that apparently they were like we did more abortions than there are humans like alive last year. And I was like, what the fuck is that? Where did you even get that statistic? That was my first question. I was like, what
Bro,
the fuck?
these people will come up with anything. Didn't Donald Trump say that 300 million people died off of drugs last year?
Yes.
Bro,
Bruh.
where?
Isn't that the amount of
Just
people
came
there
out with
are
that.
alive in the US right
Bro,
now?
where?
Or
There's 340 million of us. So we had double this population.
we lost
Then
half of
if-
there's only 10 million people left?
like, you mean to
Nah.
tell me that we had double the amount of people we had in this country last year? I was like, that's a lot of immigrants that y'all trying to claim now. That's a lot of fucking immigrants y'all trying to claim. Like, I understand y'all can't find any, but damn, 300? Like, what was it that I think when they stopped like the fentanyl numbers that came in from Canada, wasn't it like 40 pounds?
It was literally like 1
I
gram,
was just
bro.
like, just like these people will find the most obnoxious and fucking ridiculous statistics to try to push on the people. But the thing is like I said, these people don't listen. These people don't care. They don't pay attention to none of that. How are you going to tell me 300 million people died? Off of what? Like,
Well, the majority of fentanyl
damn.
in this country is manufactured in the United States by U.S. pharmaceutical companies, and it's sold at pharmacies. Their
Isn't
problem with
that
fentanyl
just like
is not that they have a problem with the drug itself; it's that they have a problem with the fucking competition.
Yeah.
Mm.
300 million who voted the movie. Yo, the man, like if you would have said 30 million, even that's wild. But still, 300 million. So we had double the population. Because then, if you want to talk about you want to cut fucking resources and shit, because we got too many people, that would have been legitimate. Well, it still wouldn't have been legitimate, but I would have understood a bit more. But
don't forget that Elon Musk is also tracking all the dead ones too.
oh yeah,
Elon's Musk.
With Social Security, remember?
Oh fucking he's tracking John Smith and Pocahontas and them.
Of the 250-year-old.
Yeah, John Smith and Pocahontas. That's who he was tracking, John Smith and Pocahontas. Because they came over on the Mayflower and they started paying fucking Social Security once they landed.
That
and it's so crazy because weren't like white Republicans the ones hooked on meth and shit like not that long ago?
That's when it becomes an issue. That's when it became an issue, right? That's when it becomes an issue because look at the black community when they infiltrated and put all this
the crack epidemic.
It was okay because it was only happening to people of color, and then what happened?
It was just a moral failing.
Yeah. Then it was just like, oh, it's terrible people because they're made to be criminals, right? That's what they said. But then when it started happening to the white community, oh shit. Look at this H problem we have. You look at RFK with his I'm gonna talk like this nonsense. I was just like, what happened? When it started going into their communities, they were like, oh shit, we got to do something about this. But when it was another community, they were awfully fucking quiet. Because in New York City, when it was like that, it was awfully fucking quiet. Then all of a sudden, damn, it's starting to get into these communities. These people are starting to buy it. Oh no, we got to change the law. Now we got to make it that for a small amount, you spend at least 10 years in there. I was like, wow, that's crazy. I was just like, y'all didn't have this before. But now that it's infiltrating to different communities, all of a sudden you have this big concern of like, oh my God, we shouldn't be doing this. This is we have to do something about it. It's all it is. That's all it is, and it's been proven. But then you'll have a person like Charlie Kirk saying that, oh my God, this is terrible. They're bringing it into our communities. No, the fuck we not. Y'all brought it into your own communities. Y'all don't even want us in those communities. So how the fuck we brought it in there?
Yeah, Becky. What the fuck?
It was like that. It was like that with AIDS.
Yep.
When it was a predominantly, an affliction that was almost entirely centered in the homosexual community. Mm-hmm. Ronald Reagan was perfectly fine with letting hundreds of thousands of gay men die. The continent of Africa to this day is ravaged by AIDS.
Oh,
you have some communities in Africa where the birth rate, 1 in 3, 1 in 4 children are born with AIDS from birth. Mm-hmm. Like nobody gave a fuck until Magic Johnson came out. And they said, oh, shit, a rich, well-to-do, affluent, straight man, he can get that shit?
And there was a bunch of others that started coming out with it, too. And it was just like, all of a sudden, I was just like, so this was a problem with I guess you could call it the LGBTQ plus community back then. But then all of a sudden, straight men came out with it. So how were you straight if it was only in that community? You notice how they never asked that question?
No, that was the thing. That was the thing for a hot minute. The whole thing was that if you were considered straight,
like, Magic Johnson, I thought you were
just on the low.
Straight. But
and it was only the gay men. It wasn't even the women. And then all of a sudden, women was added after what?
After the straight males started popping up rampantly, I was just
exactly.
It's only ever a problem when it actually starts to touch your community.
Mm-hmm.
That answers the question about why they don't care about meth. Well, it's because the meth is starting to actually impact the poor white trailer park community. Mm-hmm. That's why. And it's like that right now with the Arkansas farmers. Like that was a thing that was trending for a second here, and then of course Charlie Kirk thing happened. We'd all just kind of forgot about it.
Yep.
But these people are out here crying. I voted for pain and harm to happen to everyone else. It was supposed to be immigrants had their families ripped apart. Not you're going to come rip my farm up. Mm-hmm. It was black people were supposed to know their place, and black women need to be subservient. They don't have enough brain power to operate at the same equivalency as the white man.
That statement
and it was
wild as fuck.
It was I can't see a pilot and be sure that they have the qualifications.
That
and he said that while being friends with Candace too.
Well, let's not. I don't want to just attribute that to Charlie Clark, though. That is
no. It's not. But the thing is,
belief of MAGA.
I know, but the thing is that's the thing is like he was one of the ones that exemplified it and made it louder. That was the thing. It was just like this is part of their whole community. But the thing is he was the one that actually decided to say this out loud because he had the backing and he thought he was safe. That's what it was, because you notice that all these other MAGA will never say something like that out loud. They'll be hateful, they'll be mad, but they'll never say anything like he did. Like to say that black women don't have the brain power, yet you had Kamala Harris in the position that she had.
They'll say it's DEI, bro.
But how do they describe why Harris was where she was? It was because she was blowing some guy to become the attorney general in California. That's their narrative, right? She didn't deserve it. She didn't earn it.
It was always to discredit.
It was a man gave it to her.
Mm-hmm. Whereas you have his third wife ended up coming here on the Einstein visa, right?
That's what it is.
Einstein,
it's just a way to. She was giving some Einstein, all right. That's what the fuck she was doing. That's how the fuck she got that visa. She was giving that Einstein, all right. That shit was next level. That was fucking transcending type shit she must have been doing. It was like, damn, this shit's so good, I'm gonna give you a visa.
Do it like this.
No questions asked. Like, damn, like shit. That was some life-altering shit, literally. Literally, that shit changed his whole life.
It was for an old man.
Shit, that shit.
I do like this, Donald.
Oh, it's just like that's crazy. It was just like it's the hypocrisy sometimes that gets me the most with these people. Because
I
just
call
like
this one Harvard.
Bro, it's just the fact that that's all the shit that they do. It's just the fucking no. Because the thing is, it's like the reason I don't believe and I stopped believing in MAGA and I don't really care for MAGA is just like the certain level of hypocrisy is crazy. Because you want to tell me, look, whenever anybody tells me that this orange man is fucking a Christian, I about lose my fucking mind.
Mm-hmm.
The man that's been married how many times?
Cheated on all three wives.
Cheated on all three? Like you mean to tell me that the orange man Donald Trump was fucking the Christian of Christians, right?
And don't forget his first wife.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. It's just like that's the part that is just like it makes it more thing, because the thing is these people are trying to make it like, oh my God, everyone's attacking Charlie Kirk. If you notice, there are some wrong people that were laughing at the death. Those people are wrong. Those people are just wrong. Like, I didn't like the dude. I didn't care for the dude, but I didn't wish hatred upon. I don't wish hatred upon anybody. Well, I hate one person. That's one person I hate. But that's a whole different story. But besides that, on everybody else, I'm not going to wish any kind of harm to a person. The thing is that the fact that you want to... the angst. It was just like the fact that you want to bring up all these different scenarios to make it seem like this guy is doing something right. It's just crazy when it's just hatred that's being spewed. You are being like the ignorance of MAGA to not understand that they're being gaslit. Like that's the part that is just like crazy to me. You are being gaslit by your own fucking supposed president. He's gaslighting you into stupidity and they are just falling for it. Because Donald Trump is just basically gaslighting them like, hey, if something happens, you should be violent back. Excuse me, bro? I was just like I said, and that's why I said that with that video. It was just like, how many of these people got bail money?
The thing I hate about it, like I'll speak on this as a white person, right? The problem I have with MAGA is that it's comprised of the most fucking mediocre white people that you could ever imagine. That's what irritates me about it. instead of
Yes, amen to that.
actually standing up and representing yourself and getting out there and working hard so that the black woman that's going to come and take your slot you're so fucking worried about. Like, maybe instead of trying to stand on your proximity to whiteness as being the only validating part of your personality, which is the reason why you make MAGA a stand-in for your personality. That you got to fly the flags and wear the hat and read your Trump Bible and eat your Trump cereal and
Ew, bro.
worship a man who wouldn't piss on you if you were on fire. And there's probably a
Ew,
pretty
you
good
just give me
chance
the
if you had
idea
a
of
12-year-old
Trump
daughter
lakes.
that he would assault her. That's the person that you want to put your Volk behind. And you do it because you have to stand by this white identity because you are weak
The thing is that
and
and
you're
that's why I
scared.
say that's why I say it's the bitch assness that they have, because it's just like you. It was just like I don't take MAGA seriously because of the fact that during Obama's administration, Obama was the best president we've had this fucking generation, hands
Yep.
down. I don't want to hear no arguments. There can't be no arguments to it. Nobody spoke as eloquent as this man. Nobody had the respect of a room walking in. Barack Obama never got booed wherever he went.
But his tan pants.
Well, yeah, tan suit.
Put
Be
mustard
mad at the
on a
fact.
hot
He was
dog.
flying that tan suit. Though.
Yeah, exactly. Be mad at the fact that a man looked good in a fucking suit because you couldn't look good in the fucking
Bro,
suit.
Obama should run again and this time go in a fucking pink trench coat.
Yes.
Go some Killer Cam shit, just a pink mink,
Some Adidas sweatshirts.
A pimp named
Adidas
Slipback, bro.
sweatsuit,
an
man.
Adidas sweatsuit, just like Run
Easy, dude.
DMC. He's gonna be.
Yeah.
It was just like they made. Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. It was just like this man was that's the thing. The world respected this man. The world respected Obama. Even these white racists respected Obama, even though they couldn't stand him. They was like, damn, I want to dislike this dude because he's black, but I ain't got no other fucking reason to do so.
Right.
Well, I mean, but let's keep it 100. If Obama did 1/100th of the shit that Trump did,
Yeah.
they would be from the mountaintops. I mean, could you imagine
But that's the
if
thing,
the
though.
story came out that like Obama was sneaking out on Michelle with a porn star that was smacking his ass with a magazine, a Time magazine with Obama's picture on it, was spanking him with it. Like, could
But
you
that's the
imagine?
thing, though.
Well,
Obama
you
did
know
do
how
like a
those
fraction of
people
the things
are.
he
You know
did,
how
though.
that would be the
Obama
narrative. Oh,
Obama did do
black people, they can't be faithful to their wives. That's why there's a problem with fatherlessness in the black community and blah 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 blah. That's exactly what they come out and say. But when Donald Trump does 100 times that shit, they're just like, well, man's got to get his dick wet. What can you do? It is what it is.
The thing is,
It's ridiculous.
Or they call it locker room talk.
yeah.
Oh, there you go.
There-
It's just guys shooting the shit locker room talk.
the thing is, I think the reason why they hated Obama so much was that every single stereotype that you can throw at a black man, this man disproved.
Yep.
That's why
From
they
the,
hated him even more. Because
He came back with milk.
every single thing these people could try to come up with to say, oh, black people do this. Obama didn't. Black people did this. Obama didn't. Black people can't account to or amount to anything. The man graduated out of Harvard.
To the point that even people didn't really think that he was black in general. They were questioning his blackness.
They wouldn't even give him credit for being black. Like, he is half white.
Exactly. See?
Because they tried to, their narrative went out the window. It was just like we were trying to make this as divisive as possible to make it seem like he was divisive, but he included everybody. He wanted everybody to succeed. He didn't say, oh, only black people gonna get Obamacare.
Nope.
He said everybody in the country getting this. I was just like, everybody's gonna get it. Did it help? At some
and they
points,
still
it's
didn't want
depending. And they still didn't want to be covered and thing. I was just like, why you think you still broke? Because you went to the doctor and now you owe 3 months rent just for your hospital bill.
Man.
I mean, I can't prove it, right? But I firmly believe in my heart, like, we have such a racist country that if Obama was darker skinned, I don't think he would have won.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
You're right.
I think
I
that
didn't even.
part of
I
the
didn't
reason
think
he
about
won
that.
is because he
Didn't
came
even
off
think
as
about
like
that.
he's an affable, he's a nice guy, he's well spoken. You know, if Obama had come out and been, you know, acting with any kind of hood tendencies at all, there's a lot of white liberals in this country that would have
Yep.
been like,
Lost
you
their
know, I can
minds,
get
yeah.
behind the emancipation of a black man wanting to become president and showing that look at how we've advanced as a country, but he's a little too black. So I'm
Leroy
gonna,
Obama would never have sniffed the White House. Leroy Obama would never have gotten there.
Jesse Jackson was too black.
Yeah.
that's right.
But that's the thing. They didn't have a person that was like eloquent enough to talk it, and that's what it was. These people were doing this stuff, and it's Booker and Jeffries. I don't want to hear about those two. Those are the biggest pieces of shit that we have in fucking Democrats. Those two are pieces of shit. Like Booker, full of shit. Jeffries with his fucking hand gestures and always talking with his fucking hands. It was like, bro, all these people do is talk straight up fucking nonsense and don't do anything.
Don't do a damn thing.
Cory Booker gonna talk about, oh, we need to do some good trouble, but then you're gonna sign off with Israel. Shut your bitch ass up. I don't want to hear no nonsense. I was just like, you're not gonna be telling me that you support the American people, but you okay with funding some other country to have universal health care and free college.
But you got to remember, those are the only black people they'll allow in leadership. The Maxine Waterses of the world and the Al Greens of the world will never become leaders in that party because they're too about real stuff, man.
No, I understand it. Oh, I see what you're saying, facetious. Here's like pointing out the lightness as black people because they light skinned. I was just like, but then you have what's the Republican Byron something. His
Byron
dumbass,
Donald.
yeah, Byron.
Yeah.
No, I was just
Running
like,
for Florida governor.
come on.
He'll never win an office. Never, ever, ever.
I was like, bro,
that's
they
the
didn't
guy
even
who
put his
said,
ass in a
that's the
fucking
guy who
cabinet
said
position.
that-
He was the one
Isn't
kissing
that
so
the guy
much
who
ass
said
and
that
he
they,
got
they
nothing.
should bring slavery back?
No, it wasn't that
Something
one.
stupid like that.
I
Something
think
sounded
he
like
said
that.
something. He said something. He didn't say it directly like that because you know
Oh
they
no,
never
he said
talk in
he
straight
said
ways.
he would own some slaves.
Or some, I don't know.
Hey, Cruz.
It wouldn't
I-
surprise me.
Cruz,
Shit.
It's all the same thing.
Cruz, I got news for you though, Cruz.
What's up?
Guess what happened in Virginia?
What happened
What?
in Virginia?
They got a black female Republican running for governor.
Oh,
Black.
that's gonna be
female-
interesting.
Black female Republican, visibly black female Republican, not light skinned now. Black female.
That's gonna be
Republican
interesting.
running against a blonde white female Democrat for governor in Virginia. Those are two candidates.
That's interesting. That should be interesting.
That's gonna be real
That-
interesting.
I know those
And
white
the
liberal
polls- the
men,
polls are
their
mad
minds
close.
is
The
just
polls are
like
mad close right now.
those white liberal men are losing their minds right now. I can only imagine how mad Virginia is right now. Like, hold on, you mean to tell me it's a white woman against a black woman? There's no men? What am I supposed
And the
to do?
roles are switched.
It was like, what am I supposed to do?
Yeah.
Are shaking in their boots.
I was just like, the thing is like, it doesn't, like, at this point, what this country needs to start paying attention to is it doesn't matter what the person looks like or what they fucking say they're behind. It's what they've done. I'm tired of this bullshit of just listening to people because it's like, oh, I'm running Democrat. I'm running fucking Republican. Nah, fuck all that shit. What have you done? What have you done for the community that you actually say that you're going to help? Because the thing is all these people like Jeffries and fucking thing, they talk all that good talk to make it seem like they do it. Remember, if you're in Congress, you can say whatever the hell you want and you can't be held liable for it.
Not anymore.
Well, I mean, that's one of the things I love about your community, man, and I love your advocacy on here. Because, like, this is a discussion we need to start having now. Like one of the main problems that I guess liberals in general, Democrats, whatever you want to call them, is pretending like the only thing that matters is these every 4 years go out and vote for president.
Mm-hmm.
Like, no, we should be out here primarying all these center-right Democrats that are kind of like, well, you know, we're going to go ahead and vote for the agenda that Donald Trump wants to push. But when he gets a little too racist or says something a little too sexist, we're going to wear a purple pin or purple hat or whatever the fuck it was they were trying to do. Like, Like we're just gonna do some performative outrage bullshit. We're gonna sit and clap or boo during the State of the Union, like Nancy Pelosi's gonna stand up and rip up some papers in the back or whatever. Like let's get these people out of office and start replacing them with people that are actually going to satisfy our desires, our demands.
And that's
And
like,
please, for the
now.
love of God, may they not be 100,000 years old.
I don't care about any of that because Bernie Sanders is one of the top people that I could think of.
I understand Bernie Sanders, but the thing is Bernie Sanders has been in there for too long, and the thing is you haven't been able to make waves. Bernie Sanders, I'm sorry, you old, bro. You don't know technology. He's trying to reach out to the younger community now, but it's the next generation that's taking over. It's technology that's taking over for people. So you have these people who's just like, look, if you pass the retirement age that y'all put in place, why the fuck are you still working in Congress? If there's a retirement age, you should be retired. Get the fuck out. Plain and simple. It's not about term limits. You can be as old as you want, but if you hit retirement age, it's time for you to retire out of Congress too. I shouldn't have somebody that has, like, didn't they have a representative from Florida that was in a fucking home? Which one was it?
Yeah.
The one that was still in the fucking home that couldn't fucking vote. Because she was still in the
she was
fucking
one representative, bruh, that she like disappeared for like 4 months, and it turns out she was in a fucking fucking home.
It was just like these, and you mean to tell me this person still had a seat? You mean to tell me there was no special election made for a person that couldn't even do their job? So you mean to tell me this person was collecting their fucking checks while not even being able to be present?
Yeah, and it was for 6 months too.
Yes.
We had an election almost 10 years ago where one of the candidates was dead, and they still voted him in because they just vote along party lines, and that was the guy that
That's crazy.
What the fuck?
Like, and they had to have a special election.
Term limits. I do agree with. It was just like, look, if the president could only serve 2 terms, you should only be able to serve 2 terms.
How does Mitch McConnell still have a job?
How does Chuck Schumer still have a job? How does Nancy Pelosi still have a job?
Listen, he keeps freezing, and I'm waiting until the day he hits a system error and falls, bro.
But the thing is that what people don't realize is because people continue to vote for those people. Why? Because the people that support them have the money to do that. Because the thing is look at what's happening with Zoran right now. Mamdani. He wants to say hi again,
mayor, bro.
What's up, Cam?
I'm not even in New York.
My question is, like, I understand in New York, like, we have a more liberal-leaning advocacy. It's a lot easier to reach out that message. You have a more educated populace that's more open and has been destigmatized to what would be considered in American politics radical ideas, to where they can get through that and say, just because you say communist or socialist or whatever, like, I'm immediately going to start clutching my pearls and getting scared. I'm going to listen to what he has to say.
You notice that the thing is the biggest problem that these people have is people that actually talk about fixing the rest of society.
But the thing is, why don't we have Mandanis in every single major country across every single major city across the country?
Because the thing
where is that springboard?
It's the fact that most of these people get disheartened and don't want to do it. That's kind of some of the reasons why I don't want to run for politics. Because the thing is that means I have to have enough funding to compete against these people. And these people being those rich
politicians. Come on, man. He took out Cuomo.
Yeah, but Cuomo,
all that was money behind it.
He had it easy though. Cuomo, everybody in New York already knew that Cuomo had to resign from being the governor. Cuomo was a bad fucking pick for them regardless. You pick somebody that we already got rid of. You see what I'm saying? So Donnie had a better chance with that because it's like you decided to think that you were going to compete against him when you had a person that had sexual assault claims and got verified and had to resign the fucking governor seat because of what he did. There was no way in hell that dude was going to beat Mamdani. And then the other guy you got is fucking the guy from the the Guardian Angels. I was just like, it was two people from the fucking community that are actually out there taking the community. It was just like that APAC money is hard to beat. Cause look, the biggest thing that I show is fucking Mike Johnson. Mike Johnson is from the state of Louisiana. Johnson made $19 million. He got $19 million in donations to run in Louisiana.
Mhm.
4 million of that was from the state of Louisiana. 15 million was from out of state.
Right.
So this
APAC is
man got an
powerful.
extra,
APAC is
yeah, and
powerful.
that's what I'm saying. It's hard to Mamdani, the thing is the voice he has is the thing is that he's from New York City. He's raised in New York City. The man lives in a controlled apartment in New York City. So he has actually been through the struggle and people understand the struggle because it's like, yo, this dude is actually like me. It was just like when he talks, it's just like, this is the same shit I go through. You can't tell me
Yeah, he was
Cuomo
very
can't say that.
relatable.
And that's the thing. He's
Outside from
relatable.
around the way.
Bruh,
This
could
dude
you
is.
imagine
I see him
Republicans
taking
start
the
making
subway all the
industry
time.
plants? Could you imagine Republicans start making industry
They
plants
already
acting like they've
have.
been broke?
Who you think Mike Johnson is? That's a plant. Because you're not going to tell me that
Damn.
your state only gave you $4 million, but the rest of the country somehow gave you 15, and nobody knew who the fuck you were outside of the state, and you made $15 million in donors? That's crazy. I was just like, that's somebody that got put in
JD
there.
Vance is a plant.
He got paid by Peter
Oh,
Thiel,
yeah.
basically. It was just like, these people are plants because they know it's just like, bro, I just paid $15 million for you. You gonna pay me back. It ain't gonna be the money,
Right.
but when I need this bill pushed, you know
Right.
what you gonna do. That's all it is, and that's what people need to realize. If a person got elected strictly off of the money they got off of their donations, and it wasn't from the people within their own state, you got to start questioning these people. Anybody that got more money from out of state than in state, and they won, it was just like, bro, who bought you? Because that's what it is. It's them being bought. It's not them doing what they do. But the thing is what? It's a big difference. Because see, look, me, I go for Congress, right? I only make, let's say, $2 million. And my opponent is a Republican that APAC or anybody else wants to sponsor, and they got $13 million. I'm not going to be able to run as many commercials as that person. And what do these older generation people do? They watch their TV. So they're going to see their people on TV. They're not going to go on Facebook to see an ad. They're not going to go on YouTube or TikTok to see an ad about me talking about how I can fix their fucking community and their state. They're going to listen to the person that was like, damn, I seen this guy on TV all the time. I don't know who the fuck he is, but I do see him a lot. So when they go to the voting thing, they're going to be like, oh, Cruz? Who the fuck is Cruz? I never seen this dude before. I've seen this guy's name. I don't know what he has to do, but they're going to vote for it. And that's the problem because people ain't paying attention to that. People are paying attention to the big names and not what have you done? What have you actually done for the community?
That's how DeSantis won Florida. He had more money from out of state than he had in state.
The Satan.
Yeah, but see, that's where we fail in our advocacy. Like, you know, we all come in here and it's fun to laugh and clown these MAGA jokers and, you know, have a good time and all that. But like when this live ends and we all walk away from this, your advocacy can't stop there. You need to get involved in your community. You need to get involved on a base level. Like, go contact Democratic, committees in your area.
I already got a kid.
Call DSA. If DSA doesn't exist in your area, start a chapter.
Joshua, I have a kid that I graduated from school with. We got.
But I'm not talking to you now.
No. I'm just saying. But the thing is that kid is going to be the president one day. I'm telling you right now. That kid
Give me
been
his name, bro, so I can vote for bro.
I don't want to give the name yet till he's there, but trust me, y'all gonna see me right next to him. When you see my face and you see him, you gonna know that the same values
I'll take
I
a
have.
Vice President Cruz.
But like this entire system.
So you gonna pay for me to go to Disneyland all the time?
We have a Latino vice president.
That's what you doing, Sagi? You gonna pay for me to go to Disneyland all the time? I'm down. Shit.
This
I'll sit down and do a podcast.
This entire system is only allowed to exist as long as we have a large percentage of the population feels a sense of disenfranchisement and they disengage from everything and just go, my vote don't matter. I'm not educated enough on the issues.
Yes,
I don't know what the
that
difference is
shit.
between the two candidates. It's all the same. All politicians are liars. They ain't gonna do nothing for me. Like as long as people like
That
we make all these
nihilism.
arguments
It's
about
going.
Republicans versus Democrats,
That
but
nihilism
neither
is
one
going
of
to hurt
those
us all,
are the
bro.
majority of voters in this country. The largest constituency
Yeah.
of voters is non-voter.
Yeah.
Like
I mean, hey, in
go talk to your
Arkansas,
neighbor.
That's
Go talk to the guy down the street. Go talk to people that you work with. I mean, depending upon what kind of climate you got at work, because I don't want you to lose your job or nothing. But like,
I do so.
get
I do
involved with
so
your
at work.
church. Get involved with DSA, Democratic Committee, whatever in your area. If that chapter
I
doesn't
do
exist, start
so.
that chapter. Have a book club. Read something that's provocative, that's going to actually
I started what I
Yeah,
started
no,
doing
like I do
is
so.
I started putting my
personalities
2
and offer
cents
other
into
perspectives.
I
Like,
start
do
putting my
something.
2 cents into different platforms like on Facebook, like the community groups. When somebody says something, I'll just interject and say this, but I'll make an elaborate post that break down their ignorance and show
Yeah,
them a better way. And then it's funny because it's like I don't get responses. I was like,
Well,
why?
you
like
got
I
to stop.
usually.
But
that's
I
sometimes
because
we
you
usually
got to
make too
at
walk
much
away
work.
from
sense.
that. Sometimes we got to walk away from that. Like, we've lost 2 elections to a fucking game show host now because we keep
Yeah,
trying to advocate
Jesus.
to some mythical, reasonable Republican Liz Cheney supporter, and we're gonna like drag them back over to our side. And then what happens is we see after every election cycle that these 98% of Republicans that were never Trumpers, and now he's a con man, and I think he's bad for our party. What
I
they
was
do,
a,
they all line up
I was
and
an
they all go
independent.
vote for him anyway.
I was
Oh,
an
I'm an
independent.
yeah.
independent. I'm
I
independent as long as I don't
I
have to
You'd
listen
be a
to a
select.
woman's laugh that I don't like. So,
Nah, I had personal dealings with Donald Trump when I lived in Florida. The guy I used to work for owned his own construction company, and he was a subcontractor. And
well, I
Donald
already
Trump
know how that turned
literally,
out.
yeah, he literally didn't pay the man. Damn near went
ah.
bankrupt trying to get paid.
And yet again,
So
he did it
he
again with the people of the White House of the fucking Rose with the Rose Garden. He did it
yeah.
once more.
He did it to them too.
Like yeah, no,
This
because
guy's ballsy, bro.
now he's saying that the subcontractors did it, like they scraped the pavement, and now
Oh,
he's
so he
telling
did a
a whole
bad
spiel
job.
about it.
It was like that's the thing. The
Yeah,
thing is that that's how he got his shit in New York also. Because the thing is he knew he had money. So when he went and he gets contracts from people, it's from people that he knows he can put under through legal fees. Because the thing is
to
Right.
that's
add,
why I made that statement. It's just like, hey, do you have bail money for all this Civil War talk you talking? Because the thing is if you don't got the money to
what
back yourself, you don't have anything. Donald Trump had the money, so it was just like, hey, I'm gonna hire Cruz to build me a website. I'm gonna build up the website and everything, and then he's gonna be like, oh, I found this wrong. This isn't what I asked for. I don't want to pay for it. I'm not gonna have the money to
Exactly.
litigate him in court to fucking do that. I'm gonna go broke, or I'm not gonna have money. And then what does he do? Because he knows you're gonna drop it. You still made the website.
He's
to add to
still
what
owner
Josh
of
was
it.
saying earlier, like I tend to do that shit at work, and I've already gotten in trouble. Like, well, not in trouble, but like one of the guys from like the area told me like, "Yo, keep it down," because like there was like a federal agent, and he kept looking at you while we were talking about it, and I was like, so like I'm protected under my First Amendment right to talk about whatever the fuck I want. Like,
I
what
was
the
just like,
fuck?
fight me, bro.
But anyway,
Fight me.
no, but anyway, no, like it's important to be mindful about those things. And yes, like if you got to keep your voice low, like keep your voice low because people are sensitive recently. They're acting like snowflakes recently. But yes, like do that. Like speak to people and like tell them what's up. Because like my main issue is not that because I know that people are asleep. I know that. But my problem is that those same people are gonna be freaking out when the shit hits the fan, and then they're gonna be, what? Who could have seen it coming? Who could have seen it coming? And we're all gonna be there like me,
We've been telling you the whole time.
Told you
That's
before to
just
I
do
gotta,
that's
that
just
me.
I,
like
shit.
I gotta disagree with some of that though. Like, I don't think that people are as stupid as we think they are. I think people are uneducated and they're ignorant. And there's a massive gulf of difference between the two. People know they're getting fucked. They understand that. They can look around and they see, the roads are crumbling and their schools are filled with
not all of them
asbestos.
do, because the thing
Not
is,
all of them, right?
I
My advocacy ain't to these people. They're too far gone. I don't care
but
about
that's
them.
the thing is that's the thing, Joshua. The thing is they have nothing to compare it to. And that's why when I would argue with MAGA, I would bring it down to their thought level or their processing, because I would ask people like, so where are you from? What's your upbringing and stuff like that? Because then it allowed me to make that statement to minimize it to something that they would understand. Because the thing is if you live in a city that has funding and it's a bigger city and they have good roads, that's what you used to. If you in one of those poor places that has shit ass roads that is fucking damn craters for potholes and nobody ever fixes them, you think that's how streets are supposed to be. So when somebody tells you we're gonna fix them, they're gonna be like, nah, you not. I don't believe this shit. I like my hole in the thing. I like paying for new rims every couple of months because I fucking drive over the same spot. And that's the thing. It's just like some of them is not. Some of them is just straight up willful ignorance. That's one thing. And others is sometimes they just don't have the thought process because they've never seen better. If you've lived in a trailer park your whole time, you don't know what it is to live in an actual house. So you're going to be...
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I'm a truck driver.
I'm
a truck driver, and I drive through New Mexico all the time, and that they have some of the shittiest roads.
Well, I'm oil field, so you ain't,
bro.
And they vote Republican every time. It's a red state.
I implore you and beg of you, if you want to test bad roads, come to Puerto Rico. You will experience everything. I can give you the worst road I've ever experienced. Go there and you'll know why, bro. Jesus Christ. There's this one road. There's this one road that is literally, guys, there's this one road that's literally fucking 1 kilometer of the entire road.
You sure you're not talking about the Navajo Nation? Because those are how the roads are up there too.
But that's the thing. The places that they don't care for, they don't get the roads. But then that's the thing. If you thinking you driving over cobblestone and it's supposed to be asphalt the whole damn time, that's what you think you used to. That's what you've been living in. That's what your daddy and your daddy's daddy and your daddy's daddy's daddy was fucking driving on. So it's just like, oh, this is just how it's supposed to be. But then when they go and they see a big city, a democratic city, that actually the taxes are higher, wages are higher, and they actually work on fixing the roads, I would be jealous too. I'd be mad as hell. Like, damn, y'all actually have rims on your car? I was like,
dude, there's a road that I actively avoid because it's about to become a sinkhole, and I know it's about to become a sinkhole. They just patched it. They put some shit on top of it. But I know how these people operate. That shit is already dipping again.
And then the people forget that it's just Go ahead.
It's the reason they brought TikTok. It's the reason they brought TikTok back when they did that little one-day ban nonsense bullshit, and everyone on here said, "Okay, I guess I'm gonna go check out this Red Note thing."
And they was like, "Yeah, we can't have that shit."
Was a bunch of Chinese content creators that were going around saying, "Hey, I know in America you're told that China is some third world country, and a bunch of people sitting around eating dogs and all this kind of shit. But like, here's what it actually looks like. And we got 300 kilometer an hour maglev trains, and we got, here's what my city looks like. And you're seeing this gorgeous built infrastructure, and you're like, hold on.
Here's how much one of my electric cars cost.
Why
have y'all seen that city that's like on top of another city and some shit like that?
Yes.
That's like the continent of Africa, how they depict Africa to us in here in the U.S. But when you actually go
China
and visit
got Wakanda before Wakanda did. What's going on?
So
the thing is that Africa has Wakanda. The thing is that they still want to teach you and show you like everybody lives in a hut.
Mud huts and shit. Yeah.
Right.
That's what they want to show people. But there's if you look at the capitals of these countries in Africa, they're all well developed with skyscrapers and all this shit. But what do they want to show you? They don't want you to actually see like, damn, Africa supposedly has no resources, but their cities look better than mine.
Because then you're going to start to question, where the fuck is all my money going?
Exactly.
When you
Right.
sit here,
Right.
when we
I want
talk
to throw
about
this out
Charlie
here at you
Kirk,
guys for just a second.
I'll be right back.
So,
Sure.
our last governor's race, we had a choice between Sarah Huckabee Sanders, and I don't remember the guy's name.
Ooh.
Don't remember the guy's name, but he was a literal rocket scientist who happened to be black. Guess who won?
Huckabee.
well, it was in Arkansas, so I know the answer.
Fucking hell.
I mean, literally, the dude that was running it, it was Chris something or another. I cannot remember his last name. But
If it were
literal
Neil
rocket
deGrasse
scientist.
Tyson and Gumby, Gumby would win, bro. It's crazy. Like they'll
They
put
could be running.
they
They
will
could be running
pick,
for the head of NASA.
bro. They will
And Sarah
pick they
Huckabee
will
Sanders
pick
would still
the
win.
they will pick the tomato from VeggieTales before picking a smart
Uh-huh.
black person.
I know. And sadly, I live here. And please, I am a blue dot. in a
But the
very
thing
red
is
state.
that that's something that happens all across this country. Because the thing is people that are
Yeah.
educated get ridiculed and get told like they don't know what they're doing. Like that's
Oh,
and
yes,
that's the biggest problem. The
Right,
people
but-
that we know can
but this-
actually fix it are the people that we choose to. Well, not that we choose to go
Ignore.
against. It's just that those are the people that get ignored. That was just like
And by the way, yes, racism does run deep here.
yeah.
And we, when we had the tornadoes, we went bugging, and now the farmers who have lost their contracts with USAID, oh, we're losing all of our money. We're losing our farms. Well, guess what? Guess whose fucking fault that is? Yours.
Biden. Oh no, it wasn't Biden.
Harm
Oh, my
wasn't
bad,
supposed
my
to
bad,
touch me.
my
No,
bad.
it's Obama's. Remember?
Obama. Yeah, it was Obama. That
It was
that
actually
damn
Clinton.
eloquent black man. I can't stand the eloquence of this man. Him and his good-looking
Actually, let's
damn
take it a
tan
little bit
suit.
farther. Let's take it a little bit farther. It
Fucking
was
people,
Lyndon B.
man.
Johnson, bro.
Right, well, I want to push back on this idea. You gotta let go of that notion that you were a blue dot in a red field.
Oh
you're
no,
not.
I don't.
Arkansas votes 42% Democrat,
The thing
and there are a
is,
lot more people that would vote.
but look at how this gerrymandering thing is working though. Because look at Missouri. Missouri, the city of Kansas City,
No,
Kansas
it's
City
misery.
Chiefs and all
Get it
that.
right? Misery.
Yeah.
M-I-S-E-R-Y. Misery.
Misery.
I'm
Oh,
from
misery.
Missouri originally.
And it was just like
The
you
city of
had,
misery.
You had two
No,
blue
the state
districts.
of misery.
The
You
state
had
of misery.
two.
Holy God.
You had two blue districts in that state. And with this whole restructuring, Kansas City is no longer blue. They literally took Kansas City and split it into three different
Yeah.
Republican things. So it's just like when you do that, it's kind of difficult because the thing is they have the upper hand. And the thing is when it comes to voting time, most of the time, these dumbasses end up fucking saying something that runs to them. Because that's what Donald Trump did in his thing. Donald Trump, remember, still has concepts.
They have a plan for next year.
I'm not even gonna say of a plan anymore. Them shits is just concepts. 'Cause it's not even a plan anymore. I don't even know what the fuck he has a concept of. But what did he
Concept of
say
the thought.
when it came to? He didn't say shit about the LGBTQ plus community till he got close to the election, because he knew they were gonna run off of fear, and he knew he could change people's minds because of that. He didn't say anything through his campaign thing, but then it was just like, oh my God, these transgender are teaching our kids this, and that. He did that when it was closer to the election because he knew it would sink in better. And then the Democrats are too bitch to say anything. They just stayed quiet about it.
Yeah.
That was the problem.
Man,
The
is
people
bitch
that we had
contagious?
going against them, Kamala Harris, as intelligent and smart as she fucking is, did not want to take the low ground.
We need to study if anybody could catch bitch. You know what I mean?
So I don't know if I follow her, but I don't know if any of you do. Knitting cult lady,
Yeah.
Yeah.
love her. She actually, MAGA's a cult, like literally. She is a leading cult like person in the nation because she literally was part of the Children of God cult that she escaped from when she was and then joined the military and was one of the first actual like female like incursion teams, combat teams that got sent. She's got 2 books. She's got one that's already out called Uncultured, and then the second one that's coming out at the end of this month is called The Culting of America, where she talks about the cult of MAGA.
It's the thing is that you can't tell a cult they're in a cult.
Nope.
They get mad.
They can't. It's blasphemy to tell them. It's just like it's just to the point. It's just like you have to speak out. That's why I say I still speak
They'll
out
be
against
like-
these people, but at the same time, it's just
They'll be
like
like,
some of these people just want to be willfully ignorant, like how we were saying before. Some of them
Cruz.
want to be willfully ignorant, and some of them are just ignorant. But
Cruz, they'll
Yeah.
hit you with this. Hey, buddy, just because I worship this man and I pray to God that he's safe and I buy his things and I buy his shoes and I buy his phone and I pray to him every morning and I bought his Bible and I supported the fact that he made a Bible even though the Bible told me to not make a Bible in my name because that's blasphemy. Hey, doesn't mean that that doesn't mean that I worship him now. That doesn't mean I'm in a cult.
I have everything he owns is made. I have a collection in my basement, but I don't follow him. I don't idolize this man. Like
I'm an independent. I'm an independent.
I'm an independent.
I'm an independent.
It's
What's all
because
that?
America.
It's memorabilia, you know, for
I'm an
later.
independent.
It's because America is built on white exemption. That whenever there's,
But he's not
whenever
white,
there's
he's
a cultural-
orange.
Whenever there's a cultural movement in our country that harms people, white people always get to be exempt from that. They're always sheltered from the consequences of those actions. So of course, these farmers that fucked around thought that they were never going to have to find out because in the past they never had to.
Right.
Obama
No.
came and
The
bailed them out.
thing is they
Biden came and
did
bailed them out.
though. They did. This is the second time this has happened to them, but they were too fucking stupid. Because he did the same thing in the first time that he ran. He basically put those tariffs on certain things that he knew China was transferring and we were trading with them. And then China decided to up it on soybeans because that's what we were exporting to China. And all these farmers lost a lot of their money, a lot of their stuff because of the fact that they were trying to invest into that. And then China was just like, yo, you're going to raise the prices on this? Fine, we're going to raise the prices back on that. And then they didn't want to buy most of the stuff. And then farmers are losing their shit. And Biden went and bailed them out. But for some reason, they figured we're going to do this again. And that's why I say for some people it's willfully ignorant and some people it's just stupid. Because the thing is
Yeah,
they
but
got used to having those handouts so much that they thought they were just going to continue to get them. And it was just like you lost that handout the first time he was president. And then you lost them again. What do you think? Third time's the charm?
Well, they figured it was just going to be black farmers, not them. They're going to be exempt. They're going to go. What was the guy saying? He said, Donald Trump, I voted for you, and it's time for you to show me the fruit of your love.
What the fuck? What? It's giving. Please save me, Donald Trump. Donald Trump, save me.
And because he believes that he is in collaboration with Donald Trump because they both have a proximity to whiteness, straightness, maleness, thisness, all the different hierarchies that we've built in our country because they share that with Donald Trump. That Donald Trump's going to find common case with them.
I don't know if they have the
them.
whole straightness part though. We might have to.
Well,
that,
I mean,
that
you
one we
know,
have to. Got to question that one because remember, Diddy was at those parties and he was in straight, and these people were all hanging out with each other. So you're not gonna that straight part. I'm questioning. Like the same part with this man wrote a grown man. Look, I got a couple of grown men here. I was just like, how many have written a handwritten birthday note to another man?
Well, I mean, it reminds me of I can't remember what the show is called, but it's a cop show with Ice-T on it.
I got a better question. Cruz. As a straight man, how many times have you thought of what another man does with his penis?
You're right.
Or better yet, as a straight man, how many of you say, if you've got a child, say that you've got sex in common with them?
Yeah, that's.
Well, it reminds me, there's a show with Ice-T as a cop, right?
That is Law and Order. Is it Law and Order?
Yeah, questioning some suspect.
Yeah.
They're saying, oh, it was a gay man that did it. And the guy says, well, I'm not a gay man because I only date women and have sex with men. And Ice-T had to be like, well, that means that you're gay, bro. And you saw the look in his eyes that it like dawned on him for the first time that that's what that meant. And that's what I'm saying. That's what these people are. Like, they believe that they can, as long as they say the words and say, oh, I'm a Christian, they don't have to actually move that way. They can be on the down low and then preach about how homosexuality is a sin. And they can go out here and say, we want to protect our children. But they're the ones that want to hide the Epstein list. And they're the ones that want to lower the age of consent. And they're the ones that want to enable child marriages. Meanwhile, they also want to stop the ability to get divorced until you're 18. So we can get these girls locked in and unable to escape their abuser. Like, they're the ones that advocate for that. There's a reason why when I look back in the 90s, the states that, you know, held fast for the longest to stop raising the age of consent up to 16. Which states are those? Oh, it's Georgia, Alabama, and Mississippi. Oh, well,
Yeah.
look, it's Georgia. Oh, would you look at that? Like, we know how these people move. I don't care about their words. That's why I don't want to listen to them anymore. Show me what you're about.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what it is.
this Western Christianity is a joke.
When they
Because-
show you who they are, believe them.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the whole
I
ideology
forget
is crazy.
I think it was like DMX that said, I forget, he said something on the lines of just like, when somebody shows you who's your are, believe them. Don't try to figure
Yeah.
anything else out. Believe them. They showing you who they really are. A snake is going to show you they a snake. Believe they a snake. You trying to disprove that they not a snake, it's just going to put you in more turmoil because you're going to think that you thought this thing when he was showing you he was a snake from the get. You just wanted to think it
Right.
wasn't. Plain and simple.
That's just like these MAGAs when you try to open their eyes, they stick to the strip, man, and it's crazy. It baffles me sometimes. Like, they only tell half truths, and then when you show them the whole truth, they go directly to what Donald Trump name calling, because they can't intellectually debate you and show you the actual facts when you tell them the whole truth. Because all they use is the Fox talking points.
It's because they're racist.
Yeah, but that's
like, watch
that's
these people
the thing.
come into chat, right? Watch people come into chat, and Cruz will be saying something, right? And what are they going to say? Prove it. Sources, cite it. Give me an example. Show me where Charlie Kirk was saying some racist shit. Blah, 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 blah.
It was just like,
They see
bro.
a black man saying something, they immediately need it to be quantified. They need it to be justified. Yet when
Yeah.
Charlie Kirk stood up there and says, well, my entire advocacy is built on hatred and otherism and condemnation and advocating for violence, but I'm a Christian. I'm a man of God. I'm a God-fearing man. You know what they did? They said, I'm going to go ahead and believe you. No questions asked. You don't have to prove shit to me. I see a nice, kind-looking white man, and I'm going to go ahead and trust what he's telling me and believe him without any kind of qualifications whatsoever. You could do, say, act however you want. It could come out in the news tomorrow. Charlie Kirk was molesting them little girls he's got.
They
and all
wouldn't
these things
say
would have been
anything.
like, well, but he's a God-fearing man. And, you know, it's sad those girls don't have a father to touch them no more.
He was just in a bad spot in his life.
Yeah, we got to pray for him. We got to pray for him more.
He had a bad spot.
I refuse to look up stuff for them, and I refuse to show them proof. I always say, if I looked it up and found the complete stacks, you need to do the same.
That's why the thing is with them, with the arguments, I stopped trying to, like, I would bring out facts, but then at the same time, all I did was you just got to let them keep talking, because they themselves were intertwined their own words. And that's what I did most of the time with the arguments. It was like, I presented facts. It was like, oh, you're one of those that doesn't believe in facts. Got it. All right. So I'm going to just keep on asking you questions that as you keep on answering them, you're going to contradict what your first statement was. And then once I pointed that out to them, that's when the name calling came out. That's when they started crashing out and all that. Because it was just like, bro, I'm just repeating what you were trying to tell me. Why you mad at me for repeating your words? You're the one that didn't know what the fuck you were talking about. Now you mad at me because I'm actually calling you out on your own words. I was just like, I didn't do anything. I didn't say anything outrageous. You got mad at the fact that you couldn't understand facts, and you got mad at the fact that somebody actually knew what you were talking about better than what you thought you did. What you want, Cat?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Well, let me just real quick, Snow Driver.
Yes, sir.
The Bible tells you not to cast pearls before swine, that you're supposed to knock the dust off your sandals and continue walking on your journey. And the reason that it does that is because our time and our words and our advocacy is limited on this earth. And the amount of time that you're spending wasting trying to talk to these people that ain't going to listen to you, trying to present facts to people that ain't going to ever accept any of the facts you're given or even go research it up themselves, or they ain't going to do none of that. That's time that you could have spent building an advocacy with someone that was going to listen, someone who your valuable time would have been beneficial to. Not only are you wasting your own personal time, which I believe is valuable, by the way, you shouldn't do that, but you are doing a disservice to the people who would better receive your message by wasting your time casting pearls before these swine over here.
Mm-hmm.
And I know you probably don't hear this enough, man. You don't hear this enough, and you need to. Your time is valuable.
Oh, trust me, I've heard it.
Bless the people that need that.
Eugene was
with
in
your
here.
with your advocacy, man.
Eugene was the one that was
I
in
totally
here.
agree. And also the Bible tells us about arguing with fools. So I totally agree with you, brother.
Well, if I'm watching two people argue from a distance and one of them is a fool, I can't tell which one's which.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
That's why it's just crazy to do that, because the thing is it took because I kept on doing the arguments and stuff, and then it was Eugene that came in here. He was here earlier, and he was just like, Cruz, I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you got the patience to talk to these fucking stupid people. I was just like, how the hell do you fucking do it? And it just like it dawned on me, because he had to talk to me like that, and he just said it in a like joking manner, and it was just like I sat down and it was just like, damn, I have been wasting a lot of energy and draining my own energy on people that don't need the energy. I was just like, I need to be wasting it on people that want to listen and understand what I'm saying. But the thing is TikTok don't like that.
TikTok upholds white supremacy.
Well, and besides the fact that TikTok don't like when I'm talking too much sense about the shit that they like. Because when I start talking, look, you saw, it was just like people will come into the thing, and then I start talking about Charlie Kirk and what he was and how he spoke and the things he said and how he went about things and how he was a victim and how he pushed it. Shit. You see, there's a bunch of people, they come in talking shit, but then they start listening to me and then they start tricking away. And then what does TikTok do? TikTok doesn't push me to more liberals. TikTok doesn't push me to more progressives. TikTok makes sure like, you know what? At first, this dude is talking controversial. Let's push it because we know we can divide with this. Damn, this dude is trying to educate. We can't have none of this shit. We can't have more smart people, because if we got more smart people, that means more people going to start asking more questions, and they're going to start looking at perspectives that they didn't think about.
Intelligent?
Yeah, exactly. Because that's the thing. Most of the time, I always find a thought process that people don't realize. And that's why TikTok don't like pushing me. That's why I'm trying to get on YouTube. But YouTube, I'm streaming there right now too. But it's the same thing. They're both part of the same fucking tree. They don't want to push this out to fucking people. They don't want to push it out to people that can understand and have it. Because the thing is like, you would think with the way I talk, I would have more people in here.
Dude, my neighbor's laughing outside. He sounds like an evil fucking man. He's like going like,
I mean, but once again,
damn.
like my advocacy, I have to speak to my own community, right? And it's the problem is these asshole, do nothing, piece of shit white liberals. You know, they want to engage in the blood sport. They come into a channel like this, and when they see you clowning on some Trump supporter, they can go, haha, that makes me feel high and mighty that he's calling them dumb and I'm such smarty pants. But if they stick around for too long and then they start hearing your message of, well, actually, you know, you need to educate yourself. And, you know, especially if you're a white person, you need to understand the intersectionality of where, you know, things lie with black people, immigrants, gay people, trans people, whatever wherever that intersectionality may lie. And then maybe you need to do some work on your own. Maybe you need to go out and research things, read things, be better, do better, get involved. That sounds like work. I just wanted to laugh at the clown ass fucking MAGA guy.
Yeah.
They don't want to. They don't want to get engaged in that. They don't want to get involved in that. And that's when the numbers start to trickle down.
Yeah. That's it.
But now there's a call
once
to
they-
action to actually do something about it, and people don't want to get involved doing something. That's what I'm saying. Like, once we leave here today, or any other day, as a matter of fact, your advocacy can't stop here.
It
Go get
doesn't
involved
for
in the
me.
community.
For me,
Go
it
talk to
doesn't.
your
The
local-
community,
I know
my
it doesn't.
community knows
Cruz,
how who I am. But
Cruz, I know
the
that,
thing
but I'm
is,
talking to anybody
is
that just happens to be
I'm trying
listening.
to inspire other people to do the same. Though the thing is like I said, when it comes to pushing my stuff out, it's kind of hard to push that stuff out. Because the thing is I'm always talking the same way. It was just like, yeah, I deal with the ignorance when it comes in, but you can see that I always try to have a conversation that's always educating people on things that they didn't know or things that y'all educate me with stuff. And when y'all tell me stuff, I go and I research it deeper. So then next time I come back, it was just like, oh, we were talking about this subject and I looked into this, and that. And people be like, oh shit. It's like, damn, he did his research. It was just like most people don't. But the thing is to try to tell people it's kind of hard because when you have people like Charlie Kirk that have influenced so many people to tell them that college is stupid, it's kind of hard to reverse that. Even when it's people that are educated enough, they think it's just like, damn, college is that's a bunch of loans. I don't want to do that. And it's just like, bro, what college does is it helps you become a better researcher. It helps you facilitate education. It helps you be able to spread knowledge to others where information isn't readily available or taught in a regular high school or school setting. It allows you to do research. It's like, hey, I need you to write a paper on this. It's not you just going to get one source. You have to have like 15 different fucking sources to prove what it is you're trying to prove. And it was just
you
like,
can pick out whatever classes you want to take too.
mhm. And it was
Could you
just like,
imagine these MAGA people in a college setting where they had to turn in a term paper and they said, what are my sources? I found a guy on X, Twitter, or whatever you want to call it. There was some account with a guy that has 10 followers, and I found a tweet that had 1 like on it. And that's what I'm going to base my entire philosophy on.
they just fucking cite the fucking Twitter handle.
Yeah.
Wasn't that what happened with you, Cruz, not that long ago?
With
when
what?
you kept asking who is the most radical left is? And
Oh
people
yeah,
kept talking
I've
about-
kept on asking, and I made that video, and then one dumbass had the audacity to be like Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi,
Bruh.
I was just, or AOC. I was like, are you
Or
fucking
Thomas,
serious?
was that Thomas
I was
guy
just like,
too?
What the fuck is AOC doing,
No,
bruh?
no, it's not even that. It was like, when was the last time you heard any one of those three say anything nationwide? How the fuck are
I mean,
they
I
the
see-
far left? It
I
was
see
just
you
like,
over there with your pink shirt on, man. I'm starting to
Yeah.
think maybe you're the radical leftist.
yeah, I am the radical left. I do this shit on
Oh.
purpose. I do. You think I don't do? I do. Where my sneakers at? Oh, I don't got. I got them
Wait,
upstairs.
let's do it.
I
On
got
Wednesday
my.
we wear pink. That's what he's doing.
Oh, we do. I didn't even know that. Well, I guess I'm wearing pink today because it's Wednesday. There we go.
It's a
I'm
Negro
just doing it.
thing.
I'm doing it.
Hey,
I'm
yeah.
doing. Oh, okay. I didn't get the reference. Okay. It was just
Hey,
like
yeah,
I'm
I'm
just
gonna-
wearing it because the thing is I know right now when I go outside, the masculinity of some of these men is going to be terrified. That's why I do it, because I'm man enough to wear pink. Y'all should see my fucking Pride fucking shoes. I had custom made Converse that I bought during Pride Month just to have them, just so I can support the Pride, just so I can support the LGBTQ
yeah.
plus community. I have them. I can hold on. Let me go get them.
And this is
I'm
why
gonna show
I
y'all.
like
Let me
it.
go get them. Hold on.
See y'all, and this is why I like this man.
He's gonna show us his radical left outfit.
Shit, what would the radical left fit be? I gotta do that. I have a Doctor Who coat from when the Doctor was a woman. And you know how it has the rainbow stripes on the side. I could do that with some rainbow Converse and a whole rainbow like tracksuit, just to go and piss off.
This is my radical left outfit. Hold on. Make sure y'all can see these. I'll back them up.
Yo, but hold up, those are hot though.
Looks like a freaking galaxy.
Those are
What's
hot
going on?
though.
Yeah, they are. Those are illest. Wait, you custom made those?
Those
Yeah.
are cool.
That shit hard as
Shit.
fuck. Damn.
Those are
I want
fire.
them.
Hey, I'm a DM you because I want that same pair. That shit hot as
That
fuck.
that's the
But
thing.
Okay,
It's just like
okay.
but
Holy
I
I
made
came
shit.
up.
these. I made these. It was like what 3 years ago, I think, or like 4. It's been a
See,
while because the thing is if you go on Converse, every time it's Pride Month, they let you design however you want the Converse, and it's like
That's what's up.
80 bucks, I think. The thing is this design I haven't been able to find again. So they had
Oh,
this
so
and
you
they had
found
it.
it on there?
Yeah, you go onto
Oh, that
Converse, like they have
he
like
said he
it's
got
like
the
a
No,
one on
Pride
I
one.
thing.
thought you. I thought
Yeah,
when
these
you
are
said
like one
custom,
of
I thought
one.
you. Okay, I thought
Yeah,
that's what I'm
these
saying. When
I
you,
custom made them, designed them this way. Look, I even got the Cruz on the back.
I want
Those
them
are one of
same
one.
motherfucking
those
ones.
are
Yeah,
nice.
I want the same fucking pair. That shit ill as fuck.
That was
But
just
I
like
came up because
anytime they do them for Pride Month on Converse. I don't know if they still do it though. I didn't
See,
check
we got
this
to
year.
remember this.
But it was just like
Mm.
every year that's what they were doing.
Mhm.
They would be like,
Oh,
"Hey,
yeah,
we're
my
gonna
bad. Yeah.
support Pride Month, and you can go to Converse and you can make your custom made thing." So they allowed certain designs, and I thought it was just like cool. I'm like stars and galaxy and all this shit in the colors, and then it has the Pride flag in here and the fucking button right there. Chuck
Yeah.
Taylor in the colors, and then it has the bottom the same way. And I was just like, you know what? I know I'm gonna offend a lot of people with this. I don't give a fuck, but I'm also supporting these people because you know why? They still people too.
exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And that's
That's
why I
why,
was just
like,
like,
Amen.
I do that to just like question people because I would love for somebody to say something to me. I would love for somebody to say something to me. It was just like, oh, why you wearing pink? Because I'm a grown ass man and I can.
oh my God, how
See, and
dare
this
you
is why
Vegeta
I
wore
radical
rock with
pink.
you.
leftists? How dare you radical leftists
I was
support
just like,
human rights for
yeah,
everyone?
that's what I'm saying. It's like, it was
Didn't
just like, y'all
Vegeta
really
wear
want to have
pink
to.
too? Like,
It was just like y'all gonna be mad at me for supporting what I believe in, but then y'all can support what y'all believe in, and I'm not supposed to be, and I'm supposed to be okay. I was
Well,
like, I
you
just like
do.
calling people on their hypocrisy because that's the best way
Well,
of doing it.
they are the people that are offended by all colors.
Hmm.
mm, predominantly the black one.
There are
Yeah,
knee-high Chuck Taylors.
bro. There's a like if I don't know if
So
he over here looking at
My
So
dog
yeah,
said
no,
knee
no,
high
he's
chucks.
that's Max left right there.
so I have a question though.
Go ahead, guys. Ask.
What so educate on the educational side, what age group are you targeting that you know that will listen
I'm not like
and actually put
the
forth
thing
effort?
is I would like to be able to reach all of them, but the thing is TikTok goes and makes you and secludes you into your age group. Because I'm 40 years old.
Gotcha.
So basically, TikTok,
Okay.
when I look at my videos, I go to the analytics and I try to see, all right, who am I reaching? And it's always people
Right.
like 35, 40 and up. The demographic that needs to
Gotcha.
be taught this is the same demographic that Charlie Kirk was fucking influencing. Because Charlie Kirk wasn't trying to influence
That's my
the
point.
older and the adults. Because he knew
Right.
they had rational thinking, they had life experience. These people had bills. If you in college right now, what you paying? Your phone bill?
Mm.
Right.
You haven't
All right, y'all.
experienced life to the point to actually understand, like, oh, this is what happens when they start taking your taxes. This is what
Yeah.
happens
Yeah,
when you
I'm gonna let y'all.
file
I'm gonna
for
let y'all
taxes.
go.
All right, Sagi.
I'm gonna let y'all go because I gotta get ready because I'm gonna go watch Hamilton later.
Oh,
Okay.
nice.
Yeah.
Enjoy
I'll
yourself,
see y'all.
Sagi.
So basically, we got to put boots to the ground and get in our communities and
What is that?
and
That's what has to happen. Because the thing is me. I was able to do that because I was in the university. I was at Kansas State University. It's like one of the whitest
okay.
places you can ever go to. School's been around since 1864. But then that's the thing. That's why I did that. Also, because one of my daughters wants to become a veterinarian, and they have a veterinary school. I'm a disabled veteran, so I know she can now go for free to that school and become a vet. That was planned, but at the
Nice.
same time, now I have the ability that it's just like, hey, when they say, oh, where did you graduate from? One of the oldest white schools around.
PWI.
What,
My
what you going
son, my son attends a historic black college that was shut down due to threats. FAMU University down in Florida,
Okay.
and
Wait, what happened? Fam got what?
they had closed due to bomb threats.
Oh, okay. I thought you
During
meant.
the
Like they shut down.
You don't
Shut
mean
down.
permanently.
Yeah.
yeah,
Just because
yeah,
of the
during
mantras. Yeah.
yeah,
But
yeah,
that's
and
go ahead.
but that's that again. That's the targeted area that CK was targeting, was those impressionable minds, trying to persuade them.
Mm-hmm.
But the relationship I have with my son, who's also gay, and I still love him as my son. Um, he knows what's right from wrong. He can, by the conversations we have and the influence that he has on campus, because right now he's a part of SGA, so he knows what's going on in Congress, and just being aware. And I always talk to him about educating his friends that want to listen, because when I go and visit him, um, when we do have conversations, and the guys and the girls that we do, because every time he's a part of the choir too, the concert choir. So every time I go there, I make it intentional to invite some of his friends and have a deep dive in a conversation like these, so they know. So that's the area I'm targeting, and also in my community, I used to coach youth football, but now I don't because I'm a driver. But
That's
the
that's what you have to
conversations
reach
that I
out to.
have when I go, yeah,
You have to have those
'cause-
conversations and
Just
reach out to the
learning
community.
that I could
'Cause
create custom
he's still on the
Converse
Converse.
What's strange to me though is like when you talk about Kansas and education, like that should be the standard by which you can point to these Republican MAGA type people and say, here, this is exactly what your advocacy gets you. Like people don't understand this or realize that like back throughout the 80s and 90s, when you talked about crime per capita, specifically murder rate, that number one for years and years and years wasn't Chicago, wasn't New York, wasn't LA. It was Topeka, Kansas. It was per capita, the murder capital of the country for years.
right.
And what they did in Kansas, they said, you know what we got to do? We got to do something
Not
about
reporting.
this. We got to do something about this. So what we're going to do is we're going to flood the education centers, the high schools. We're going to overfund the hell out of our communities so that these people can get a valid education. And instead of going out and getting involved in crime and getting involved in running the streets and, crack dealing and all that kind of shit, instead these kids are going to go off to, Kansas State University. They're going to go out and they're going to get a higher education. They're going to become engineers and doctors and so on and so on. Then what happened in 2016 is a man ran for governor. His name was Brownback. He got elected. And he came in and he said, what we need to do is we need to cut the taxing for all these businesses. And what's going to happen is it's going to generate so much growth that these businesses are going to become so monolithically large and create so much revenue that it actually is going to be more taxes that you get in return, because we're going to tax a bigger number just at a smaller rate. And Kansas absolutely fucking imploded the spending on their government, bankrupted their state, and their schools, which used to be, they went from one of the bottom of the country, and they were one of the top 3 year over year up until Kansas won and ruined it. Now what's Kansas? 37th, 41st. It'll take them now decades to repair the damage that they did in one election cycle to their entire education system. And every predominantly white kid in Kansas is going to have a worse education. They will be directly impacted, and their chance of going and being successful in college is going to be directly reduced because of Brownback's stupid bullshit. And those same exact policies that he champions are the same ones that Elon Musk and Donald Trump,
the same ones that all the other Republican states are following.
Same.
Sound like Nebraska.
That's how it is in all the red states. But the thing is that's why I was glad that I was I did my master's program there, because the thing is I opened the eyes to a lot of these kids that were in my class. Because mind you, I'm 40 years old. These kids are like 23, 24. I did my time in the military. That took me away from the school. But I came and I was just educating them, and it would be easy because sometimes the professors would just let me speak. Like they just like, yo, this dude knows enough. I don't
I
even
went
have
through
to
the same
correct him.
thing.
I was just like, when you go through that, they let you speak because the thing is like, look, this guy has a
You
lot of
have life
knowledge
experience.
and
Yeah.
he has life experience that if you listen to him, he can teach you things that are not going to be taught in school. Because I always gave him a different perspective because it's like, yeah, I grew up in Kansas. I grew up in New York City. I see how your politicians here are trying to run things. They're trying to make Manhattan here look like Manhattan over there. And that's not gonna fucking work with the way they're doing it. Because like they're trying to build the businesses, they're trying to give them subsidies and all that. And it was just like, look, you're not gonna be New York City 2.0. Nobody's gonna be moving to Kansas like that if it's gonna be just as expensive to be there when the people that actually reside here are having the problems. So I reach out and I make those comments when they make. Oh, it's like, oh, we're bringing up the property tax because I think my property tax is going up 8% this year. And I was just like, damn. I made a couple of comments on the post because it was like I think it was like the news thing. I was like, damn, that's crazy. How come my streets is all fucked up? How come I don't have more money going to my school system and I'm paying more taxes? Because the thing is if you're going to raise it 8%, put it all to the school. I got no problem with that. I would just say y'all putting it to what? Raise taxes for me to pay for a company that has the money to pay for their own fucking shit to fucking subsidize them? Because they're going to bring what? They're going to bring what? 25 jobs? So I'm going to be shit out of luck for 25 jobs. One of the jobs that I may myself not even get. Like, that's crazy. It's just like.
You're subsidizing
Then they
those
turn around and cut those
corporations.
jobs and send them to another factor anyway.
It's not even that though. It's the subsidies go to these corporations who payroll explodes, but instead of them putting that money into taxation and into actually paying payroll, they basically
Buy back stocks.
reallocate all of that
Stock
money to the top
options.
1% in the
Yep.
company. Yeah.
Yep. Buy back stock options, all that
bonuses.
stuff is just like give out bonuses. It's just like all that money could have gone to your employees, which have been struggling, even though this is a lower cost of living. Because shit, the cost of living in Kansas compared to New York City is nowhere near fucking close.
That's conservative capitalism. The ideology, like when you think of how capitalism is managed by conservatives, it literally is like modeled off of chattel slavery. We're gonna pay our employees the least amount of money possible while we increase our overall earnings and budget, and they don't want to contribute anything back to the community by paying taxes. It's literally an economic extrapolation.
That's the part they don't talk about. That's the part they don't talk about right there. That's the part that most of these MAGA don't understand. It was just like, look, you're paying for this community to be brought up, but then what are you getting out of the community?
Yeah.
Shit, what I'm trying to do right now with the community is because there's like a hair stylist like school here. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to work it so that with the neighborhood school that's right by me, I'm trying to make it that I can make it so that these people at that salon, because they have to have a certain amount of cutting hours and stuff like that to be certified as barbers and salons. What I'm trying to do is
He
have
does not seem to be in a rush.
a open like working thing with them that every year before school starts, these people will give out free haircuts. It was just like it's part of their fucking salon thing. They have to give out haircuts and they have to, get a certain amount of haircuts. I want them to be able to be like, hey, for these kids that may not have the money to always get a haircut, can we do something that, hey, you go to the school every year, like the week before school starts, and y'all just cut kids' hairs for free. If they tip y'all, they tip y'all. But I'm still trying to work that little thing, but it's just like giving back to the community because it's these kids that need it. It's this community that can save those extra bucks here and there if they know they can get their kid a haircut. And shit, now these barbers can get their certification, but also if people tip them, they tip them. But it's just trying to work that out so that basically it's just like you got to work to help the community. Because the thing is in this community, I'm not going to be able to just go door to door and talk to these people because they're going to look at me like, bro, you brown. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna lie to you. They're gonna look at me like, bro, you brown. What you doing at my house? It was just like, but now it's just like, hey, isn't this the guy that did that community thing for the kids to get free haircuts? That's gonna go a longer way and put my name into people's minds and thoughts, where then it's just like, hey, what else does Cruz got to say? I was like, he's helping the community. What else does he got to say? This is a good initiative. What other initiatives does he have? And that's how I can build a base, and that's how I can start building more in the community, by actually showing the community that I am trying to invest in it. The same way, that's the same thing Mom Donnie's doing. It's just a template. It's just like, hey, I live here. I care for it. My kids go to the school. I see how kids go to this school where it's fucking wintertime and some kids don't have fucking coats and shit. And we've given coats. I've given coats away. I was just like, you see kids
Imagine
struggling,
that.
you do it. It was just like,
humans giving humans necessities.
it was just like, it's simple like that. I was just like, what I told my daughter one time, it was just like, there was this kid literally, it was like maybe like 0 degrees outside. This kid went into the school with a fucking t-shirt and shorts. I was like, look, if you know who the hell that kid is, find out for me. We can give him a fucking coat if he needs a fucking coat. Because that's fucking absurd as shit for a kid to be walking in fucking freezing weather outside like this. And I was just like, but that's things that you do with the community. That's just like, do I want anything back? No. But the thing is if that opens doors for me to be listened to and people understand it, it's like, hey, there's better ways to do this. There's better ways to make your situation better with the raising of taxes. But the thing is depending on who the fuck you choose as your board of electees or the people that the education board, that's what it matters. That's when it changes the stuff for you. Y'all just invest in people that have done nothing for you or never wanted to help your community. But then if somebody says, hey, I'm gonna make sure this gets fixed, you'll be like, nah, you lying. I was just like, well, I've already done this. What has your person done for you? Oh, nothing? Crazy. You can't speak on anything that's benefited you from this person. So why you gonna vote for him again? And that's why I was just like showing that, because the thing is you have to show the effect it has. But the thing is like I said, it's hard to reach communities like that, because like I said, I'm not gonna go around the colleges and do some Charlie Kirk shit. I don't have presidential funding to go fucking state to state talking to people. It was just like, that's why I say funding is a big thing. These people get backing because who? All these MAGA racists and bigots, they understood that that's what they wanted. So damn, we got somebody that we can actually help pay to be this ignorant and spread all the stuff we want to, and we don't even have to show our faces. So if anything happens, we just blame him.
That's one of the things I've always thought was interesting about the Charlie Kirk discussion. Is like, why does nobody ever bring up the fact that he was making $9 million a year that he was paying to himself through his own Turning Points USA? Like, where did that $9 million come from? Because as far as I know, these college kids are just showing up to the event. Like, there's no ticket price. He's not selling a whole bunch of t-shirts.
It's through YouTube.
Where's that money coming from?
It's YouTube. That's what a lot of people don't understand. That's why I tell
think
people
he has powerful financial backing.
Well, no, he has financial backing also, but YouTube is a big contributor to these things. That's why most people don't think to make a YouTube, and that's where a lot of people backtrack. Because I have a YouTube also. You can make money off of YouTube way easier than you have on TikTok. You see how I have 39 people here? With 39 people on YouTube, that would at least give me maybe like 20 cents a minute. Or every time they run an ad, that would be money in my pocket. And I was just like, that's with Charlie Kirk. So imagine all these millions of people that were following this ignorance and would rewatch his videos and rewatch it again. He got money off of that each time, but he said it was part of his corporation. Which is kind of like how I do it with, what's up, Paula? That's how I do it with my veteran stuff. I was just like, that is a separate entity. When I do anything for the veteran stuff, it's a veteran stuff. So if people watch my videos, I make a little money on the side. I can have so many people, I can have thousands of people in this live. If nobody donates, nobody does anything, I don't make no money off of it. And people don't realize that. But if I had that same following on YouTube and everybody, that's why Dean and all these people, they started opening up a YouTube. Because Dean never had a YouTube before. And then he realized, just like, damn, I can live stream this and I can actually make money with the same amount of people watching me here. I make money without asking for anything compared to that. That's why I tell people to follow me on YouTube. Because the thing is I don't have to be donated to. If y'all just watch me, I get paid.
Well,
I got a feeling when you talk about Dean, he is also bankrolled by the exact
Oh
same
yeah,
interest that wanted
You would be
manufactured
right.
consent that
And you would be
backed
right. You would
Charlie
be
Kirk.
right.
that's all. That's all these people have been. All of these people get funded by the same groups, even if it's the opposite or not. Because the thing is, it's just like if I pay you enough, Dean, to talk shit to MAGA the whole time, even though he basically is MAGA, or he wants to be MAGA, or wouldn't mind siding with
does.
them, which is crazy. But it's just like if I
I
keep
know,
paying
right?
you to try to make these people look dumb and stupid, it continues that divide. It continues that divide that now you're supposedly a spokesperson for the left, even though you clearly are part of the right.
But
So
what
that's
is he
what
talking about? He's talking about culture war issue nonsense. Like we do that here when we talk about Charlie Kirk. What was his advocacy? We can bring up the fact that he, talked about the black pilots not being qualified and black women don't have the ability to do and what trans people and gay people are doing, all that kind of shit. But like, show me the clip of when Charlie Kirk was talking about what his plans are to fix the Puerto Rican road the guy that was up top was talking about. Where's the video of him talking about his ideas on fixing that? Where was his idea of saying, well, I think that college is a waste of money? Okay, well then
What's the
do
alternative?
you have some plan to get kids into technical colleges, and do you have plans on how you're gonna,
what's the plan to
have
get them into
advocacy
trade
programs
schools?
or trade schools or
What's the plan?
apprenticeships or like you don't want to talk about that part. You just want to talk about how indoctrination of the wokeness and the gay liberal agenda or whatever.
But that's the thing. That's the same
Exactly.
thing. Dean was doing the same thing. He just wasn't saying those things because he was just trying to contradict whatever MAGA said. He never had any solutions. He never came up with any problem. All he was trying to do was make sure that he can be as divisive as possible to make it seem like, hey, man, y'all just dumb. I'm gonna do it with all
And
these
now the
facts, and I'm
mask
gonna
is
bring it
off.
that. I was just like, yeah, now the mask is off. It's just like his following increased because of his crying, because now MAGA saw, oh shit, he's actually one of ours.
He's a useful idiot.
That's why his growing grew. I actually blocked him. He's come into my live a couple of times. I was one of the few people that he followed, and it was just like I blocked him. I was just like, nah, bro. It's just like you're not gonna tell me that you were always talking so adamantly about Democrats this or against MAGA, but then when it came to it, you'd be like, oh, I would side with them if I had to. It was like that means you were on their side without even wanting to be.
Time.
You were there the whole time.
Because
You
it's
just
because the
used
violence finally touched
the
him.
money. You used the money that you were getting as an excuse to just try to argue with people, which I understood. There was a lot of grifters on TikTok because there was certain people. There was just like certain people. There was certain black people that would get on here, or even Spanish people that get on here, and they'd be like, "MAGA this, MAGA that," and I was just like, "If your dumbass don't fucking shut the fuck up," and it was just like, "You just did it because why?" People were giving you money, so you just went with the fucking stupidity because you knew you were making more money. It was just like, you see me, I don't make no money and I make sense.
Right.
I don't make no money and I make sense. These people make no sense and they always got these donations because you would just see people donating and donating. It was just like, damn, y'all ignorant and racist, but y'all just happy at the fact that y'all have somebody that either looked like you or somebody that you thought you disliked talking your same rhetoric. So you figured, you know what? I'm going to support them because they're talking the same rhetoric that I talk. That's the only reason they supported. It wasn't because they actually still liked you. They would have still chosen not to. The YouTube channel, Snowdriver, if you go into my bio, the link tree that it has, the first one is my veterans page, and then the second one is this one that I have, the Cruz Talks. It's like the Cruz Talks podcast or something like that. And you can just get it from there. It's just simple. And if you watch this one, the Cruz Talks ones, I don't even have 1,000 subscribers or 4,000 watch hours, so I'm still not gonna get paid. The one I do get paid for is my veteran one, but that one I just try to make it just veteran specific. I don't try to put politics into it, but at the same time, it's just like the shit is not separate anymore. So it's kind of like I'm contemplating: do I keep a separate one or do I put it together? But it's just like that's the
Maybe you
thing.
might have to put it together.
Because the thing is I have a following with the other one, so I may have to do that. But I just want to
Mm-hmm.
keep this as a separate thing, just in case, because somebody might get
Yeah.
mad and then they just. I don't want that channel that I've worked hard for to create and build to be
Mm-hmm.
deleted because somebody got mad at something I said on this channel. That's why I haven't incorporated it. Because look at how people get on TikTok when I make too much sense. They report me and
Good
ban me
point.
for supposed misinformation when I've just been telling them the truth the whole fucking time. So that's the only
Mm-hmm.
one of the reasons why I've kept it separate. But I'm still trying to reach out to people. I have my website. It's the veteran website, but I'm probably just gonna try to add something on there that makes it that this is like a podcast thing on the side. Because on my website, I'll be able to say whatever the fuck I want, and nobody's gonna be able to tell me anything. The only thing is I still haven't figured out how to get a chat-like system so that if y'all do tune in, yeah, be able to type in there and actually talk. Because I can broadcast my video, but I haven't been able to figure out a way to bring it so that y'all can actually still chat in there and we can still have those conversations unless I bring people up like on Zoom or some other shit. But that's why it's a tedious fucking thing. It's just like they make it difficult for you to become able to not need their shit so that you don't attempt it. That's what it basically is. Because now with TikTok, hey, we got till December now, guys. You heard that? You heard? We got till December now with TikTok. They extended the deal.
Oh, yay, a new deadline that we're obviously just gonna end up ignoring because
It,
ain't nothing gonna happen. Fuck
it's
it.
not even that. The
I,
thing is, what people are doing, it's money, man. It's money. It's
mm-hmm.
all tied to money. Because literally, the community guidelines went up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Of all people, I didn't get no strikes.
Right.
I didn't get not one strike. I was surprised. I was like, damn, they gonna ban me fucking quick. I didn't even get a strike on my shit. I was just like, that's interesting. But then I think back and I was just like, everything I've said has been original. I don't get my topics from anybody else. And I'm just honest about it. And it's just like most of the stuff is factual. So if they even try to fucking fact check me, they'll see that what I'm stating is actual fact. But at the same time, now all of a sudden I got ad opportunities from Walmart and from Audible. I was like, damn, so that's what y'all did. Y'all just wanted to get more advertising for free. That's all it is. Because look, everybody in this thing will make an ad and they'll get that and then they'll say, hey, you can advertise for Walmart. We're going to pay you $368 because that's what my shit says. $368 if we pick your video, and then we'll pay you per 1,000 views. And I was just like, so you mean to tell me I can make a video, but you don't have to pick it and you still going to get free advertisement? That's crazy.
Nope. Oh, absolutely.
Well, they're going to get free advertisement on all your other videos, right?
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. So it's just
when
like,
you make 100 and one of them hits, those other 99 are just free of charge, I guess.
Mm-hmm. And then they still getting the same publicity. They don't have to spend the millions of dollars on a fucking news ad. Because remember when it used to be streaming services that had no ads? Now it's back to cable, but now digitally. Mm-hmm. That's all it fucking turned into. Because now you got like 8 different fucking subscriptions to watch everything. Like you can't even watch football without having like 8 different subscriptions. Like, bro, ain't nobody trying to pay for all that shit.
Exactly.
Nope.
It was like we back
All
to
this shit
cable.
bullshit.
All these channels. It was just like I paid for this to stream, and now you telling me I need to have ads on this shit? It's like, why? I already paid for the fucking. I'm paying to watch the
That's
movie, not the
literally what
ads.
we're paying. We're paying to
Like,
not
why
have
the
ads.
Yeah,
exactly?
and then you
Why
add
the
an
fuck would I
ads. Like,
pay for the very thing that I tried to avoid in the first place?
that's what's killing me. And then people,
Fuck it, I'm moving to China. Fuck this shit.
That's why I started deleting some of the shit. It's just like, look, if we only watch like a couple of shows from there and then we don't watch that much, gone. Everything Amazon Prime, gone. I was like, all these subscriptions and stuff, gone. I was just like, y'all making money off of me because y'all telling me y'all giving me a deal, and I don't see shit.
What I did, I started looking for like around the holidays, like between like Halloween and New Year's, they do all these like discounted subscriptions.
Promotions.
I have like Disney, Peacock, Paramount. I got all the motherfuckers for like $3 each.
That's what you got. You got to do that.
Mine is through my phone service.
Yeah. Yeah, I got my through T-Mobile. T-Mobile does that shit for me. It was just like, hey, would you like to have Netflix and watch it on 2 different devices at the same time? I was just like, it'll only be $3. I was like, you know what? For $3, that's not a bad deal.
Mine is $10 and I get Netflix and HBO Max.
Yeah, they have
Since I
that, but
done went through my breakup, I might as well go ahead and do that because you know what? I don't even really need Netflix on multiple things other than just my laptop and my phone. So fuck it. I don't even use it on my PS5. I'm not doing that.
And then also on Verizon they do Walmart Plus with Paramount, but you can switch it to Talk if you wanted to.
they all got the subscribers. The thing is that people just need to learn to do that shit and save themselves some money. Or shit,
Yeah.
sign up with a new email.
Hey Cruz, why did you tell me about this Converse site? Because now I'm fucking around with this thing trying to go ahead and make this damn shoe. I'm trying to
My
think
dog
like,
said they
damn, I
got
don't have anything
knee-high
that
chucks.
matches this. I
I'm
don't
telling
even
you,
wear knee-high chucks. I don't even want that shit. But I'm
what
just
the
like,
fuck this
damn, this
why is my
design is
shit
like,
not?
what the hell? Like, where is all of this? Why am I just learning about this site? Like, what the hell?
And that's the thing, they had that, but then I just noticed it because I've always grown up wearing Converse. I was always a Converse kid. And I was just like, because them shits were cheap and something I could afford growing up. And it was just like, but then I just went and I was just like, Pride Month. I was like, oh, let me see what they got, because I was gonna get myself some purple chucks because those are my school colors. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna get these, and then I was just like, oh, customize. I was like, oh,
Right?
you can customize. I was like, okay. And then I went to customize them. And then it was during Pride Month. And I was just like, yo, these shits look cool as shit. And then the thing is if you customize them, they're literally a one of one. Nobody else has them unless they designed them exactly like you did. And if you personalize them like I did, ain't nobody walking around with a fucking Cruz on their shit. so,
That is true.
so it's like you personalize them, you have them one on one. These shits is beat up because I've worn them a lot, but I just wear them because it's just like I have the ability to. I support the community. I'm from New York City. In New York City, they got the Village, and it was just like all the LGBTQ plus community. The same way I support everybody, and I want everybody to do good and be good in society.
The thing that I don't get is like I could like even if I don't support a community, I don't understand how people go out of their way to be anti a community. It's only one community on earth that we should all agree to be anti of, and that is anyone that is inhumane and wants to unalive or harm people. If your interest doesn't want to harm or unalive people, I don't give a fuck what you do. You're not in my bedroom. I'm not in your bedroom. I'm not like this shit is crazy the way these motherfuckers go out their way to bother people who ain't bothering no fuck. Like think about what we're going through right now. They have anti-trans and LGBT issues, and it's like the majority of people committing predatory assault against women, kids, and even men
Heterosexual white men.
people. Yeah.
Yep.
This
Literally straight, quote unquote Christian, conservative, white male. Literally.
That's what it is. And that's the thing. It's just like nobody else bothers people. People of color don't bother other people of color. People of color don't bother white people. People, we just go about our business and do what we got to do. We ain't concerned with what you got to do.
Nobody does anything at the same clip as them. It is crazy because even to the, it's like when you look at it's crazy because when you look at the statistics on violent and sexual violent crime, and then when you also have to think, not only is it this extreme, it's under policed and underreported as well. So the numbers that we are seeing aren't even to the degree or magnitude that is really occurring.
Right.
This shit is sad.
And then
it's
not. Go ahead.
I got a quick question because I got to bounce. I'm a DM you because I want to know if you could help with a disability issue that I'm having with the VA.
Yeah.
Okay, just
message me. Just message me.
All right, bet. You can drop me. I get with you.
Nah, I got no problem. Like if it's anything with veterans and doing that stuff, all you got to do is ask. It don't matter what it is. If you need some guidance or something, I don't care what it is. Just ask, send me a DM, ask me what it is, and then from there I'll help you as best I can, or I'll direct you in the way you need to be directed. That's all
right. I got you.
No problem.
Thank
man.
you, bro.
No problem, man. He said,
Well, I
I
mean,
have 12 hours to
the
mind my
reason
business
for
and 12 hours to leave yours alone. That's all.
the reason for what you're talking about is because when you are in a position of privilege and entitlement, equality seems like oppression to you because you're used to that system of entitlement and privilege.
Mhm.
Like I could speak on that as a white man. I remember in my past, and I had to deconstruct this from myself, that when people would come and tell me, like, you could want to get a job at a place, let's say, and they haven't met some certain quota for black employment. So they're going to hire a black man over you, even though he's less qualified than you. And I would sit back and go, that's fucked up, man. What you mean that he's less qualified than me, but he's going to get the job, man? I should get the job. And then you hear things about like, okay, well, I've never actually heard of that happening. I actually have never had that done to me, like because I know that the employment that place I applied to, I if I know people that work there or whatever, I say, well, who is it that ultimately ended up getting the job? Oh, it was another white guy, but he was the son of some guy that knew the owner. So I'm worried about the wrong people. And then I sit back and I go, wait a minute. I guarantee it no one's ever looked at an application and saw the name Joshua and said, well, I don't know about hiring this motherfucker, man. He might be one of those crazy max left white liberal guys that wears pink shirts and stuff. So we can't fuck with him. But I guarantee you that there's a guy out there named DeMarcus that has to always wonder, maybe I didn't get that job because the owner was some racist bigot asshole, saw the name DeMarcus and threw my shit straight into the garbage can. I've never wondered that in my whole life.
And
I've never wondered when I engage with police officers. I don't ever say, I wonder if he saw my white ass driving by and said, let's go ahead and get that white boy.
And that's the thing, Joshua. That's one of the reasons why I brought up. It was just like people want to talk about that affirmative action and DEI, but then nobody talks about legacy.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Nobody talks about the legacy admissions. I was just like, you got to remember, for legacy, that means that your family went to this university and they continue to go to university, and you got the ability to go in there where you didn't even have the actual criteria to get in there, but you got in there easier because your parents went there. Now look at the fact that it was just like I said, I went to Kansas State University. The school was made in 1865. People of color didn't have the opportunity to go to K-State for how long?
What, damn near 100 years?
100 years, yeah.
So how many generations of people were able to go to that school? Because you went and didn't have the same criteria. You didn't have to go through the same admissions process, and you had all those people be able to go to it. But now you're saying that people of color with affirmative action and supposedly DEI is what's hindering your ability to be successful.
Right.
That was like, I always had to think, nobody thinks about the legacy thing, because you got to remember, this school has been around since 1865. We are now in 2025. You know how many generations of kids were able to go to this school that didn't have to go through the same admissions process as a person that was just going or trying to get into the school and never been to the school? That's a whole different thing. It leads into the same thing with nepotism. Hey, like you said, I know this kid's dad knows this guy that's the owner, so I could get you a job. That was just like, that person wasn't even qualified. He just had the connections to get to that person there, as compared to Josh that had the fucking qualifications and everything, but he didn't get the job because old boy knew old buddy.
Right.
But that's the conversation that a lot of people avoid.
Of some quota.
Yeah, it was never
because
a quota.
Of some worried about some, we got to save face by hiring a black person, gay person, whatever. So, it looks good or whatever. That shit barely, maybe it does happen, but I doubt that happens anywhere on a scale that is meaningful.
Yeah, I would say it does happen because, the programs ain't perfect. I'm not going to say it doesn't happen, but you're not going to tell me that a job is going to hire a unqualified person to fill that position. No corporation is just like, you know what? Cruz don't know what the fuck he doing, but he brown. We gonna take him. No, they gonna wait to find somebody that's of color or black that actually has the qualifications to put them in that spot. They're not gonna go and try to make their quality go worse by hiring somebody that they know cannot complete the job. That just makes no sense to me. That's like Google telling me, hey, I'm gonna hire all these people that don't know how to code for a fucking coding job.
Can I ask you a question, or Cruz? This could be something that you could ask people in regards to this particular subject matter. How often do you hear white people get denied for a job because they are overqualified?
Never.
Because I know I went through it, and I know a plethora of college grads, grad students, and post grads who literally were denied jobs because they would hit us with the "you're overqualified." I know I'm overqualified, but I want this fucking job. That's why I'm applying.
See, and I did an experiment when I was in college. I actually changed my last name. I got hired with a fake name. That it was like Smith. I just added Smith, and my last name isn't. It's the most Mexican name that you can ever have. And I changed it to Smith. Same thing, same application, same resume.
But see, that's the thing that happened in the military also. People don't talk about that shit happening in the military. In the military, when you go into like a promotion board, right, for your military status to get promoted, basically what you have to do is you have to have your file. They would have like a DA photo. So like your Department of Army photo. So it would be in like your dress blues that I have over here hanging. It was just like you would have to show up in that, and then you would have to show your records and your like evaluations and all that stuff. It got to the point in the military where they took out the picture, took out anything that was verifying who you were, so that that way they wouldn't be biased.
Yep.
That's how you know it was that serious. That in the military they had to remove any identifiable information. Look, my first name is Fidel, like the dictator. Who the fuck gonna hire me? I'd be like, bro, this dude is communist as fuck. We can't have this shit. Nah, hell no, Fidel. Nah, fuck that shit. Nah, bro, this dude is a communist. This dude was born a communist. That's what they'll say about me.
You stupid.
But am I wrong though?
No, you're not wrong.
That's my first name. It was just like people looked at me and was like, Fidel. It's just like, damn.
I went through the same shit in the Navy. And what's crazy, it's like I think a lot of people in general, but especially the pale face community, they don't understand how implicit bias works. Because even with me being in the military, the craziest thing that irked me about being in, I was a 5-star sailor. I literally got promoted every time that I went up, and every command that I went to go be temporarily assigned to, I had to face the discrimination of, we don't think you can't do this. Dude, I literally got into an argument with the commander of the Atlantic Fleet over issues and discrepancies I found in his department while I was doing the audit. Mm-hmm. We went to head for like 2-3 months, and all the shit that I found literally wound up with me getting a Navy commendation, them grounding the Marine One helos because I found flaws where that helicopter was going to break up in mid-flight. President Clinton literally came to my squadron because of what I did, but that's the type of bullshit I had to face because, you look like you don't know what the fuck. Bitch, if my evals speak for themselves, but you gonna tell me I don't look like I know what I'm doing.
And that's I dealt with that too, because I got promoted quick. I was in the military for 10 years. I basically had my sergeant first class at 7, which is fucking unheard of. But COVID happened, that delayed it. I would have gotten my 7 in 10 years after COVID and everything. But since they changed the stipulation that if you wanted to go indefinite, you were a staff sergeant and you had already 10 years. I was going to hit 10 years and I was going to do it. And I was just like, I don't think I could do another 10 years of this nonsense. Because it's like I have to prove myself to every location I go to. Every location I switch to, I have to show that I'm the hardest working person and I can fix all the stupidity that you have. And then I showed all the stupidity that you had and I fixed all the stupidity. So why is it that I'm going to another place and you can't read my evaluations that said, oh, he fixed this, he did that. He was a stellar person and all that stuff. No, now I gotta prove it to you again. But then when some random person comes in here that don't look like me, you accept them as like they're the fucking creme de la creme, and I'm just like here, like, oh, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. And I was just like, that's crazy to do, because it's just like, damn, I've already shown my worth, and then y'all still try to disprove me like I don't know what I'm talking about, even though I can cite the regulation and I can tell you what it is I'm speaking on, because it's my fucking job. Like,
Literally.
like, and it's dealing with that a lot of people don't understand. It's just like, that's where just understanding in people and being in somebody else's shoes is hard for people to, like, that concept is not acceptable and not introduced to everybody. Because remember how Charlie Kirk said it was like empathy is not something as a bad terminology. It was just like, no, it's an actual terminology, because then you can start seeing how people are being treated from their perspective. You won't ever experience it, but you seeing it from their perspective can lead you to see, okay, maybe this is wrong. Maybe what he's talking about doesn't make no sense. Because imagine if I were to say, oh, all white women don't have the mental capacity to be educated. Bruh, I'd be canceled instantly. Instantly. Y'all never see me again. they destroyed my own website without even me knowing how they did it. Like, that's how quickly that they'll go after me so badly for saying that it'll be like, oh my God, he's a racist. It'll be like, that would be me losing my shit. But then when somebody else does it, it's different. It was just like, so y'all don't understand the perspective or the perception that y'all give off when y'all don't agree with the fact that I'm not able to say those things either, but you're able to say those things about people of color, or vice versa. Or sometimes it could be Josh, because Josh is a well-spoken white man that speaks on these things. He's a radical left.
But to
But I
your
mean,
point,
they'll never come for me the same way.
Exactly.
I understand that my advocacy, I have a privilege. And that's the thing, like when I say the word privilege, man, and I say it around white people, you can hear their assholes pucker up. They get real tense.
because
They
they
don't
know
like
you're
hearing that
telling
word.
the
They
truth.
don't they don't like the suggestion that I might be saying that you didn't work hard, or you didn't overcome adversity, or you didn't achieve something because it was handed to you because of your whiteness. That's not what I'm suggesting.
The crazy thing about that is that I spoke to my therapist about that yesterday. She's white. She's a white lady. And I spoke to my therapist about that. And she was actually stuck. She actually was like, you know what? All these thoughts you're feeling about how people of color are being attacked and how rights are being stripped and all this stuff, you being a father of girls being stripped. She was actually stuck. She was like, you know what? I have the empathy and the thing, but the thing is you're right. If something were to happen, they're gonna come after. I told her, it was just like, if something were to happen, even though you are a great person and all that, they're gonna come for me before they come for you.
Mm-hmm.
And that like shook her. Like she had to sit back and think. It was like, fuck, I ain't got nothing to answer to you. She literally told me, it was just like, I don't have anything I don't think I have anything I can say to you right now that would make me understand what the thought process is that you're going through right now. It was like, I understand and I side with you. I understand your point of view. But the thing is I don't have the capability of seeing that, but I do understand what you are saying. And that's the problem with a lot of people, that they don't understand that part. It was just like, they can't put it in their head. Like, you know what? That's something that you're dealing with. I will never experience that. But I understand what you're trying to say.
That's the difference between empathy and sympathy, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I can sit here, right, and I can try to understand, and I can educate myself. I can listen to you explain stories to me of things you went through in your life. But I will never actually know what it's like to be a black man in America.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just not going to, I can't walk in those shoes, right? You can explain it to me anecdotally and say, well, it would be like, you know, if this happened or this happened to you, you know how, you know, you would feel in fear
Mm-hmm.
of danger or your safety or marginalized or disrespected or whatever. And I can say, yeah, I understand that. But at the end of the day, whatever situation that is, I can remove myself from that. I can choose to go do, you know, be somewhere else, do something else, say something else. You cannot decide to just not be black tomorrow. And I'll never know what that feeling's like, right? I could try to be empathetic and understand where you're coming from. And like when I try to explain that to other white people, I'm not saying that you didn't overcome adversity because you're white. What I'm saying is that there are structural imbalances and barriers that are put in place systemically that make it harder for a black man to do the same thing I can do as a white man.
Yeah,
we can both achieve the same parity. We can have, equality in the end, but our equity is different to get to that position. Like I think about this in the oil field. I remember I started out in the oil field out in Texas, and at the same exact time as a black man. His name is Tunde. I don't want to put too much of his business out there because he ain't here to talk on it. But we decided on the same day that we were going to go and start our own business, each of us independently. And I just went to the bank, got a loan. There was no issue. I just walked in and said, "Here's how much money, I can estimate what I'm going to make, and here's what our revenue is projected to be, and I need this money up front for capital cost." And they said, "Yeah, sounds great, man. Here's the terms." But Tunde couldn't get a loan. He went to place after place after place after place. He's 10 years older than me. He's got a better credit score than me. He's been in the game longer than me. He's got the qualifications above me, but wouldn't nobody give him a loan? And I know it's because he put the name Tunde on his application.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And he, for him to eventually get to the same place that I got, took him more work, took him having to overcome more bullshit, having to go and talk to these industries. We're in the Texas oil field. We're in the good old boys network.
Mm-hmm.
When I go talk to these people, they look at me in a different way. They're willing to do business with me in a different capacity, a lot easier than they're going to do business with him. And all I'm asking for, I'm not asking for equity, means that I, as a white man, need to be laid low. What I'm saying is that he should get to operate with the same conditions and a better world that I get to. I want a better world for him, for you, for everyone else. And then when we build that world and the rising tide, it raises all ships, my world will get better because we then have a common cause and advocacy. We have class collaborationalism. That's what the goal is. And unfortunately, it gets, again, like my nitpick with MAGA is that they are all a bunch of the most mediocre white men that you can imagine.
Amen.
They are people that don't want to have to stand on their own laurels. They don't want to have to stand on their own merit. Because they know that if we ever take that measurement, they will be found wanton. They know that. And that's why they have to find this group identity of white supremacy, of patriarchal supremacy, of whatever it is.
Yeah.
They want to fall into that because they know that they'll never be on my level. A successful man like Cruz will never be on his level when it comes to class supremacy.
Mm-hmm.
They will never reach that. They can't. And they won't.
And the crazy thing is that the class that they want to be a part of doesn't even want to accept them either, which is the crazier part to me too, because it's just like you want to listen and follow on to these people, and these people have and don't want anything to do with you. I was like, they don't want to help you. They just want to take what you have and then give it back to you in a smaller portion and be like, look, this is what I did for you. Without showing them that they had the whole piece of the pie in the background. It's just
it's really the fact that they don't qualify for the group that they want to be a part of. All of this is an amalgamation of things, because to what Josh is saying, they have the privilege of not being or facing the obstacles of other people, but they also lack the merit or the ability to get to be the top 1%. So you don't face the obstacles that make other people's lives difficult, but even without those obstacles, you're not willing to work to make yourself meritoriously capable of filling these voids.
And that's why I had a problem with Charlie Kirk. Because it's just like you had a person
dropout talking shit.
Exactly. You had a person that didn't have a job, didn't finish an education, telling people that people that were educated and got jobs were worse than him.
That part. Hey, Cruz,
I don't know enough.
Algorithm.
I don't know enough about Charlie Kirk's upbringing or background, but I guarantee you that if I were to go research and look into it, it's not like he came from the gully and he was some poor white kid in a trailer park that came up from nothing and pulled himself up. I'm willing to bet you and can almost guarantee he's got two very well-off, wealthy parents that were able to, hold his hand and
and took advantage
backstop
of the
him.
system that gave him the
Right.
opportunities to take advantage of
Absolutely.
it and gave him the life
Right.
he got. But he's complaining about other people not having that life that he
Because
grew
he
up
went
in,
out there
even
and
though he didn't do anything.
tried to build his platform and was doing some YouTube channel that got 10 views. He was sucking on mommy's titty
Yep.
and was well taken care of. I promise you that. Because
Yep.
that's how all these motherfuckers move. All of them.
It's always the same thing. It's always the same thing. The thing is it's easier for them to claim that it's the other people, and that's the failure that's realized by most of this country. It was just like not only MAGA, but just people in general just fail to see that classification that these people are taking the resources that you should have, resources that you are entitled to, just because you already paid for them. But for some reason, the stuff you pay for, you don't get back. It was just like the fallacy of, hey, you own your home, but damn, I had to fucking pay for my home, and now I gotta pay for fucking property tax on the home I already paid off. I thought it was my home. What the fuck am I paying y'all for?
Because you own the home, but you don't own the land.
I gotta pay taxes on the money I made. Y'all take the taxes on that. Then I gotta pay taxes on the food that I paid for. Then with taxes on top of that, because the corporation wants taxes on something that they taxed and I already got taxed on again. And then you're gonna tell me I'm gonna get a couple of bucks on income tax time. And everybody's like, yay, I'm gonna get a return. Like what? Like, no, these people are robbing us blind because it's just like, yo, how the fuck did we get how much in debt are we?
30-something trillion.
Who the fuck was cooking the books?
Exactly.
Who the fuck was cooking them? How the fuck you go
but
36
Cruz, to what you're saying, not only were they cooking the books, they were cooking the books, redirecting the funds, and still not providing any of the services that they claim to be doing with the tax fucking. Hey, drop me, man, because I don't want to bail on you and mess up your algorithm. Like I said, I've been holding off going to the.
No worry, but that's the thing is like,
back.
see, that's why I like doing this on YouTube, because that's why I'm trying to figure out how to do it on my website and shit. Because I want people to be able to speak without having to worry about TikTok or some maggot getting mad at the fact that we're having actual adult conversations.
Yeah.
Because that's what it is. Most of us is having adult conversations, but these people will get mad. It's just like, damn, this shit make too much fucking sense. These people sound fucking educated. Now
It's
we can't
really
have this
not
shit.
an adult conversation. Think about it. This is discussions.
This is
if
just
you
a
were
discussion,
a smart
yeah.
kid, these were discussions we had in civics classes.
They got rid of them.
These were exactly. They get rid of the things that induce critical thinking when you're in middle school and high school. Like I remember literally sitting in my classes talking amongst ourselves and our teachers.
Wait,
like,
I got something ringing in my ear.
you
I'll be
pay
right back.
taxes. My parents pay taxes, but we don't get what we're paying taxes for.
Mm-hmm.
This shit crazy. I'm gonna come back.
That's the thing. All right. I might not be on for too long. I gotta go get some lunch, but I'll be on for maybe like another 15 minutes. But it's just
I already messaged you too.
All right. I'll look at it. But that's the thing. It's just like it's having these conversations and being able to talk and stuff like that gets thrown out the window and stuff that most of the time people don't want to acknowledge. People don't want to see these things and don't want to acknowledge it. It's just like these are just conversations I have because people can talk. I was like, there's nothing wrong with having these conversations, but the thing is for some people that aren't educated, they get offended by the fact that they can't have this kind of thought process. They can't have these conversations because they don't know anything besides what they know. And then they get afraid and frightened by somebody that actually does know more and is educated enough to explain it to them. Then they just want to talk about facts or can you bring me a source? Can you show me where you got this from? I was just like, clearly I just explained where it was and how it works. And you still are naive about the fact because you want it to be laid out to you in a manner that you still won't comprehend.
Here's one thing that I've noticed about MAGA is that you could literally have fucking Dr. Oppenheimer explain to them how the nuke bomb works, and they'll be like, "Give me the source, though." Like they could literally travel back in time and have Einstein explain to them black holes, and they'll be like, "But give me the source, though."
Don't
That's not
Me,
the
condescend
like,
to
game.
us.
That's just a game, man. They don't actually care about your source.
No,
They
they
don't
don't.
actually care about the truth. As a matter of fact, they probably know that you're right, but they just don't want to give that to you. They don't want to have to
No,
admit
the thing
that there's
is
something to their advocacy other than just hatred and
that's
racism and sexism.
that's why they're on TikTok. Because the thing is I've noticed, and that's why most of the time I stopped paying attention, and I added Vegas and Soggy as moderators. Because the thing is what I started realizing is that when I have those talking points, they always wanted to ask for a source. But the thing is to throw me off of what I was talking about so that I could try to deal with their stupidity. And that's what I realized. It's like, it's not that they're actually asking for a source, it's that they want you to stop talking about it because they think you're going to stop because of the fact that they think you may not have an actual source to actually go to. Because I tell them, it was just like most of the sources I go to, if not, is a .gov site. I don't go to a think tank. I don't go to somebody that was paid to do the research. I go and see what the public is able to see because it is a government funded agency, which means it is public for anyone to see. Meaning that I can look at the information and you can look at it and you can divulge whatever the hell you want, but the numbers is going to be those numbers that are seen. It's not somebody that's like, oh, because remember, the Heritage Foundation was supposedly only a think tank. What happened to
yeah,
that bullshit?
Yeah, but I mean, I don't want to even entertain their idea that they just want some kind of truth or advocacy or care about sources or any of that stuff, because like as soon as they are going to try to dismiss something that sounds like common sense or whatever you're talking about, even if it wasn't sourced, they're immediately going to shift from that to then go over and start believing about how Jewish space lasers are controlling the weather or whatever stupid conspiracy bullshit they're on about. Like, what are we talking about? Like, where's their source for that? They don't have one. They just believe random crazy shit. Like,
I understand.
Google is free.
But that's the thing. You can't even trust Google all the time. It was like Google is a good way to start your research. Google should not be the end all be all. It was like you should be able to pull something up on Google and then go and be like, oh, okay, this is what they were talking about. Let me actually click on that link, because most people would just go on the AI summary and think like, well, this is what it stands for. And I was like, no, bro, you actually have to look at something that specifically states that or specifically shows that. AI is just going to summarize everything on the topic and give you an answer as the Google overview. You have to do your research. And that's why I'm thankful that I went to fucking college, because it showed me how to do research. It taught me how to look into things that I would have never fucking thought to look into.
Have you noticed that now they're trying to encourage kids not to go to college?
Yeah.
yeah.
That's
Saying that it
one of the
radicalizes
reasons
you.
they don't want to
Is
do the thing with the
So,
loan,
Brooklyn,
forgive the loans, is because they want to scare, and then plus they made less
the
Pell Grant.
the thing that's going on with that, Mom, it's not that they're just trying to scare people from colleges. This is something that has happened in this society over the decades, but most people don't pay attention to this stuff. Every 10 years or so, they switch. Every 10 years or so, they switch what they want you to do. Because the thing is they don't want everybody to be educated. So the last 10 years was, hey, pushing for everybody to go to school. And now when you said to get off their school loans, they're like, no, we ain't gonna have this. Now, these next 10 years is going to be like, we need trades, because that's the imbalance that happens. They decide to push everyone to go get an education. And then when everybody goes to get that education, you don't have people doing trades. So what do you want? Now you have all these people these past 10 years that are what? In debt. Because remember, for you to pay off your school loans is how long? About 10 years or so they say.
Fuck.
So then those 10 years happen where these people are struggling. They go and get the education, but the corporations don't want to pay them. So then for 10 years, you already have people in debt. Now you have these people that do the trades. The trades do that. But at the same time, now that those 10 years of trades, those people don't go and get the education to better themselves and gain the knowledge to become even more successful. And then they just go back and forth. And most people don't realize that it's just a back and forth game that they play to confuse you to be like, oh my God, college is bad. And in another 10 years, after fucking Trump is done and everything is in a fucking shithole, and it's go, oh my God, we need more educated people because we need these people to take over the
After
same
all our
spots.
brains have gone to other countries.
Yeah,
It's brain drain.
and that's what they
brain
do. And people don't
We're
realize
experiencing that now.
Yeah,
Like
that's
even if we don't have the people getting educated, people need to understand that there's like, in the past, a bunch of doctors that come from India, engineers that come from China, different medical professionals
and
and stuff
nurses
that come
that
from
come from the
Africa,
Philippines.
Philippines and stuff.
that's
You know
what we
They're not
import
coming
the
here now.
most.
They're not
We
coming here now. They're going
import
to say,
foreign
go to America.
educators.
Why? Go to America so I can be ultimately someone turns around and deports me because I said something they didn't like.
Mm-hmm.
Look
Fuck
what
that.
they did with the Georgia
I'll
plant.
go to
Man,
France.
they screwed.
I'll
Yeah,
go
They
to Germany.
They screwed
I'll go to
almost
England.
9,000
that whole
Georgians out of a
community,
job.
that whole community is now going to shit.
But it's funny, I was watching MSNBC yesterday. I forgot which show it was, and they were there saying that they don't know who it was that told them about it. When there's a woman on TikTok that said that she's the one that called on
They know
what's her name?
they know who it was. They just don't want to put the blame on her. They know exactly who it was because she's been talking about,
Because
I was
she's
the one
running
that called it
for
and stuff like that. Because I think, isn't she running for a political position or some shit?
Yeah,
That's
she's
why.
running for a representative.
That's why they don't want to mention that part. Because the thing is there goes her whole campaign. I was like, hey, I'm trying to represent this district that I just made sure has no jobs. that's not a slogan that's gonna get you out.
She says it herself, and she said she'd do it again.
Not only does GA is not going to have those jobs, but you have South Korea rethinking their whole entire proposition for the U.S. Because not only do they have it in Georgia, they also just did one in Arizona.
They
Taiwan
do
is
it.
probably thinking
What
about
people don't
coming out
understand
now.
is South
I
Korea.
hope they take it all away.
Those engineers do that for every American car building company. That's the part that people don't understand. Every single company that makes cars, Ford, Chevy, all these things, they all use the same machines. All of these same machines were programmed by these South Koreans. And then these South Koreans come over here, make sure that they're working properly, and then they teach Americans how to use the machines. That's all those people do. That's their jobs. They go across everywhere. Oh, you wanna plant? Oh, you're gonna be using this thing? Well, we know how to operate the software and we know how to make this run. Now what you did was anytime that they want to do that, they're gonna be like, you know what? I don't feel like getting locked up.
And there's only 3 companies
I
in
hope
the
they
world
take the
that
whole
do that.
operation away too.
It was like it's gonna slow down, and it's gonna happen, and that's gonna be a continuous thing. But now the effects that people ain't gonna feel is just like, hey, most of these plants that they're being built are in these poor white communities. So now all those jobs that were promised to these people ain't gonna be there. So like that community in
Racism's
Georgia
expensive.
is gonna feel it. They gonna feel it to the fullest extent. They're gonna feel the fact that it's just like, you know what? Y'all wanted to be racist? Okay, now you ain't gonna have these jobs. But now any other car plant that's supposedly gonna bring, so many jobs, because most of these plants only say that, oh, we're gonna bring 1,000 jobs. Crazy. There's 330 million people in this country, and you bringing 1,000 jobs, and that's gonna shift the fucking tide? That's gonna fucking crazy. That's what's gonna fucking make the economy go booming. Those 1,000 jobs, right? What are you paying them in trillions? Like, it's not gonna work. But people don't understand that. That's jobs that are lost. That's infrastructure that's lost. That's restaurants and economy that don't get the same money because now people don't need to go to eat for lunch because they ain't got the job to do so. There's no resources that keep on getting built because the thing is you know what? The taxes that you are paying are still going to pay for that building, whether it gets finished or not. So your taxes is going to go up no matter if that building gets finished or not. If they get that car plant up and not, you still going to be paying those property taxes on that effort. Because why? Your city, your district council, your Republican leadership already said, yo, we will pay for you to come build this over here. and we will make sure to subsidize it so that you don't pay for it, but the community does. But now the economic boom that they were expecting ain't gonna be there. But you know what? Those taxes is still gonna go up. They're not gonna be like, you know what? We're gonna stop the taxes. No.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
people
never
don't
mind.
realize it. Yeah, my bad. We fucked up.
Wait, didn't
Let's give
Georgia
you the money
wasn't
back.
Georgia the same state who said that they wanted to remove was it state taxes or federal taxes?
That was Mississippi did that. Mississippi got rid of state taxes. Mississippi broke as fuck and they got rid of state taxes.
Bruh.
Because
They're gonna
Mississippi
be
knows that
they're
they
gonna be
live
building shit out
off
of clay
of
though.
they live off of
They're
federal
probably state
funding.
income tax, but they're probably getting the taxes in sales instead.
No,
You
yeah,
know,
they're
like in
changing. They're
Texas, they don't
changing
have
it. But that's the thing,
Texas
Mom.
doesn't have a state.
Yeah, but Texas has oil money. Mississippi ain't got money like that. Mississippi, one of the
Texas also
poorest
has
fucking
an
states.
What I'm
8.25%
saying is,
sales tax.
property
instead of having a state income tax, they have state sales.
No, I know, but
Yeah.
the thing is how you gonna make
Everything.
money, but you can't make money if people ain't buying anything.
Yeah, well, that's true.
If all your people broke, you can put the sales tax to 30%. If they ain't got the money to buy the shit, it don't matter. You ain't collecting no sales tax. So that's what I'm saying. It's just like people don't understand that part. It's just like if you can raise the taxes on whatever, but if people don't got the money to pay for it, you're not gaining any revenue back. So the state of Mississippi is now going to be more dependent on federal funding, which they've already been dependent on federal funding to cover their inability to cover their own stuff. So
Well, the blue states need to say, well, we're not going to give our money.
and that's where it's gonna go to, because it's just gonna be like, oh, taxes is gonna be raised elsewhere to pay for your dumb broke ass state. That's what's been happening now, and
California
it's just
did
gonna
that-
get worse.
If California did that, half of the states would be done.
People don't understand that part. That's the thing. They don't understand that part. They think that that's what's benefiting them, and it's just like, no. These blue states have a higher cost of living, pay more, and take more taxes. And those same taxes will produce all these Republican states and cities to be able to survive with their own stuff. Because the thing is them themselves don't bring any, like, when's the last time you heard a tourist say, I'm going to Mississippi?
Bruh.
I remember back in the late 70s, my dad had a motorhome, and we had gone to North Carolina on the way. On the way back, we stopped at Mississippi at the rest area at the Welcome Center. It was a mobile home trailer. Of course, now they've got a normal.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's just like most people, those states that have that struggle are not states that make money off of tourism. Because like Florida doesn't have state tax either. But how many people don't go to Florida and put money into that economy? How many people don't go into Orlando and put money into Disney World?
Yep.
It was like that's
Florida's
how they
not a
make
real
their money.
place, though.
Well,
I mean,
Florida's
Vegas
Florida.
is
but-
finding out right now.
Yeah. Vegas is having a hard time. Because why? If we ain't got money to gamble,
tourists.
who's going to gamble?
Well, it's international, right?
Yeah.
Like if I am I'm a tourist that wants to come and see Vegas from India, let's say. I don't want to come to the United States where I might worry that I may be walking through Vegas with my Indian self, and someone might see me and say, hey, that guy's skin looks a little brown. He might be a Mexican, grab him. I don't even want to deal with that shit. I'll tell you what, I'll go and gamble in Monaco.
I'll go to another place where my money will be safe.
Algiers or something. Right, absolutely.
No, just like imagine I hit the jackpot and then I got deported. The fuck?
Bruh.
I hit the fucking jackpot and I got deported. It was just like, that's why they deported me, because I got their money. I was just like, what's he gonna do? He's being deported. He doesn't have any probable cause or doesn't have any way of being legitimate on
gambling.
anything.
Boom.
I was just like, boom, and that's it. But that's the thing, is just like people don't those little nuances, and that's why I say these next couple of months is gonna get worse. And a lot of people just don't a lot of people don't understand that.
How are they going to get people to come to the Olympics?
Nobody's gonna want to come to the Olympics.
I'm genuinely afraid of the Olympics, bro, because countries have a very bad history of doing some heinous shit, like when it comes to getting ready to receive the Olympics. Like if you look at what Korea did, that shit is atrocious.
I was like, but
Um,
that's why this whole thing is being pushed. Also, let's get rid of all the immigrants to make it seem like it's all clean, so that when people show up, it's the people that we want to represent the United States being seen.
mhm.
Also, it's not just the Olympics, but you also have FIFA 2026 coming in. You have
Fuck.
all of these world war organizations starting to boycott the U.S. because of the deportation that's going on in the U.S. They only are now booking in Canada and Mexico, and that is it.
I was like, imagine the Olympics, all this stuff is going to be all American because nobody else is here to compete. That's the only way it's going to end up. Just like nobody else is going to compete against them because nobody's going to be able to send their national team over here. Why? Because their national team is going to be over scrutinized. Imagine the fucking world fucking conflict that would happen if you just started locking up people's national teams because they didn't have their papers on them.
Bro, imagine if Mexico beats America in the fucking game and then they deport the Mexican team.
They always beat them.
That was just like it's just that's gonna be the part about it. But it's like we just gotta
Well,
figure
now
that out.
they want to charge fees for coming over, for visas and stuff.
But the thing is this is why I'm happy. I'm not happy about these things happening. The reason I'm happy is because these corporations are gonna fucking feel it. And that's what it's just like the process that's going is terrible, but these corporations are gonna fucking feel it. Because the amount of fucking
don't lose too
money.
much sleep.
No, the thing is
They'll get bailed out. Don't lose too much sleep.
No, they'll get bailed out. But the thing is what they're doing is that they're awakening people to their hypocrisy. They're gonna get bailed out, yes, but they're not gonna continue to make these troves of money like they continuously do. Because the thing is people are starting to wake up. It's like, oh, you support this? Look at Target. It's just more information needs to get pushed out and not censored by these platforms for people to see. Like, oh shit! So y'all don't want people of color to come here?
It's the find out that's gonna piss me off, bro.
You don't want anybody. The find out is gonna piss off a lot of people, but then it's gonna realize that it's just like, yo, I ain't got money to buy shit. I ain't got money to go into these corporations. I need to pay for my food, my rent, and thing. And then it's going to get so expensive for people that they're only going to have the ability to take care of their necessities. And these corporations are not going to be making money because you've already seen how people have cut back on buying shit. It's only going to get worse when things get even more expensive. It was just like Apple's going to think that everybody's going to buy this new iPhone 17 with what money?
Bro, that phone is so ass.
But with what money?
Oh my god.
With what money?
As in, look, I used to be big on Apple, and I still like because I like the way the phones look. You know, being basic as fuck, right? I like the way the phones look, and I like the way the OS operates and everything. But bro, you making me look crazy. You're making me look crazy right now. You're making I look like I'm defending fucking Darth Vader right now. This dude pulling out with this fuck ass phone that looks like oh my god, bro, it looks like a stapler or some shit like that.
And it's just like the prices is going up, and they're just trying to justify having more expensive stuff. Because the thing is as you look at it, it becomes a luxury.
That's another thing. I knew that the next iPhone was gonna be expensive. Check it out. When iPhone changed, no, check it out. Because the iPhone used to be like so roughly $600, like before the iPhone X, right?
Mm-hmm.
The infamous iPhone X. The iPhone X comes out, and that becomes $1,000. But that came out when Trump was in office, and he started pushing tariffs. When he came out of office, the newer versions of the iPhone started coming out. The tariffs were taken off, and guess what? The iPhone XR came out at what? $600. And then the next one, $700.
The
And
thing
then
is
now they're
that
back at 1,000.
they're trying to do that, and they're gonna keep pushing that. That's what everything's gonna push. Because the thing is the latest and greatest is gonna be expensive, but it's not gonna be accessible to everybody. So it's gonna be a way of you trying to show out that you have priority or you're superior because you can afford this phone. I was like, because now you have a $1,700 phone. So now, you still got an iPhone 16? Peasants. I'd be like, what, bitch?
Yeah, bruh.
That's what it
I
basically
mean, it's always
is.
been
It's
that
just
way,
like,
though. It was like
yeah,
that with the Blackberries, right?
it's always been
Not,
like that.
not
But
well,
no,
not
it was because if you had
like
a
at
BlackBerry, it was
least.
like, oh, that's a businessman.
Wasn't it Obama that still had a BlackBerry when he got into office and they made fun of him?
Yeah.
Listen, shit. If I'm being honest, BlackBerry need to make a comeback because that might blow up the market.
But that's the thing. Is just like that's the whole way that they're going with it. But the thing is people are not going to be able to afford this stuff. It was just like if it goes into like people don't look into how the Great Depression had the effect it did on the community and this country. They had to
Yes,
they had to
dude.
start a fucking war to fucking make money. And it's gonna be the same thing with this. It was just like, why do you think they're pushing for the military so much? They're not trying to pop off right now. They're trying to pop off in a couple of years. They're trying to build the numbers up because they know the economy's gonna go to shit.
Well,
They
look
know
what
they're
Why
Trump's doing
doing
can't
in
it.
we?
Venezuela.
Why can't we have our presidents in a boxing ring, duking it out with each other?
We need to go back to those Roman days where the leaders fucking fought. I was just, y'all
For
got a
real.
problem? Throw
For real.
hands.
Throw hands.
Y'all
You
want to
two
have
do
a,
it.
you want
Cause
to
like,
have
what
a
the fuck?
There, hold on.
look.
I got to change my diaper. He just killed him with the stench.
And Trump with the super fart.
It's just like, bro, they'd be like, that's what it used to be. It should just be a simple, hey, just throw hands. Oh, you don't like the tariffs? Fight it out. Whoever wins gets to pick how much they pay.
Did you see how the UK held a big shindig for him? They rolled the red
Oh,
carpet out.
oh,
Man, I'd hate to be in that carriage with him.
No, you seen how they unfolded that big ass fucking Epstein and him picture?
Yeah.
And then they arrested 4 people because on the
Yeah.
castle they projected nothing but videos and pictures. Like, yo, where's the GoFundMe for those people? I need the GoFundMe for them.
Oh,
Those
I didn't
people
know
would be
they had arrested him.
yeah,
I
they
knew that
arrested
they said that last
4
night.
people. They arrested 4
Last
people
night
for
they
projecting it
projected.
onto the castle. So 4 people got arrested for that.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying that GoFundMe, that's the quickest bail I've ever seen. That's the
There's
quickest bail I've
there's
ever
no
seen.
dick eating. There's no dick eating like the British government.
The British
Like,
government wasn't having it. They were just like, but
1,300 employees were participating in that shit, and while the regular people were outside the walls protesting with a bunch of baby Trumps.
this is like people are tired. It's like across the world, people are tired. People are tired all
Yeah,
over the
we're
place.
the laughing stock of the world.
Just
But
like
yet MAGA goes around saying
the thing
that
is, it's just
we
like
were the laughing stock when Biden was in office.
people. I think the rest of the world is waiting for us.
right?
That's what I'm starting to.
But we've
think.
always led the world in terms of cultural touch points.
And that's what I think the rest of the world is like. You know what? When the U.S. starts acting a fool, if they act a fool, we can act a fool. That's what it looks like. It was just like, look, if the U.S. can overthrow Donald Trump and find a way to get him out of office, it was like that means we could do that in our country. We could do that
Puerto
to
Rico
the
did
ability.
it.
Some say that January 6th it almost happened, that they almost won. What did they do? That we just got to do that and a little bit better to push it over?
I'm telling y'all, Puerto Rico did that shit. Y'all can do it too.
I was like, everybody can do it. It's just people need to unite to do it. And it doesn't have to be in a violent manner. It just has to be like everybody's talking about this this blackout the system this week shit. I was like, no, not this week. Black it out for the rest of the fucking year. For the next fucking 3 months, just black out the whole fucking system. Christmas canceled this year. Like who was it that said it? D-Moore. Christmas is canceled this year. Nobody
Did you
getting
see
gifts.
that Trump put that graphite back on? he undid the I guess executive order that Biden had to stop using it. It's a Israel spyware that allows them to turn on people's microphones
Oh
and
yeah,
and
they,
see their
that's the thing.
encrypted
They're trying to do that
messages.
because remember they just passed a bill. What was it? Yesterday or 2 days ago? That basically, if you do not want to do business and you boycott Israel, that you can get fined $1 million or spend 20 years in jail.
Hmm.
But America first, though. Don't
Yeah.
forget. But America first.
Man, Israel dick eating has to be studied later in history,
No, the
bro.
thing is that's. I think I'm starting to think that, and I know I'll probably get banned for this. So just hear me out. This whole Epstein list thing has
Hmm.
connections to them. And the thing
Goes
is what
around
I'm
in
starting to think
circles.
is these people have control over our congressmen because they have information on them and they're blackmailing them. Because you're not going to tell me that you are doing all this stuff because that's how you feel and you're not being told to do it, even though you already took money from them.
Well, did you see? Did you see? What's his name? Patel's the thing that they had yesterday, and
Crash Bandicoot.
he said that there was people in Congress that were in the list.
Yeah.
That's why he didn't want
That's
to.
that's 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 already known. I could already tell that because the thing is for the fact that the Republican Party and most of the people in the Republican Party don't want to release these files, it's because your names is in there. Those are the
Yep.
innocents you want to protect. It's probably people that are in these files that maybe they didn't do anything with the pedophilia. Maybe they didn't, but they're probably in those files because they have some connection to what that was happening. Because
Right.
remember how they said, what was it? Was it which bank was it? Was it Chase Bank or something? That they said that they were
Yeah.
helping them.
J.P. Morgan.
JP Morgan was helping with the whole Epstein thing. It's the same
Mhm.
thing. All those names are somehow connected because you were funneling money, transferring money, exchanging money, anything of the sort, and it's connected to him, we gonna come after your ass. And the
How
thing
did
is
this man
most of
without a
Congress
job
has
have
that.
to be so rich?
That was just like that's why I was just like Congress has that information and that's
Right,
why they
because
want
what
to
the
hide
fuck?
it. Because some of these
What the
people
fuck
have
was
been
Epstein even?
so some of these people,
It's all a blackmail ring.
yeah, that's all it is. That's all it is.
International.
What
Why do you think
What was his
look,
profession
you
though?
think Diddy got away with this and got away with his charges because he didn't have shit on people?
Mm.
They wanted him to say, oh, we got 1,000 bottles of baby oil. That's not what the fuck y'all were looking for. Y'all got the baby oil because y'all wanted to make him look even more suspect. But all the information and all the stuff that he probably had tapes too. Because remember, even LeBron said, ain't no party like a Diddy party.
Yep.
But then all of a
Jeffrey
sudden, none of
was
those
a
names,
I
teacher at
don't.
one time for a short
Why did
time.
LeBron say that?
because
I
he
don't
was
know
at
if
them
there's really a
parties.
need to engage in conspiracy when there's a straightforward explanation. Like Epstein was involved in a lot of shady banking, money transferring bullshit. And what they did is they said, okay, listen, you want to be down with this cartel of illegitimate money, you got to come to the island. We got to get some tape on you fucking these kids.
Mm-hmm.
So that way we know you're never going to go and talk on all these business transactions we got. Because if you do, then,
Hey, look at what we got.
seriously, a
That's
tape's
what.
going to get leaked to some
That's
media
why.
outlet somewhere. Whoop.
That's why I've always questioned when it comes to celebrities and getting caught up in something that it was just like, yeah, changed your tone, and then all of a sudden the industry just happened to come after you. I was like, look at Bill Cosby. Bill Cosby might have done what he did, or maybe he didn't. But this man went his whole time process with no issues. But what happened when he was trying to buy one of those mega corporations? All of a sudden, all
Look
these
at Michael
accusations happen.
Jackson.
Look, yeah, Michael Jackson was the same one. Michael Jackson wanted to own his own thing. What did Prince do? Prince
His own
did the
media.
same thing,
Yeah.
and he tried to change the
Dude,
name to
Cruz,
the artist
I heard
formerly
this
known
one.
as.
I heard this one. Michael Jackson was actually advocating for Palestine in an album that he was meaning to release. The album was never released because he faced scrutiny from the company. But that's where the song, the they don't really care about us. That's where that album.
Yeah,
That's where
I
that
know,
song was
I
originally
know.
supposed to come out of.
That's the backing that he had
So
for it, but they just
yeah.
yeah. There's a
So
lot of look at
after
any
that
artist
dispute,
right now, Vegas or anybody. Y'all can just look at any of these artists that did something. It was just like, hey, we got something on you. Like the one that clued me in on this whole situation that there was something very nefarious doing with the Hollywood industry was R. Kelly. Because they had the tape on him. Remember when he was supposedly urinating on the female? I was just like, damn, how the fuck did y'all get that?
no, but check it. But check it.
How the fuck did but that's
After
what I'm saying.
that,
How the fuck did y'all get that? How did you get
check
that
it.
tape if he was doing it on his own? You see what I'm saying? It's just like, how did you get that information if he was the one doing it himself? How did you get that tape, but nobody else had that tape? Somehow the tape just magically appeared. And I was like, you didn't find that? Yeah, you didn't find that weird? And it was just like, if you notice, certain artists and shit just get blackballed out of the industry because they're not part of it. They don't want any parts of those things. And then next thing you know, you seen an artist that was just like, damn, this dude looks like he's going to be a great actor. And then all of a sudden, you never see him casted again in a movie. I was like, you couldn't have been such a great actor that you became shit the next day and nobody wants you. I was like, that shit don't make no sense to me. But when you see artists say anything, it was just like all of a sudden, they don't get the publicity. Or they say something that's just like, it was like something's wrong. But then most of these people just get quiet. And then you never hear about them again. Because it's just like, if I talk, they expose me. If they
But check
expose
it out,
me, I
Cruz.
lose all credibility. So
Directly after that dispute, that's
Orlando
when
Brown, yep.
the allegation. That's when the allegation started that Michael Jackson is doing shit with kids. Blah, 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 blah.
No, you
Yeah,
notice
but it
how
didn't
it
ever
went
help.
Afterwards.
It didn't ever help with Michael Jackson that he was just like acting like an 8-year-old child and was weird for an adult.
But that's the
So they
thing
could
is
pin shit on him a lot easier.
It was easier to pin for him, but the thing is they never talked about the trauma that he had to experience while being the smallest kid, being part of the Jackson 5.
He was the smallest child and the
He
most
never got
successful.
to
So
he
everything was
never
pinned
got
on
to be a
him.
kid. So he wanted to be a kid
Well, yeah,
and have all
I
that stuff. No, not
don't
that
think
I'm
Michael
saying I
Jackson
don't know
ever
if
did
he
any of
did
those
it
things
or
they said he
didn't.
did.
I don't think he did any of it because
I
the
don't
thing
think he
is
did.
just like it's just funny to me because that was the easiest way to pin. Because the thing is you acting on people's fears, you acting on people's angers. How do you take away the publicity and the power of one of the of some people call the best performer that they've ever seen? You
I don't
associate
know.
him with one of the worst and most devious things you can think of.
Maybe my parents were very strict. They must have been the strictest parents in the whole entire world. Because for one, I mean, when that stuff they were coming out with Michael Jackson with all those kids, how are those parents letting the children go and spend the night? So young. Like, what's that grown man gonna do with these little kids, right?
Yo, the fact that
Without them
after
being
those
there.
accusations, y'all was still letting y'all kids go over there.
I would have.
You said you would have?
I would have.
It's Michael Jackson.
I would have. Michael Jackson. You know, I mean, I see his advocacy as no different than someone who wants to go and be a Boy Scout leader or, special needs teacher. That they're like someone that's just like, I really want to help kids. And he, of course, has the means to help kids
to do
beyond
so.
anything. I mean, look at his money. So if he wants to say, look,
Like,
they're
look at all the
underprivileged children
and the Make a Wish things he did like crazy. All the fucking time. And it was just like
Michael Jackson is like one of the greatest fucking human beings we've had.
But that's the thing. It was just like
age.
it's easy to lie on people because look at how ignorant people are with lies now. So the same ignorance that is here now is the ignorance that was then. But what did they use? That fear of like, oh my God, he did things to kids. And back in those days, being a pedophile was a lot worse than being a pedophile now, because here it seems like it's accepted by these people, whereas 20 years ago or 30 years ago, people get the shit beat out of them quick.
Yeah,
Uh,
nowadays they treat us like,
Yeah. Now it's just like, oh, no, he was troubled,
some
or
kids.
it was only a one time thing. Like if you don't get your bitch ass out of my face with that nonsense, it's just like that's what it basically is. But it's just like it's noticeable because just pay attention to all these big celebrities that just happen to get caught up with something. I was like either they were trying to purchase something or they were trying to enlighten people to something. Because Michael Jackson bought Sony, and then it was just like we can't have that shit. This man is actually gonna pay people what they're supposed to make as artists, and then he's gonna make even more money. Now we can't have that shit. It was just like it's just those things like that. It was just like those people that try to like
And then here comes Dr. Butterfingers.
it's just that that's what it continues to be, that these people will continue to do that. But it's just like this has been an ongoing thing, and it's just like the industry is part of it, but they try not to make that connection because they know they're going to lose the rest of their lives. Because if you find out to be on this Epstein list, like all these people on the flight logs, what were you doing over there? You notice how none of these people get asked that question?
Well, what is it? I can't remember what it was came out. Was it Cash Patel? Came out and said, well, Donald Trump was there, and you see he was actually working with the State Department, so he had to fuck them kids so he didn't blow his cover.
They come up with
it was
any
all
fucking
part of
bullshit.
the
And it was just like
operation.
it was all part of the operation. So then what you're telling me is that you knew that this man was doing it and you had information already about him doing it, but now you had to hire Donald Trump to make sure it was happening? That's crazy.
Why didn't you go over yourself?
That's crazy. I was just like, that's
Well, then there
that's
were
what it is.
some liberal operatives.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So what they did is they said, we're going to write a fake letter to Jeffrey Epstein about his birthday, and we're going to plan it, and then we're going to wait 25 years until he becomes president of the United States the next time. This is their plan.
That's the
So then 25 years
Bro,
later, when he becomes the
it's
president,
foolproof. Don't worry.
then
And you're gonna
him.
get Trump to start scribbling his name like this.
Yo,
Right.
whoever that is the masterminds of masterminds. Imagine being able to think 25 years ahead, like, yo, I'm gonna make you sign this. And then 25 years from now, you'll understand why. Like, who the fuck?
Yeah, when you're the
like,
president, of course.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like, because
Which
you
I can
already knew
predict.
this. Like, come on, man.
Yeah.
That's like these people come up with all this nonsense, man. Get me the DeLorean. Back to the Future. All some bullshit. Just like, get the fuck out of here. Oh, man. All right, Joe. I'm gonna head out. I need to get something to eat. I need to get something to eat. Joshua, Soggy,
Alrighty.
Mom, Salva, I appreciate y'all as always.
care.
Vegas, as always. We got till December now, but like I said, I'll do my lives here, but I'm still gonna be working on. Thank you, Paula. Thank you, Donnell. I'm gonna still try to work on getting this website up so that y'all can do this and we can actually have these conversations without having to have anybody
Pew, pew.
interject and just be where I have to say pew pew when I can just say a gun. I'm a grown ass fucking adult. I was like, these conversations, it says it's for 18 and older. If you as an 18-year-old or older cannot understand the word gun, we got a serious fucking problem.
You know,
I've never
are,
even understood any of the TikTok nonsense to begin with. Because it's like, if there's a moderator or some AI script that's listening to the conversation to pick out keywords, wouldn't they just also have it to include pew pew and trip up the same people with
the thing
like,
is it's not TikTok that does it. It's those bots and MAGA that does it. TikTok don't give a shit. TikTok will let you be racist as shit. Because there's been a couple of live streams that I went into that it was literally a host and a thing, and they were just saying the N-word. The guest continuously said the N-word, 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 N-word. People were typing it in different ways in the thing. Nobody got blocked or anything. It's just MAGA knows that if you say something or if you say that weapon, I don't know, maybe I think it's that TikTok clips that portion of where you report. So if I were to say the word gun and then they report me for like hate speech, they'll get that clip and I'll said the word gun. And they'll be like, well, You said the word gun. That's hate speech. We don't know what else you were talking about, but the section that we got, you said something that we don't think
You
was
say,
safe.
oh, you say
Right, but
gun.
what I'm saying is, if they clipped you saying pew pew, wouldn't they say, hey, we know that is a stand-in word that's being used for guns, so we know what you're talking about? Like, how does
That's the thing.
it get around?
It's because TikTok don't care. TikTok don't care. If look at this conversation. We haven't had any MAGA in here, and it's just been basically people having a conversation. There hasn't been any stupidity, anything like that. We've been saying all sorts of shit, and I haven't gotten banned, and nobody's gotten a warning or anything. Shit, I think, Mom, didn't you get a warning last time you were in here?
Yeah.
She got a warning for something she said. She ain't say nothing. And she got a warning that I got on my screen saying that, oh, one of your guests has got a violation. And I was just like, she ain't even fucking say anything. But it was because I had bots in here and
But I must have
Republican
been telling
maggots.
some truths.
And they got mad at it and they reported. TikTok don't care. TikTok is basically whoever you talk to, you talk to. But if you talk to somebody and somebody gets offended, we're trying to make sure this is a clean app. So if somebody gets offended by the word pew pew and they report me, they could be like, oh, he was talking about hate speech because he said pew pew. So it doesn't even matter what you say. It's basically who's listening to it and who reports it. Because all the conversations, whenever I have a high number of people, that's when I get banned. Why? Because it's Republicans and MAGA that start mass reporting me because I'll say one thing and they try to take it, context, the big word for them. And they'll put it,
It'll make some sense.
and they'll send it, and they'll be like, oh my God, he said this. Ban. And then next thing you know, I'm banned for like a week. And I was just like, bro, all I said.
The same games, right?
I don't bother to go into the thing. That's why.
I keep pointing this out to a whole bunch of people. Like, I can't tell you how many times I scrolled through the TikTok and I see some idiot pro-MAGA, pro-Charlie Kirk is the current flavor, of course, where it's just a text wall with a song playing in the background, and it just says some ignorant shit on it.
Mm-hmm.
And I look over on the side, and it has like 14 likes and 8,000 comments, and the entire comment section is just people going like, Charlie Kirk was actually a racist, and Charlie Kirk was actually saying, did you know he said this? You know he said that? You know he said this? The person that posted that knows all that. And they are laughing at you.
Yeah, because the thing is getting
you for engagement.
Yeah, and that's what it is. That's what they're doing. But that's the thing. It's just like they'll farm people for engagement because it goes along with what they want. But when it doesn't go along with what they want, that's when they start reporting you. Because as you can see, I never give them the benefit of the doubt on anything. But the thing is when I start making sense, they start reporting. I just don't bother because that's why I have Vegas and Soggy as moderators. Because sometimes people would just say crazy stuff, and I would just be in halfway through a thought, and instead of me stopping to fucking block them, now I at least have them to do it. But sometimes it's just like I see when they come in, if they say something ignorant, I just block them themselves. Now what I've been doing, if they really want to be ignorant, I pin their comments. So just like, oh, you wanted to be ignorant? Now everybody can see how ignorant you are. So try to report me now, and now everybody can see what you said. I can play that game too. I ain't. It was just like sometimes you got to play the game better than they do. It was like, oh, you want to say something ignorant? Okay, pin this comment. And then everybody sees it. So it's just like, yeah, have the audacity of the balls to try to report me like everybody ain't reading what you just said.
Well, I mean,
and then what do they do?
Like,
they just leave.
Whenever I'm talking to you, I do it cognizant that other people are listening to us. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's like, I hope that other people understand that when you see those shit posts, when you see those people that are trying to trigger you or piss you off, or especially us as liberal-minded people that value truth and evidence, and you like feel this need of, I'm going to go and correct the record. Like, these people are not listening to your correction. They are laughing at your having to come and engage them and correct them. And they're going to read your post, and they're probably going to respond to it and be like, dumb libtard, you're a demon rat, or whatever stupid shit they were going to say. And hope that you engage again, and then hope that you engage again. Like, stop giving it to these people. Like, half the people you're responding to are probably bots in the first place. Like, report these people. Just report them for child pornography. I don't give a fuck what you report them for. Just lie. There's no consequence for it for you to do that.
True.
And then block them. Stop giving them views. Stop pushing them into the algorithm.
That's what I do on the
stop
thing.
making me have to see this shit. Because when you respond, now I gotta fucking waste my 3 seconds of my day scrolling past this shit. Stop engaging.
I don't engage them. I just block them. If I see anything like the whole, like, I don't know, the past 2 days, like the day after the Charlie Kirk thing, all I saw was just like, I'm a black flag, this, and that. And I was just like, oh, that's interesting. Block. And I was just like, why is TikTok feeding me this shit when they know I don't listen or look at any of this shit? And it just kept on feeding it. I just kept on blocking. And then my algorithm just happened to change. I was like, you just got to do that. It was just like, I don't, like, the thing is these people is going to get theirs. And the thing is sometimes I don't care to report, but that's why I stream off my computer, because I can click on everybody off of my computer while I'm talking to y'all, and I can see how many followers you have or what the following you have. If I see that a person barely has over 100 people following and stuff like that, I know it's a bot. Or I know it's somebody that's MAGA that is too scared to actually use their main account, and they make bot accounts just to come in and talk shit. So it's like sometimes it's not worth I don't waste my time on those, because it's just like, if they have a bigger following, best believe I'm going to report them and do that, because I want them to feel it. But when I see it's an account that has, I got 26 followers and I'm following like 300, I was like, if you don't get your bot dumbass out of here. But it is what it is.
You better go eat something before you melt.
I'm going to go. Yeah, I'm about to. But as always, be good to one another. Take care of one another. Look out for one another. Love one another. And stay marvelous while doing it, y'all. I'm just Cruz.
Appreciate you.
I'll see y'all in the next one. I appreciate all of y'all. We'll continue to have these conversations.
Take care.
Peace.
Y'all take care.
Take care, y'all.
All right. Same thing, YouTube. Y'all take care. Peace.